This bro seriously turned down a dinner invitation from a gorgeous girl just to go home and play game. And as a result, Ashiro got ice-guyed straight into the game world he'd spent over a decade grinding to finally beat. What's more, he even became the ruler of that world. Not long ago, Ashiro was just like any other ordinary guy. He had his own little hobby to unwind after exhausting study session, which was playing games all by himself. Because in there he was the main character, no nagging teammates, and Ashiro could save and load whenever he wanted. A world that existed solely for one single player. Before starting, he didn't forget to turn on his streaming room. The moment the broadcast went live, a flood of skeptical comments from the online community popped up, leaving Ashiro unsure whether they were praising him or just roasting. A surprise $10 donation made Ashiro tear up with joy, thinking that was plenty for a long day. But then that same nickname dropped a whopping $1,000 on it. Seeing such a huge number for the first time, Ashiro couldn't even process it right away. The whole online community went absolutely nuts. That person even sent him a Gmail message. Turns out the sender was a game developer who wanted to invite Ashiro to try it out and give feedback, since he'd poured tons of time into creating it, but it was so brutally hard that no one could clear it during the beta test. Curiosity kicked in hard. He wondered what would happen if a regular guy like him actually beat the game. Ashiro got super pumped realizing someone ordinary like him could become special, and in the end, he decisively clicked agree. The game called Hero Destiny started installing. The game setting was year 294 of the imperial calendar, with the entire kingdom seemingly swallowed by a sea of flames. Ashiro would start as a tiny, insignificant soul, surviving in this world and defeating evil forces, and then any wish would be granted. But all Ashiro noticed was how the graphics were way worse than he'd expect. The game prompted for a character name, and Ashiro picked Game Master to survive in this title. The continent of N appeared, with Ashiro's character spawning in the primeval forest. The game didn't even have any tutorial. Then the village chief showed up and asked him a question. After waiting a bit, Ashiro realized there were no dialogue options at all. It finally hit him that he had to think up and type his own responses. Finally, to the village chief's question, "Who are you?" Ashiro chose to reply like a gold-stealing, murderous thug. What he got in return was an unceremonious death from the village chief's staff. Ashiro felt all floaty inside, still in disbelief that he was actually talking to NPCs, but there was a retry button for him to try again. On the second attempt, Ashiro decided to play the role of a lost wanderer who hadn't eaten or drunk in ages. Luckily, the village chief still had some humanity and took him along. Inside the house, he handed Ashiro a cup of water. Ashiro had his character chug it down without a second thought, only to end up poisoned and dead again. Ashiro was seriously losing patience now, so he straight up unplugged the internet cable. No internet, no way they could control the NPCs, he figured. But that was just his imagination. The village chief kept repeating the exact same question, while Ashiro mashed random keys and died a third time in game for spouting nonsense. By now, Ashiro was genuinely scared of this game. Recalling the name of the email sender and game developer, Ashiro suddenly felt like the name rang a bell, like it might be from a dev team he'd heard of. He got so absorbed he lost track of time, deciding that was enough for today. Then went to bed feeling all giddy-like he'd just discovered a brand new world. He was hooked on this intriguing thing. From then on, Ashiro was constantly driven by the desire to become special. He played day and night, even losing all sense of time. The save and load buttons became pure habit. Ashiro was completely immersed. Before he knew it, 10 years had flown by. Now Ashiro was an office worker. His female coworker was really pretty too, and it seemed like she had a crush on him. Suzu mustered up all her courage to invite him out to dinner. But today was a special game day for Ashiro, so he bluntly turned down the invitation. Back home, Ashiro was dead set on clearing Hero Destiny tonight. The sun had already risen. That was the moment Ashiro became the first to join the ranks of the gods, meaning the first to actually win. An unprecedented joy surged in his heart, but it quickly got replaced by emptiness. Because for the past 10 years, at least in the game, he'd wanted to feel special. Yet real life was still just as ordinary as ever. It was like Ashiro had lived an entirely new life at the same time. The characters in the game, like the Black Prince, the Cardinal, or the witch pulling strings from behind the scene, all made him feel their overwhelming charisma and unique personalities. He felt like these people really existed somewhere close by. Just as he was ready to accept that it was all over, the game screen suddenly asked if he wanted to start a new adventure. Once chosen, there would be no going back until the game was completed. Ashiro was shocked to see this. He figured it was either a sequel or some hidden route. Still addicted, he didn't think too hard and just clicked agree, expecting things to go like usual. But then Ashiro's whole body started flickering with green and pink glitches. He was being transported to the continent of Ellen. A mysterious voice called him by the nickname Game Master, my apostle. As his eyes slowly opened, Ashiro felt a burning pain in his chest, struggling to breathe. The blurry scenery in his eyes was completely unfamiliar. A man in ancient clothing looked at him with concern. Sure enough, Ashiro had ice-guyed into the world of hero destiny. He'd be living as this frail-looking guy named Calyx. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the unfamiliar figure, Calyx blurted out in confusion, "Sir, who are you?" That question made the man beside him raise an eyebrow. Observing the person on the bed carefully, the man sank into thought. The healer hadn't mentioned any risk of memory loss. While the man was still pondering, Ashiro, now in Calyx's body, lay on the bed completely lost. "Who am I? Where is this place?" he thought, trying to steady himself. After a moment of reflection, the man gently asked, "My lord, do you truly not recognize me?" Getting no answer, he bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Russell." Hearing that name, Calyx grew even more confused. Trying to recall it only plunged him deeper into panic. What the hell is going on? This clearly wasn't Japanese. The language wasn't familiar at all. Yet strangely, he understood every single word the other person said. But more importantly, while Ashiro was lost in thought, the pain in his chest flared up fiercely, making him writhe in unbearable agony. Seeing this, Russell looked extremely worried. "Please forgive me, it was my fault for being too hasty, but please don't worry." Watching Ashiro in pain, Russell tried to comfort him. "This pain is just a side effect of the medicine. It will fade soon." Seeing the situation wasn't good, he politely bowed and left. "Recovery will take time. I will visit you again tomorrow morning. Excuse me." Once Russell left the room, Calyx flopped back down, continuing to brood until dawn. Unable to take it anymore, Calyx decided to get out of bed and pace around the room. Standing in front of the mirror, seeing his gaunt, haggard reflection, he felt like he wasn't himself anymore. After thinking for a bit, Calyx gave a wry smile. "Who am I?" The moment the question left his lips, he froze. He remembered every detail of his 30 years of life clearly, yet he couldn't recall his own name. After a burst of panic, Calyx gradually calmed down. "Who the hell am I really?" Right then, a strange screen appeared right in front of him. Reading through the info on it, Calyx was stunned. This is the status screen. Scrolling through every line, he could hardly believe his own conclusion. Hero's fate. At that moment, Calyx suddenly remembered the panel he'd seen before waking up and grit his teeth. So the transfer to the continent of Ellen was real. He'd truly been pulled into the game world. Realizing that, he started looking around the room, trying to calm himself down. After thinking it over, Calyx concluded that this was indeed the continent of Ellen, the interface of Hero's fate. Even though he'd already realized the truth, he still tried to tell himself, calm down, calm down. Looking at his chest, he barely touched it lightly before Calyx collapsed from the overwhelming pain. Writhing on the floor, he had no choice but to accept reality. This wasn't a dream, this was real. Dragging himself to the bed, Calyx hypnotized himself. "I am Shiken. Right now, I need to get used to the name Shiken. I am Calyx Shiken." The moment he got onto the bed, the familiar status screen popped up again, startling Calyx. It appears just by thinking about it. Then this feature must be something only I can see. Realizing this, Calyx was overjoyed and decided the first thing to do was gather information. But right away, he faced a harsh truth. One careless move in this world, and he could die at any moment. Despite the worry, Calyx carefully read through every piece of information. "So I'm Calyx Shiken of the Shiken family." Thinking that, he dug into more data, analyzing the territory names and surnames, all Shiken, which proved he was a direct line descendant of the Count. Jackpot, huh? Just then, a knock came from outside, sending Calyx into panic. Who is it? What should I even say? Anxious, he told himself to stay calm. If they found out he wasn't the real Calyx, he'd be in deep trouble. "Calm down, I am Calyx Shiken, direct descendant of the Shiken Count family. I am Calyx Shiken. Calyx Shiken is me." After some self-reassurance, Calyx regained his composure and called out, "Butler, what is it?" The person outside paused for a moment before replying. "It's time for your medicine, my lord." Hearing that, Calyx let out a relieved breath. A maid stepped in, politely offering the medicine. "Please drink it while it's still warm." Even though he was told to take the medicine, Calyx carefully observed the maid. "Who are you?" The second the question left his mouth, he panicked in fear of blowing his cover, cold sweat pouring out. "What the hell was I thinking, asking her name? I'm exposed." The maid looked confused. "Is something wrong, my lord?" Right then, the status screen popped up again. "No, it's nothing." Calyx skimmed the info, noticing one detail. Her name was Leila. But as he read further, he was stunned to realize Leila wasn't from the Shikin family. She belonged to Viscount Hashirin. That name left Calyx frozen, wondering what else awaited him ahead. Observing the petite girl in front of him, Ashiro couldn't help but doubt his own life. Her combat power was insanely high for her appearance. Even though she couldn't use mana, she was trained like a special forces soldier, among the absolute best. Knowing this, Ashiro grew even more puzzled. Why was someone like her just a maid? Looking at the girl and then back at the bowl of medicine, Ashiro thought, I'm a wounded noble of the Shikin house. So why is a maid from another family bringing me medicine? With that thought, he started suspecting the real situation and decided he shouldn't drink it. Seeing Ashiro stay silent for so long, Leela urged him, my lord, please drink it. Not letting her finish, Ashiro cut in, just leave it there. However, the girl was persistent, putting him in a tough spot. So he reluctantly picked up the bowl, full of suspicion. Is she going to force me to drink it by force? Refusing to accept fate, Ashiro pretended to clutch his chest and conveniently let the bowl slip from his hand to the floor. Just as the bowl was about to hit the ground, Leela flashed forward like lightning and caught it, not spilling a single drop. Seeing that reflex, Ashiro was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe she was that fast. This is bad. If she realizes I did it on purpose, things will get way more complicated. Despite the worry, Ashiro kept up the act of the frail young master. After a while, Leela brought out a new tray of medicine. The medicine was still pitch black and ominous, making Ashiro even more desperate. He thought of the worst-case scenario, knowing in this place the worst always came true. Ashiro became even more convinced it was poison, so he chose to collapse and pretend to faint. However, before he could even hit the ground, Layla rushed over to support him, asking worriedly, "Are you all right, my lord?" He didn't reply, just silently observed, wondering if he could still hide it. Taking advantage of Leela's distraction, Ashiro quietly opened the status screen to check the info. After reading it, he understood much more about his identity and the people around him. I'm the son of the Count's first wife, who passed away, and I have half-siblings from the second wife. The second wife is from Hashirin, 1 year older than me, 16 years old. Reading this, Ashiro suddenly pieced it all together. Layla was the maid sent by his stepmother, trained as an assassin. If I die, her son becomes the Count. Realizing this, Ashiro actually got excited, feeling that this hero's fate game was as brutally difficult as the rumors said. After finishing his performance as the frail young master, Ashiro proactively asked, "How is my stepmother doing?" Leela seemed a bit surprised, then bowed and replied, "The Countess was very saddened to hear about your suicide attempt, my lord. She instructed me to make sure you never try such a thing again." Thanks to that, Ashiro learned more about this body's identity. It had a history of suicidal tendency, and the boy had stabbed himself with a knife. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ashiro gently reassured her, "I understand. I promise I won't make her worry anymore." Leela averted her eyes and gave a vague reply, before Ashiro skillfully dismissed her. However, this time she wasn't the gentle maid anymore. She was firm. "I'm sorry, but you still haven't taken your medicine, my lord." Her stubbornness terrified Ashiro, realizing she wouldn't leave until he drank every last drop of that medicine. The thought of facing an assassin made Ashiro's face turn pale, panic rising to the extreme. Inside was a healthy man over 30, but this body belonged to a frail teenager. Watching Leela prepare the medicine, Ashiro hesitated over whether to scream, but feared she'd act immediately. Thinking that, he gave up the idea. After a while, when the new bowl of medicine arrived, Ashiro felt completely cornered. There really was no other choice but to drink it. In this life-or-death moment, Ashiro suddenly realized something. Staring at the pitch-black bowl, he wondered, if they wanted to kill me, wouldn't it be easier to just stab me once and call it suicide? Speculating, he figured this might be a slow-acting poison, disguised as a suicide to avoid suspicion. Looking at Leela's sinister expression, Ashiro recalled the name of a terrifying slow-killing poison. If he resisted too much, Leela was ready to help him drink it. Ignoring the fear, Ashiro calmed himself and thought, in Hero's fate, if there's one thing that's always true, it's that the worst possible outcome will always happen. Thinking that, he became even more cautious, telling himself that to survive, he had to suspect everything and prepare for every possibility. Though scared at first, Ashiro couldn't hide his excitement. This is intense. This game, Hero's Fate, really doesn't give anyone a moment to rest. Right then, Leela brought a full tray of medicine right in front of him. Unlike before, this time Ashiro decisively picked up the bowl and downed it in one go. As the last drop slid down his throat, Leela's eyes flashed with clear killing intent. The moment he swallowed it all, the system immediately notified, deadly slow-acting poison has taken effect. Having drunk the entire bowl of poison, Ashiro immediately curled up in agony on the floor, desperately thinking of any way to escape, anything that could save him. Person, object, anything just hurt. In this razor-thin moment of life and death, he recalled words someone once said, "If not for the top-grade antidote I prepared in advance, you wouldn't have survived until today." Then the memory of that man's introduction surfaced. "I am Russell." Kalix snapped awake and immediately ordered Leela, "Get out and call Russell in here." Leela looked confused and hesitant. Seeing that, Ashiro snapped irritably, "Do I have to explain myself to a maid? If you understand, then go." Leela quickly apologized, bowed, and left the room, leaving Ashiro to focus entirely on saving himself. He remembered the top-grade antidote that Russell had once used on him, something so valuable it could be traded for an entire castle. Thinking of that, Ashiro realized Russell wasn't someone who wanted to harm him. The moment the door closed, he sprang up. At the very least, that man was someone he could trust. But after just a few steps, his body started swaying uncontrollably. Refusing to accept fate, Ashiro shoved his fingers down his throat, vomiting violently beside the table. But his condition didn't improve much. He had to find that antidote bottle no matter what. So he began frantically searching the entire room, telling himself Hiro's fate is really tough, but there has to be an answer somewhere. Finding nothing, his body reached its limit, eyelids growing heavier. Yet Ashiro kept dragging himself along with faint hope. "Damn it, where is it?" he forced out, gritting his teeth. But in the end, exhaustion won, and he collapsed onto the floor, breathing in desperate gasps. At that moment, Ashiro's gaze accidentally landed on a mysterious bottle hidden in the gap under the desk. What the hell is that? A spark of hope ignited. He used his last bit of strength to crawl over, grabbed the bottle, opened it, and took a sniff. The moment he did, he felt dizzy and collapsed on the spot. The stench of spoiled milk hit him straight in the face. Right then, the system popped up, spoiled goat milk. Reading that, Ashiro felt even more despair. However, with his gaming experience, he recalled that yogurt was the antidote for this horrifying slow death poison. After some internal struggle, he stared at the spoiled goat milk bottle in his hand, wondering if it could even count as yogurt. No time to overthink, the system warned again. "Your eyelids are growing heavier." Seeing the alert appear for the third time, he couldn't take it anymore, and decided to risk it all by chugging the entire bottle. Right after that, Ashiro passed out. When he came to, the first person he saw was Russell, that familiar face appearing before his eyes. "My lord, you're awake." Ashiro was still dazed and confused. What the hell is this? Deja vu? Did I get reset or something? Russell had no idea what Ashiro was talking about, only sternly asking why the room was in such disarray, and why the young master was lying on the floor. Ignoring all the scolding, Ashiro just felt immense relief, thinking to himself that he'd been saved. Russell added, "You didn't wake up no matter how many times I called. I was almost about to fetch the healer." The joy hadn't even fully risen before fear crashed in again. Ashiro never wanted to feel death that close ever again. That thought ignited a fierce determination. No matter what happens, I have to survive. Immediately, Ashiro noticed another issue. He needed to check Russell's status. Being stared at so intently, Russell got annoyed. "Young master, are you even listening to me?" Ignoring the complaints, Ashiro focused solely on Russell's status panel, acting count. Reading that, he bolted upright. So the count had passed away without nomming an heir, and Russell was temporarily in charge. Observing closely, Ashiro saw Russell as a strict, soldier-like figure, probably the most trustworthy person right now, and the very one who'd saved his life with that priceless antidote. After careful thought, Ashiro decided to tell the entire story to the acting count. My lord count." The words barely left his mouth before the butler responded, "Yes, my lord." Right after, Ashiro began recounting everything that had happened. The more he heard, the darker Russell's expression grew. When Ashiro finished, the butler stroked his chin, pondered deeply, then said bluntly, "I'm very sorry, but there is no evidence whatsoever." That blunt assessment stunned Ashiro. He felt bitter realizing that even though the man had used a precious antidote to save, everything was strictly by the rules, not because Ashiro was anyone special. Noticing Ashiro's disappointed look, the butler added, "To me, you, the young lady, and the other heirs are all the same as the two young grand beans. I am obligated to serve everyone fairly, no exception." Hearing that, Ashiro clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it, but the butler continued, "No one is more important or gets priority." Refusing to be treated that way, Ashiro shot back. "So you're saying I have to keep drinking medicine sent by my enemies just to fight for the inheritance?" To this question, the butler wasn't surprised. He calmly analyzed, "Have you truly lost part of your memory? Right now, the Shikin family is in severe financial trouble. Our budget is extremely tight." After some explanation, he concluded, Actually, we're quite fortunate to have Leela helping with the family business. That straightforwardness left Ashiro swallowing hard, almost forcing him to give up the idea. The butler added, "Don't you remember? Or are you just pretending to forget?" Asked that, Ashiro only gripped the blanket tighter, unsure how to respond. With no other choice, he realized he needed to prove what had happened. He still couldn't swallow the humiliation of that woman poisoning him and nearly taking his life. But after some thought, Ashiro calmly let it go. "Fine, let's drop it." This compromise slightly surprised the butler, thinking it was over, but Ashiro suddenly turned to look at him with a sly smile. "But I have one request. It's not too difficult." Seeing that expression, the butler remained calm. "Just as I thought, he's acting very unusually." 4 hours later, at the Shikin family castle, a shadowy figure darted across the rooftop, stopping behind a wall to carefully observe. Looking at the 2 guards standing rigidly on duty, the mysterious girl assessed that security had been tightened significantly. Suddenly, she noticed a nearby drainage pipe and swiftly used it to slip inside the mansion. Once she stabilized herself, she was surprised to find the room completely unguarded. Without hesitation, she stepped in, observed the empty bed, and evaluated the situation. Leela concluded, "Looks like they died without any pain." After finishing her check, she pulled a strange sheet of paper from her pocket, placed it on the desk, then opened the drawer to take out the seal, and prepared to stamp the confirmation. Once done, she carefully stored the paper, getting ready to leave when suddenly, a knife pressed right against her throat. The sudden appearance froze Leela in place. A cold voice rang out, "Don't move." Even with her life threatened, Leela calmly retorted, "It's too late already." To make her point, she pointed toward the bed. "Lord Calyx is dead. Now the Shikin family only has Granbean left." The other person didn't act, so Leela continued her threats, mentioning the butler, but he still didn't budge. Seeing soft tactics weren't working, she switched to provocation. "You're just a minor noble. Shouldn't you be serving the Shikin family?" Not letting her finish, Ashiro suddenly appeared. "Just as I predicted, it really is like that." This appearance shocked Leela. She couldn't believe her eyes. Ashiro ignored her, picking up the paper to read. "Postponement of death certificate. Interesting." Leela stood frozen in shock. In noble power struggles, poisoning wasn't uncommon. Toying with the paper, Ashiro said casually, "I know that already." After reading it, he turned back, staring straight at Leela with a wicked grin. "If this gets discovered, it'll be a huge mess for you." Right then, Leela's whole body staggered, because the butler suddenly struck from behind, hitting her hard on the nape. Even after the attack, Leela tried to fight back, but was immediately restrained by the butler locking her arms. A direct blow to her side left her with no strength to resist. Witnessing the scene, Ashiro couldn't help but be amazed. "I thought I knew, but there's still a 3-rank gap." Once Leela was motionless, Ashiro snapped out of it and approached. Poisoning might be common among nobles, but no one ever leaves evidence or witnesses. Seeing Leela still conscious, Ashiro analyzed. "Anyone who attempts to assassinate a noble gets executed, even if they're a noble themselves. That law is always in force." Fearing Leela might stubbornly deny it, Ashiro immediately turned to the desk. "The evidence is right here." Looking at the paper with its intact seal, he slowly picked it up and held it in front of her. And as for witnesses, in Leela's terrified eyes, Ashiro bluntly exposed, "They're here too, aren't they?" Before she could react, her eyes widened, and her whole body staggered and collapsed in Ashiro's stunned view. Staring at the fallen woman, he couldn't keep up with what just happened. Why did it change so fast? After checking for a moment, Russell concluded, "She's unconscious." As he spoke, Russell placed his hand on Leela's body, and a blinding flash of light appeared. Curious about the strange object, Ashiro looked closely. It was an energy aperture. Thanks to that, they could assess Russell's and Leela's ranks. After examining for a while, Russell stood up and analyzed. It seems she can't use energy-breathing techniques. Pausing for a moment, he added his guess. She might have reached the level of a well-trained elite soldier who doesn't need high-speed support measure. Getting to this point, Russell suddenly noticed Ashiro's calm demeanor. That expression. Could the young master have known in advance? The thought had barely formed when he recalled everything, from Ashiro's strange request to his unusual behavior. Putting it all together, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just how much does the young master actually know? Ignoring the butler's thoughts, Ashiro ordered, "For now, tie her up. I still have a lot of questions for her." Following the order, Leela was tightly bound to a chair in the kitchen. While she was still unconscious, Ashiro applied some ointment to her wound, then gently wiped her forehead with a cloth. Under that care, Leela gradually woke up. The first thing that hit her eyes was the sight of herself bound tightly to the chair. At the same time, Ashiro's slow voice rang out, Taking the postponement of death poison will lead to a slow death in 3 to 6 hours, not giving her time to recover. He continued, it's a poison designed for suicide, making people die without pain. I know that because I once tried to kill myself. After some roundabout talking, Ashiro tossed the cloth aside and got straight to the point. Everyone will think I committed suicide. With that, he immediately accused her. If you'd used a fast-acting poison and been willing to die with me, you wouldn't have failed. Saying that, he gripped her chin hard. Why? Asked like that, Leela looked bewildered. What are you talking about? Russell stood by watching, but didn't intervene. Seeing her still pretending, Ashiro said bluntly, you don't want to die, do you? In other words, you're not loyal enough to die for Countess Stella. The moment that name came out, Ashiro probed further. Leela hesitated, unsure how to respond. Faced with her stubbornness, Ashiro ordered, make her confess. Surprisingly, Russell seemed prepared. Yes, my lord. Everything happened so fast that Leela couldn't react. Despite her struggling, he held her firmly and pried her mouth open. She noticed the strange pill in Ashiro's hand. What is this? No one answered. The pill was shoved straight into her mouth, followed immediately by another liquid poured in. Once done, Ashiro commanded, force her to swallow. Russell immediately complied. The moment it went down, Leela's whole body started trembling and convulsing. She screamed, what the hell did you just make me drink? Ashiro took back the white vial, wiping it casually as he replied, just a bit of poison. Hearing that, Leela grew even more terrified. Seeing her reaction, Ashiro growled threateningly, have you ever heard of the Western enemy chaos poison? Upon hearing it, Leela shot up and shouted, impossible. How could a young master like you possibly have that? Calyx Ashiro in Calyx's body narrowed his eyes. As long as you have gold, you can get as much as you want. And if we're talking about the main ingredient. Watching Leela's growing panic, he slowly continued. It also requires something called daikon radish. The moment that phrase came out, even Russell beside him was stunned. Leela tried to calm down. I can't believe this. That reaction was exactly what Ashiro expected. In this world, as long as you know the specialized terms, no one suspects you're from somewhere else. Ignoring that thought, Ashiro slipped his hands into his pockets and approached the table. Today, I'll let you go. Go back to your master and report that the assassination was successful. Hearing that, Leela immediately protested. Do you really think I'll obey? Ashiro didn't reply. He just sat on the bed, found a comfortable position, and looked at her, asking simply, you don't want to die, right? The question left Leela speechless. Without waiting for her to continue, Ashiro began analyzing. The Western enemy chaos poison has over 3,000 different variants, depending on preparation and antidote methods, and I know the perfect cure for you. At that point, Ashiro paused, tapped his head, and grinned wickedly, right here. The words barely finished when Leela suddenly felt an intense pain in her head and curled up in agony. Watching her tremble in pain, Ashiro slowly applied pressure. If you don't want to die pointlessly, stop being stubborn and do as I say. After enduring for a while, Leela panted heavily, exhausted. Seizing the moment, Ashiro asked firmly, so what's your answer? Another wave of pain hit, leaving Leela no choice but to accept. Fine, untie me first. That attitude displeased Ashiro completely. What kind of tone is that? I'm the one who can save your life. At this point, Leela fully broke, her voice trembling as she begged. Please untie me quickly, I beg you. This sudden change made Russell wary. What's this? Why is she suddenly so obedient? When no one moved, Leela sobbed and begged again. Please have mercy on me. Faced with her submission, Ashiro only smirked faintly. The spoiled goat milk is starting to take effect. After a moment, he ordered Russell, untie her. That decision surprised Russell, who had to ask again, are you sure, my lord? She just tried to assassinate. Chuckling wearily, Ashiro cleared his throat and calmly explained. She's an important witness, so at the very least treat her like a human being. That statement stunned Russell, but before he could say anything, Leela turned and snapped. Old man, get over here and untie me already. Snapped at, Russell just blinked. Ah, right. After that, Leela closed her eyes, trying to suppress her discomfort. Please. Once untied, Leela immediately knelt respectfully before Ashiro. Satisfied, he commanded, now go report that the assassination succeeded. Got it. Leela hurriedly agreed and quickly left, leaving Russell and Ashiro in the room. Watching the door close, Ashiro began assessing the situation. To deceive whoever's behind Leela, we need someone who can manipulate the knights. Thinking that, Ashiro sneaked a glance beside him, and right then, Russell called out to the young master. Seeing the man talking nonstop, Ashiro figured he had a lot of questions. As expected, Russell asked directly, where did you acquire that knowledge, my lord? Having anticipated this, Ashiro played dumb. If I said I read it in a book, would you believe me? The moment he said it, Russell's face darkened. Publishing a book like that would be a death sentence, and a forbidden book being in the castle is impossible. Hearing that, Ashiro froze. Even if he said he was from another world, they wouldn't believe it. After racking his brain, Ashiro came up with a plausible excuse. Do you remember the dagger I stabbed myself with? Russell was surprised. Yes, but why bring that up now, seeing the diversion working? Ashiro continued. That dagger was an heirloom from my mother. They said it held mysterious power. This time I unlocked that power. Even so, Russell remained skeptical. Is that true? Ashiro frowned slightly, hesitating. But who would have guessed the way to unlock the dagger's secret was to stab your own heart? Russell still didn't buy it. If it was such a rare artifact, wouldn't it be famous worldwide? Every analysis was sharp. Ashiro had no comeback. He pondered, then asked, "Are you familiar with Claire's dagger?" Hearing that, Russell was shocked. The dagger the young lady gave me. Claire's dagger, right? With that, Ashiro had the clue he needed. Got it. Thanks to this story, Russell dropped all suspicion. If it's Claire's dagger, then it's a treasure among treasures. Now I understand where your vast knowledge comes from, young master. Finally succeeding in the diversion, Ashiro breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could relax, Russell spoke seriously. Does anyone else know about this? Ashiro cautiously replied, No, you're the first. Russell exhaled in relief, but Ashiro cut in. By the way, what do you think about Leela's story? Russell looked confused. What do you mean, my lord? Seeing that attitude, Ashiro pointed out directly, every move my father, Duke Korin, made was leaked. Hearing that, Russell couldn't hide his surprise. Before he could respond, Ashiro unleashed a barrage of info. A knight about to be promoted gets killed by a trivial monster attack, and all the protecting knights die along with. After analyzing, Ashiro concluded, Do you really believe such a ridiculous story? Russell had some doubts too. Maybe the young master just wants power for himself. That thought made him observe Ashiro more carefully. In power struggles, he knew he couldn't take just one side. But speaking of Duke Korin's death, Russell admitted there were suspicious circumstances, though no solid proof, only circumstantial evidence. Those thoughts swirled in his mind, then he quickly told himself, No, I'm a soldier. I shouldn't get involved in politics. That's the principle. Once decided, Russell was about to offer advice, but Ashiro suddenly shouted in rage, Why did my father have to die? His acting reached its peak, fully embodying utter grief. If it was an assassination, then who was behind it? Once I find that person, what then? Unable to bear the despair, Russell compromised. How will we get revenge? Hearing that, Ashiro lifted his head joyfully, eyes blazing. Russell tried to gently comfort him, but Ashiro cut in again with a frustrated yell. Why did my father have to die? If it was an assassination, who was behind it? How will we take revenge? That pain and despair seemed to touch the heart of the man opposite. Ashiro stomped his foot, venting his fury. My father, your lord, was murdered. The mastermind behind it is the Sarin family, and the one from that family is Gran Bane. If Gran Bane becomes Duke, every hope of revenge vanishes. But we can't give up, no matter how tough things get. His eyes locked coldly onto the other man. The entire room fell into a heavy silence. Ashiro's aura radiating overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Russell dropped to one knee before him, hands resting on the sword planted in the ground. I swear my eternal loyalty to you, young master. Ashiro's face lit up with excitement as he gave commands, while Russell, though agreeing, couldn't hide his solemn tone. Please don't forget that I've just abandoned the beliefs I've held for over 50 years. With the strongest 6th-rank warrior in the ducal territory, Russell, now as his ally, Ashiro held a tremendous power in his hands. The lone tiger that once walked its own path was now truly bound by the reins of hatred, marking a major turning point. Ashiro feigned awkwardness to encourage him. Raise your head. You don't need to kneel before anyone. I don't even have a knight title or anything. In contrast, Russell reacted intensely, eyes blazing. Rest assured, I will make sure you become strong, young master. Faced with such zeal, Ashiro could only give an awkward smile, quickly changing the subject before getting dragged into some special training session. He swiftly switched topics. The Duchess resorted to poisoning and left both evidence and a witness. That's enough to dismantle the faction the Duchess relies on. Half his face hidden in shadow, he flashed a chilling smile. This was the true beginning of revenge. Russell was ready to charge right along. So what do I do now? Russell asked, a sharp smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. For the moment, the two whispered and planned. A day full of turmoil passed, leading to the next event, the regular noble assembly. Presiding over the meeting was Stella, elegant in appearance, but with eyes as cold as ice. Everyone had gathered, the atmosphere thick with suspicion and tension. In the room, the nobles buzzed in confusion about why Stella was sitting on the throne. All the knights had been on high alert all night. The corner of her mouth curled in contempt. Some here already know, but yesterday Prince Calyx. An announcement rang out, freezing the air. He committed suicide using the postponement of death poison. Jairus couldn't believe it. Isn't that the famous suicide poison? The whole hall sank into unease. Everyone believed the first prince's death was real. No one knew it was all Stella and Jayruz's scheme. They exchanged quiet, smug glances. Calix's death put Grand Bane one step away from securing the Duke. People quickly shifted topics. So who will be the next Duke? Stella spoke up. It's already decided. Everyone was shocked to learn the Duchess would represent the Duke. But then the unexpected twist arrived. As the meeting room doors burst open, golden hair shining brightly appeared. Footsteps steady as he strode in. Stella's expression changed drastically, dropping her fan entirely. Panic was clear on her face upon seeing Calix, the man they thought dead, still alive. The room erupted in chaos, all eyes on Calix and acting Duke Russell. The poison didn't work. Calix marched straight to the head seat, coldly criticizing. That throne isn't yours. Stella tried to regain composure, faking warmth. Oh, my prince, you're still well. Responding to the fake concern, Oshiro, in Calix's body, let out a carefree laugh. Thanks to someone, I suppose. I drank the poison, but luckily I'm still alive. Shame I accidentally threw it away, though. Oshiro's gaze never left the darkening expression on her face. You seem quite rushed, don't... Stella naturally denied it. You're leading everyone astray. That's not right. Her voice rose higher. Even if you've never seen me as a mother, treating me like a murderer is unforgivable. I would never do such a thing. Not stopping there, Stella leaned on the grand hall setting to rebuke Oshiro. This is a place where you must watch every word. Oshiro didn't care much. Even if the truth comes out, can she still stay this calm? Those words sent a flicker of unease through Stella's heart. What is he planning? But she maintained her dignified facade. What are you talking about? Oshiro drew out the words, tea time, then suddenly clapped his hand. Guards immediately escorted in a bound figure, a face all too familiar. This was the reason Oshiro could stand firm here. Let the witness speak. Some nobles in the room were confused. Who is that woman? Only Stella's face turned ashen. Impossible, how is she here? What's your name? Oshiro asked. The girl slowly opened her eyes to the light. My name is Lila. Grand Bane's eyes widened in shock. Stella looked like she'd been struck by lightning. All her power-grabbing plans crumbling. Why is that woman here? Lila introduced herself. I am an operative on a special mission from the Hashirin family's Shadow Legion. That keyword immediately caught Oshiro's attention. Shadow Legion. In a weak but resolute voice, Lila explained. It's a special force of talented war orphans, trained harshly at the Highland Camel Camp. Only the survivors and the most outstanding become members, then sent to various places under false identities. Oshiro pressed. What was your false identity in Hashirin territory? I posed as Countess Stella's maid. She trembled, unable to speak. Oshiro glanced over and asked next. Did Countess Stella know your true identity? Lila bowed her head, hesitated a moment, then admitted. She did. Stella immediately denied. No, this is her conspiracy. The nobles began to murmur in confusion. Lila has worked here for 5 years and now she's a spy. That's fraud and violates kingdom law. We don't have clear evidence. But a living witness right there made the chaos worse. Jayruz was stunned, then tried to shift blame to someone with more authority. Viscount Russell, why are you silent? Are you going to believe a lowly maid? Oshiro calmly looked toward Russell. Russell spoke sternly. She is not a lowly maid, she is a criminal caught red-handed. She has admitted to being a Hashirin family spy. Though Oshiro knew Russell was on his side, he still breathed a sigh of relief. He shows no mercy at all. Whether it's a plot or not, just listen to her confession and it'll be clear. Jayruz paled. Another noble shouted, Treasury Minister, stop this nonsense. What did you say? He shot to his feet. With someone backing him, others followed. The criminal is speaking. Let her continue. Jayruz was choked, silent. Oshiro pressed on. What was your most recent mission as the disguised maid? Every month, I reported the gathered information back to the Legion. What information? Mainly the financial ledgers of the territory, recorded by the Treasury Minister. Also schedules, routes of the late Duke Korin, and internal vassal political movements. The entire assembly erupted. Impossible. How did it come to this? Oshiro kept pushing. What was your latest mission? Lila bowed even lower. I tricked Prince Oshiro into drinking the slow death poison, then entered his room and planted a suicide note to stage it as self-inflicted. The air instantly froze. But when I returned, Count Regan Cleo caught and captured me. Stella couldn't take it anymore. She slammed her foot on the table, screaming, where's the proof? 2 nobles from her faction tried to hold her back. Countess, calm down. Seeing the critical moment, Oshiro turned gently. You want proof? He signaled to Russell. Russell immediately presented the letter. This is the suicide note Lila was carrying when we caught her in Prince Calix's room. Then he pulled out another scroll. And this is the memory scroll of the world. an item every noble here is familiar with. It has been enhanced with magic. Touching it reveals the intentions of those involved. Those with guilty consciences immediately paled. Russell concluded, "This magic will show us who ordered Leela. The truth will be laid bare." Jeyru's panicked, cold sweat pouring. He had to stop this evidence from being revealed at all costs. His inhuman gaze swept the room, as if ready to silence every noble present. Ashiro immediately caught the exchanged glance between Jeyru's and Stella. He smirked inwardly. "I've seen through you two from the start." The corner of his mouth curled slightly as Ashiro raised his hand. "Come in." The prearranged troops immediately stormed the assembly hall. Jeyru's jolted, Stella blanched. Knights filed in, one soldier standing behind each noble. "What is this? This isn't a place you're allowed to enter. This guard detail is under the Night Guard order." Behind Stella alone, two were assigned to watch her, pushing the room's tension to the absolute limit. Jeyru's growled darkly, "Viscount Russell, what is the meaning of this?" Russell gripped the scroll tightly. "I have viewed the contents of the memory scroll, and they shocked me." He continued in an upright tone, "To prevent chaos, I was forced to summon knights to maintain order. I ask for your understanding." The nobles, who prized dignity above all, now felt their sacred space had been cooped. Grand Bane trembled, tears welling as he looked at Stella, the one he trusted. But even she was in despair. The knights have acted, meaning the evidence is undeniable. If the knight order backs Ashiro, Stella knew she had fallen into the abyss. Ashiro smiled, gentle yet laced with killing intent. "Count Russell, what is the punishment for a noble who deliberately attempts to assassinate a blood relative?" Russell nodded and replied, "According to kingdom noble law, death by hanging." Stella immediately clung to Grand Bane, sobbing desperately. "Grand Bane has nothing to do with this. I did everything alone. I'm still your mother, please believe me." But Ashiro exchanged a glance with Leela. He turned with a saintly smile. "Oh, is that true? Layla, is that really how it happened?" Instantly, Leela nodded, her voice firm. "When I received the mission from the Countess, Prince Grand Bane was also present." The entire room felt like it was about to explode. Stella screamed in panic, "Lies." Ashiro gave a cold smile. "Exactly, that was a lie. But so what? You tried to assassinate me first." Stella's anguish and humiliation were now laid bare before all the nobles. Ashiro was the clear victor. Stella ground her teeth, eyes bloodshot like a wild beast. Right then, bang. Ashiro glanced over. Grand Bane shot to his feet, a rare seriousness on his face. Stella tried to stop her son, but was too late. Grand Bane rushed before Ashiro, dropping to one knee. Then both knees. All the nobles were stunned. Grand pressed his forehead to the floor. "Please, I accept any punishment, but spare my mother. She won't be able to bear it." Stella froze in shock. The nobles began whispering, the second prince kneeling. "This has gone too far. Did Prince Ashiro hear that?" The tide of public opinion had shifted. Ashiro could feel it clearly, like he'd just been pushed into the role of the villain. "Is this that kid's plan?" He smiled and placed a hand on Grand Bane's shoulder. "Well done. You really care deeply for your mother." Grand Bane looked up, a spark of hope in his eyes. Ashiro continued coldly, "If you confess your crimes, I'll lighten your sentence. I'll speak to the Count on your behalf to spare your life." Those jade-green eyes held no trace of mercy. "But remember, you'll be held accountable for your own words." Grand Bane paled, but still clenched his fists tightly. Stella screamed hysterically, thrashing like a madwoman. "I won't confess." "Grand Bane, what are you doing? Don't do something pointless." Stella screamed hysterically, thrashing like a madwoman. "I won't confess." "Grand Bane, what are you doing? Don't do something pointless." "Calyx, you're my little brother. How dare you order your elder brother around?" That statement ignited the room. Brother, a prince daring to. Does she even have the face to speak? Jeyru's also read the room and bowed his head. "She's finished. No way out now." Stella kept shrieking, "Calyx, you listen to me." Ashiro merely glanced at Russell. "Arrest her." Understood. Two soldiers immediately bound Stella tightly. "Stop. Do you know who I am?" An iron gag was shoved into her mouth. Only muffled growls remained. Ashiro turned back, his gaze ice cold. "Now then, I'll ask again. Do you admit to attempting to assassinate?" Grand Bane gritted his teeth, trembling, and finally bowed his head. "I confess." Ashiro's lips curled slightly. "I knew it. This outcome was inevitable. If you dared say no, even Doraemon couldn't save you." Ashiro looked indifferently at the boy before him. Grand Bane had his face pressed to the floor. "So you had it all planned out," he said calmly. "I understand now." Then Ashiro declared before everyone that Grand Bane had confessed to his crimes. The memory of the land could remain sealed, and the family's honor would never be fully exposed. He added clearly, "Moreover, since Grand Bane confessed before any evidence was presented, he will receive leniency. It was time to bring down the curtain on this ridiculous farce. And to prevent future offenses, the criminal would personally seal his own mana aperture. That declaration hit like a thunderbolt. In the Night Kingdom of Stone Nation, society was rigidly divided: nobles, knights, merchants, and slaves. The only way to become a knight, the ruling class, was to use mana to strengthen oneself. In this society, sealing one's mana aperture was no different from a death sentence. Granbane instinctively looked toward the person he trusted most: Mother. He was truly torn, facing two brutal paths. If he didn't seal his mana aperture, his mother's crimes would be exposed, and death would await them both. Granbane still remembered Russell's threat, but he couldn't avoid it. Stella blinked, realizing her son had made his choice. Though restrained and unable to move, tears streamed down her face as she watched Granbane in despair. She knew all too well, for a noble, sealing the mana aperture was equivalent to taking away life itself. Granbane took a deep breath to steel himself, then decided swiftly: a gentleman's word is his bond. He was ready to face the harshest punishment. Russell said nothing, simply handing him a scroll silently. Granbane gritted his teeth against the searing pain, placing his hand on his abdomen to channel the mana surging through his body. While Stella could only watch helplessly, a mother forced to witness her own child walk toward death with nothing she could do. Once the mana aperture was sealed, even a grandmaster couldn't restore it. Granbane's future hung by a thread. The scroll was torn open, mana in his body surging and swirling wild, brilliant light flaring before shrinking into a fatting spark. The mana aperture had been sealed. The entire room held its breath. Stella completely collapsed, while Granbane clutched his empty abdomen, sighing in relief, thinking he could still save his mother. She groaned muffledly, eyes closed in utter despair. It's over. She couldn't believe what had just happened, even if she died. My own flesh and blood, yet so naive, Stella thought, hatred surging even higher. Granbane turned to comfort her. Mother, don't be too disheartened. Actually, I want to become a painter. Seeing him like that only fueled Stella's rage. She hissed, Ashiro, where did you get the power to turn everything into this mess? She screamed curses at Ashiro. I curse you. Your children and grandchildren will be torn apart. To those words, he remained cold and indifferent. Ashiro said, without mana, no matter how hard you try, you'll never be more than a third-rank knight. You won't reach the level of someone like Layla. Granbane was still dazed by his mother's outburst, a sudden wave of guilt rising in his heart. But Ashiro told himself, no, I'm just a character in a game. I can't let pity shake my resolve. Noticing Ashiro's odd demeanor, Russell asked, what's wrong? Ashiro finally noticed his own expression and reminded himself, you've committed to this, no turning back. He cleared his throat and handed further handling over to Count Russell. Immediately, Russell declared, until the investigation is complete, Lady Stella and Lord Granbane are forbidden from any external contact. They will be placed under strict surveillance. One by one, they were escorted out, Ashiro showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. The next person called was Finance Minister Jairus, suspected of leaking classified documents. Russell pointed directly at him. You are stripped of your position, placed under immediate arrest, and will be investigated right away. Soldiers advanced, while Jairus still shouted, don't touch me with those filthy hands. But no one bothered listening to him anymore, and he was dragged out amid the jeers. Ashiro simply sighed, well done. The remaining nobles began huddling in fear. Will we be punished like that too? Whispers spread, Prince Ashiro, no title, no real power. Yet he has the full support of the entire Knight Order. The inheritance struggle ends here. Some even thought ahead. Count Russell is deliberately showing us humility. This is Prince Ashiro's warning to all of us. Still maintaining his role, Russell approached another person, the Minister of Security. The man broke into a cold sweat, stammering, why yes. Russell ordered, you are suspended from current duties and will be placed under stricter confinement. Avoid creating unnecessary misunderstandings in your interactions with others. With that said, he had no choice but to comply. Everything happened so swiftly and cleanly. When suddenly a voice interrupted, excuse me. A sincere-looking man bowed deeply. It was all due to my lack of oversight. Please approve my resignation. Ashiro recognized this man as Garrot, someone not only capable but highly trusted and respected by superiors. Besides, he had already sided with Russell, so Ashiro had no reason to dislike him. However, this would also mean facing strong backlash from within the system. Russell's tone remained stern as ever. Chief Steward, your resignation request is denied. He signaled a subordinate to present a stack of documents. This is the list of officials suspected of involvement in the recent incident. This is your task to make up for your mistake. Issue suspension orders and restrict their personnel expansion activities. ensure that administrative operations are not affected. Geralt still couldn't accept such a light punishment. "Forgive me, Your Highness," he stepped forward, intending to plead with Ashiro, Prince Ashiro. Ashiro declared clearly, "All of them, except the 4 finance ministry officials, must be investigated." At this point, Ashiro showed more decisiveness than anyone. "It seems we'll need to bring in new people for the finance ministry." Hearing that, Geralt paled. "What? Please show mercy to those who committed only minor offenses. Without even one high-ranking official left, administration will face serious difficulties." Ashiro still refused. "No, we need to bring in people we can trust completely for the finance ministry. Do you think it's acceptable to halt the investigation just because operations might be disrupted?" Ashiro gave an innocent but loaded smile. "Will they remember my leniency or overestimate themselves?" Geralt kept trying to plead, but Ashiro showed no mercy. "Fine then." The calm demeanor suddenly turned icy cold, forcing Geralt to step back. In his memory, Prince Ashiro had once been weak and indecisive. Now he was completely different. The others in the room quickly sensed the shift. If Russell symbolized strength, Geralt symbolized intellect. Seeing even Geralt back down before the prince left everyone confused and terrified. "Is this really happening?" Ashiro smiled faintly, realizing true victory was his. Now the power of the Shikin County territory was almost entirely in his hands. The road ahead was still long, yet a detailed info panel about Geralt, the man he'd just spoken with, appeared right before his eyes. The information clearly recorded skills, ranks, and status for each person. Not only that, notification panels appeared above everyone's heads in the room, making Ashiro even more excited about this new experience. Things are getting interesting. Ashiro looked around, surrounded by floating panels. Right then, Gerard was tapping something on his own screen displaying info. Name, Gerard Olsen. Title, Baron. Affiliation, Count of Shessen, Chief Steward, Strict Advisor, Combat Power Rank 1, Level 833. Reputation, 37 stars. Prestige, 49. Management, S. Finance, B. Military, E. Diplomacy, D. Development, D. Ashiro thought. Gerard said it would take time. He scanned the others seated around the table and told himself, "But it'll be different with these people. They're easy to read. The opposition will be eliminated soon, including the suspicious one." Ashiro continued scanning the room, then said to Gerard, "Especially the useless one." His face full of smug satisfaction, because he would only use those who passed the loyalty test. Those seated at the table, seeing Ashiro's smile, were all terrified. What kind of smile is that? So scary. Others were horrified too. If Prince Ashiro dislikes you, it means your head's gone. They started scrambling toward him. "Prince Ashiro, let me go first. Baron LTE, please hear me out." Ashiro laughed. "Everyone calm down. There's still plenty of time." From a distance, Russell just shook his head and sighed at the chaotic scene. The day had turned from morning to night. Everything finally handled. Ashiro stretched, then flopped contentedly onto the bed. On the soft mattress, he sighed, so tired. Staring toward the door for a while, Ashiro gradually drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he recalled his former self. Average grades, average looks, everything just average. But if he could beat a game no one else could, he'd become special. He remembered the feeling of grinding endlessly. The notification popping up. "Congratulations, Ashiro. Congratulations, Game Master. You are the first to be deified. Your name has been engraved in the Hall of Fame." The old man in the game told him, "You are the first to be deified." But Ashiro felt no joy because everything had ended. He only wished to be reborn on the continent of Ellen to become special. Suddenly, Ashiro jolted awake, yelling, "Wait, deified. I completed the game and got deified." His eyes sharpened as he recalled starting the game. Game notifications flashed again. "You have been reborn as a tiny soul. Overcome thorns to become a hero. Judged the fallen evil gods, and evolved into a deity. At that moment, any wish of yours will come true." At this, Ashiro shot up screaming, "No way." He remembered his former self, muttering, "I wish to be reborn on the continent of Ellen." Now Ashiro wondered, did it grant my wish? Thinking that, he felt fear. Really, was that my wish? But then Ashiro accepted his fate. Whatever, no turning back anyway. He rolled over and went back to sleep like there was no other choice. A question flashed in his mind. If I complete this game again and become a god, will I get another wish? While sleeping, Ashiro began mumbling, "I'll definitely beat this game," and he fell into a deep sleep. The quiet night had somehow become an energetic morning. After a good rest, Ashiro stretched full of energy. "All right, where should I start?" he muttered while walking. "I remember the Count's territory, but I've never heard of Shikin territory." Suddenly he paused, stroking his chin in thought. "But wait, where is this place exactly? Gotta check the map right." Ashiro opened the map. A notification appeared. You have conquered the continent of Ellen. He stared in shock. Next notification. Additional reward. Display all landmarks. For real? Ashiro shouted in joy. He cheered like he'd found a treasure map. Every ruin, dungeon, terrain, and hero's fate landmark was clearly marked. Ashiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a reward no one had ever achieved, because no one else had cleared the game besides him. He rolled around on the chair, laughing like a kid. Holy crap, this game's way too easy now. But then the smile faded. Wait, what year is it now? He opened the info panel. Imperial year, 289. Ashiro slumped. Hero's fate begins in Imperial year 294. So I don't know anything about Shikin territory. Shocked, he noticed, this land will disappear within the next 5 years. Why? Recalling Russell's words, Ashiro thought. Russell mentioned financial deficits. That must be why I was almost killed just for not having any maids. He decided to check the territory's finances. Notification. Checking Shikin territory financial status. Ashiro paled. What? Why suddenly? His eyes filled with horror. No way! Ashiro's scream echoed through the mountains and forests. Sweating, he stared at the panel. I should have just taken the remaining money and run. Wait, no, I can't take the territory with. He frowned. Money can be earned, but land can only be inherited. After calming down, he opened the Shikin count's financial records from the beginning. Ashiro examined seriously. Taxes are no different from other territories. Defense budget increased last year, no issue. Then he asked, what about the family's debts? So Ashiro pored over the books from morning till evening. By late afternoon, he slammed the ledger down. Goddamn, so tiring. Reading 10 years of documents is pure torture. Leaning back, Ashiro sighed. Trade with the Madrasa Desert Kingdom got interrupted. Makes sense. There on the other side of the highland. He reasoned, Madrasa Desert Kingdom, Gorda Highland, Shikin County territory. If trade stops, import-export taxes drop normal. But thinking further, he got angry. Where did they borrow such a huge sum from? The annual interest is higher than a year's tax revenue. Ashiro tugged his hair. The more I look, the more messed up. I need more info. A light bulb went on. Information. Ashiro grinned. Right, there's still one pig, locked in the dungeon, Jeiru's. Remembering him, Ashiro immediately headed to the dungeon. The path down was so quiet you could hear every footstep. The jailer saw him and quickly bowed. Lord Ashiro, why have you come here? Ashiro said curtly, take me to Jeiru's cell. The jailer trembled. Why yes, this way. Ashiro had to cover his nose. It stinks. The drainage system is practically abandoned. Walking down the corridor, the jailer started flattering. I never imagined Lord Ashiro would come personally. What an honor. Ashiro silently judged him, the type who only bows to power. Suddenly Ashiro sped up, walking side by side. The jailer startled. Lord Ashiro. Looking at the jailer, Ashiro wondered to himself. The captain of the guard is someone who always obeys authority. If he once imprisoned innocents, can I really trust? He smiled and said to the man, if someone is truly innocent, they should be given a chance to clear their name. What do you think? Somewhat frightened, the jailer rubbed his hands nervously and stammered. Why, you're right, my lord. Ashiro continued, and conversely, if someone is truly guilty but gets set free, they should be investigated again. So I'm assigning this task to you, jailer. The jailer was still trembling but bowed in response. Yes, I understand, my lord. Looking at him, Ashiro thought. Turns out he's a subordinate of the guard captain, yet switches sides so easily. So now I'm the new powerful master here, Whatever, I'll make the most use of him while I can. Suddenly he sped up past the man. Oh, by the way, I'm not the count yet, so watch your address carefully. The other man dodged aside and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, young master. While walking, Ashiro thought disdainfully. I'm no different from the politicians I used to despise, but out loud he said to the jailer, no need to apologize, just lead me to Jeiru's. Hearing that, the man replied, please follow this way, my lord. After walking a bit, the jailer stopped, leaving Ashiro puzzled and glancing over to see what was happening. Someone inside a cell angrily shouted, I can't stomach this disgusting slop. I'll be out of here soon enough. Ashiro peered in and asked, have you already found a way out of this prison? He sneered contemptuously, planning to escape, The man was none other than Jeiru's, the one Ashiro had come for. Jeiru said, I've been waiting for you, young master. You still owe me something, don't you? Ashiro was baffled by his words. He sat down in front of the cell and shot back. Are you delirious? What do I owe you? I still need to make sure the rope for your hanging is nice and strong. Your execution day is coming up soon. The jailer outside tried hard not to get involved. Ashiro's expression darkened as Jeiru's continued. I may look like this now, but I've worked in the Shikin Territory's Treasury Department for over 20 years. The reason the young master is wasting precious time visiting me, the former Treasury Minister, I think I can guess. At that point, Jeiru's face turned sinister. Ashiro snapped irritably. You mean the former treasury minister? Jairus laughed mockingly. You want to know about the massive debt hanging over the count's territory, don't you? Ashiro was annoyed by that attitude, but Jairus still didn't know his place. He raised his voice and ordered, Jailer. The man tensed. Yes. Ashiro asked, isn't there a torture specialist here? The jailer trembled as he answered, why yes, there is, my lord. He commanded, bring that person here. The jailer asked shakily, all right now, my lord. Ashiro shouted, do I look like I'm joking? Answer me. The jailer was so terrified he nearly collapsed. I'll bring him immediately. He bolted away like lightning. Ashiro thought to himself, he thought he could sweet-talk me just because I'm young. Ashiro's expression turned icy cold. He realized the man before him had truly held the real power in the count's mansion. Both the jailer and Jairus were now trembling. Damn, this kid is actually calling the torturer. This is bad. Ashiro said to Jairus, I don't think you'll hold out long under pain, but give it your best shot. Jairus panicked, and Ashiro grinned wickedly, threatening, if you endure long enough and impress me, maybe I'll change your execution from hanging to poison, so you can savor a slow death. Jairus knew he was screwed. Seeing the complete seriousness in Ashiro's eyes, he began begging, Prince, spare me. I have incredibly valuable information. This is a huge opportunity. Ashiro thought the old man was stalling but said aloud, let's hear it then. Jairus started spilling everything about the count's territory debts. When he heard what he wanted, Ashiro's face grew even darker. Jairus continued, all the debts belonged to a merchant named Zoret Misays. Seeing no reaction, Jairus added more. Zoret is the secret treasury manager for the Hashirin family. The Hashirins used Zoret to divert mining tax revenue that was supposed to go to the crown. After hearing it, Ashiro asked, and if we accuse him before the crown, we won't have to repay that debt. But what if he sells the debt ownership cheaply before getting caught? To the Hashirin family, for example. Jairus fumbled, I never thought of that. Right then a voice called out, Prince. The jailer had returned, hurriedly saying, we've brought. A menacing-looking man appeared, carrying a sharp axe, wearing a mask and hood. The jailer introduced, the interrogator. This guy's whole vibe was gloomy, the best torturer in the count's territory. Seeing him, Ashiro looked excited, while Jairus trembled violently, nearly collapsing. He screamed, Prince, have mercy. But Ashiro's eyes only gleamed with amusement. Jairus kept pleading, just the Hashirin family's black ledger alone exceeds 1,000,000 gold. He gave Ashiro a pitiful look, but the boy didn't care. He turned away. The interrogator understood the signal and stepped into the cell, making Jairus turn deathly pale, while Ashiro casually hummed a tune outside. Jairus shouted desperately, wait, please wait. I know the location of Jura's secret treasury. Hearing that, Ashiro asked softly, secret treasury. The interrogator didn't let Jairus continue. He threw him to the ground and barked, shut up. He leaned in close to Jairus, raised his hand, and laughed loud. Even as he was stepped on, Jairus kept begging, Prince, it's true. I've worked in finance for years. I'm absolutely certain, no doubt. Before he finished, Ashiro kicked him in the face and ordered, go. I'm starting to get interested too. How do you know the secret treasury's location? Despite the torture, Jairus stammered and refused to speak. Seeing his resistance, Ashiro told the interrogator, let's get started then. The man bowed, yes. Immediately, Jairus screamed like a stuck pig as the interrogator grabbed his hand and said, we'll start with breaking fingers then, one by one. Realizing he was about to be truly tormented, Jairus cried out in terror, wait, I'll talk. Trembling, he confessed, I once tried to rob the treasury, but failed. Hearing that, Ashiro asked irritably, you didn't go yourself, right? Jairus immediately admitted, I hired some thieves to steal the gold from the treasury. Ashiro frowned but stayed calm and asked next, hired thieves, how much did you pay? Jairus answered in fear, Th3. Hearing that, Ashiro exploded, 300 gold, are you serious? Jairus stammered to correct, 3,000. Ashiro froze, 3,000. You said 3,000 gold. Seeing Ashiro's reaction, Jairus nearly cried tears of blood, thinking, oh no, I'm done for. Suddenly Ashiro burst into loud laughter, leaving the jailer, the interrogator, and Jairus all bewildered. The jailer muttered, he's gone mad, why is he laughing nonstop? The interrogator suggested, Prince, perhaps we should just kill him, end it. After laughing, Ashiro turned serious again and asked, 3,000 gold, that's half the count's annual revenue. Where did you get that kind of money? Jairus trembled. Before he could finish, Ashiro stared him down coldly. You embezzled from the count's treasury, didn't you? Jairus bowed his head in admission. I had no choice. If the treasury key hadn't been that magic crystal orb, I would have succeeded. Hearing that, Ashiro repeated, magic crystal orb. He ordered, sit up, explain clearly. Jairus shakily looked up. I heard duplicating the crystal orb costs 2,500 gold. Ashiro thought this seems useful. He said you got scammed. Jeru's jolted, SC scam. Ashiro speculated. It's highly likely Jorat and the thieves were working together. Jeru's weakly protested. Impossible. I saw with my own eyes the secret vault open with that orb. Ashiro stayed patient. So where's the vault? Jeru's answered. On the Gadra Highland. I was blindfolded so I don't know the exact spot, but I'm certain it's on the Gadra Highland. Ashiro pulled up the map and thought while looking. Gadra Highland. The jailer asked quietly, "Where are you looking, my lord?" Ashiro marked the map. This is the Gadra Highland, right? The system notification appeared. Research surrounding ruins. Ashiro guessed. Ruins, huh? I think I get it now. I need to investigate this deep. He recalled Leela's words. A special force unit of talented war orphans, trained at the Gadra Highland camp. Everything matched. Ashiro stood up, turned his back and said, "Jailer." He responded immediately. "Yes, my lord. Let's go." The jailer was confused but obeyed. "Yes, this way, my lord." Meanwhile, Jeru's in the cell screamed, "Prince, prince." But Ashiro ignored him and walked away. The jailer closed the door, and Ashiro looked at him, recalling Jeru's confession. He embezzled 3,000 gold, and the jailer took bribes. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Ashiro called jailer. He startled, "Yes. Jeru's has already confessed to embezzling 3,000 gold. Of course you don't know anything about that, right?" He trembled. "Of course not, prince." In his mind he thought, he can't possibly know I took bribes, right? Ashiro turned his back and said coldly, "I overheard it when you weren't around." The jailer went pale. What? Ashiro turned back, eyes icy. "I'm a generous person, but I'm not sure how much I can overlook. This puts you in quite a bind, doesn't it?" The jailer immediately dropped to his knees. "Prince, spare me, I'm sorry." In his heart he cursed, "That damn pig, he sold me out." His mouth kept begging, "I swear I won't do it again." He looked up, but Ashiro had already disappeared. The jailer gritted his teeth in rage. "Fine, now I'll deal with Jeru's." He charged into the cell, muttering to himself, "I'll show that old bastard what hell really feels like." Meanwhile, Ashiro hid behind a well and chuckled with delight. Suddenly, someone quietly approached from behind. Ashiro spun around instantly. "Who's there?" A tall figure emerged. Judging by the outfit, Ashiro assessed. A knight from the Blue Lion Order. He spoke up, "What do you want?" The man bowed respectfully. "I am Kraut Salim, ordered by Viscount Russell's representative to escort you back, your highness." Ashiro nodded, "I understand." As he pulled up the interface to check the man's info, Kraut replied, "It's an honor to meet you." Right then, Kraut Salim's status panel appeared. Name, Kraut Salim. Age, 26, Knight under Count Zin's territory, Blue Lion Knight's Order. Position, Veteran Knight. Personality, stubborn, direct, aggressive commander. Physical condition, normal. Combat ability, rank 5, level 5278. Reputation, XXXXX. Fame, 27. Management, E. Finance, E. Military, A. Development, Re. After reading it, Ashiro thought to himself, his abilities are pretty solid. Was there someone like this in Hero's Fate? The name doesn't ring a bell. Maybe he died early. Ashiro observed Kraut for a moment and mused. With potential and a level cap around the high 700s, he could crack the top 100 strongest on the continent. Rank military skills. Someone with this kind of potential is rare. He said nothing, just stared, making Kraut puzzled. Ashiro thought again, does he have something special? Described as someone who slaughters any enemy without mercy. Even his lord, the Black Prince, has never seen his true face. The Grim Reaper. Ashiro shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, impossible. He looked at Kraut again and thought. The legendary Grim Reaper is described as gaunt and gloomy. This muscular guy is the complete opposite. Then Ashiro focused on the most important thing. Kraut's eyes, he noted. His eyes are too bright. Still, Ashiro didn't dwell on it and concluded. Based on this potential alone, he's at least A rank. Keeping him close will benefit. Suddenly, Kraut called out, "Prince." Ashiro startled and Kraut asked worriedly, "Are you all right? I've called you several times." Ashiro brushed it off. "It's nothing. What is it?" Kraut reported, "A merchant named Gerard Milsers has come to see you." Hearing the name, Ashiro immediately asked back, "Gerard Milsers?" Recalling what Jeru said in the dungeon, Ashiro confirmed, "The Count's massive debt all belongs to Gerard Milsers." He personally inspected the secret treasury entrance and saw Gerard Milsers open the door with the magic crystal orb. Realizing this was the merchant Jeru's mentioned, Ashiro thought, "Interesting." He quickly said, "Let's go." Kraut startled and hurried after him. Ashiro still thought silently, this guy definitely can't be the Grim Reaper. With such an innocent face, no way. The two returned. Kraut opened the door. "This way, my lord." Ashiro stepped inside. The moment he entered, a voice drew his attention. It's a pleasure to meet you, Prince Ashiro. The man before him introduced himself. I am Gerard Milsers, currently running a small trading company. Ashiro replied, I've heard that the Milsers Trading Company may not be large, but it's highly respected. He smiled and complimented the man. Milsers humbly bowed, You're too kind. Ashiro seized the moment and asked directly, Why would a successful merchant want to meet me? I hold no official position or authority. If it's about business, shouldn't you discuss it with Viscount Russell's representative? Hearing that, Milsers suddenly burst into loud laughter, then replied, Shiken territory is currently managed by Viscount Russell, but in the end, it will belong to you, Prince. He asked back who in Shiken would dare disregard your decision, Prince Ashiro. Ashiro humbly responded, I'm just one of two possible heirs. Don't overestimate me like that. Milsers rubbed his hands cheerfully. You're being too modest. There hasn't been an official announcement yet, but I've heard the heir selection is already decided. Ashiro replied seriously, You're good at gathering info, but there's still no public announcement. Hearing that, Milsers couldn't laugh anymore and only gave a forced smile. If I've offended you, I apologize. However, he confidently added, I'm a talented merchant. If I didn't know such information, I couldn't survive in this business. In his mind, Milsers assessed, quite different from the rumors. Didn't everyone say Ashiro was a naive idiot? But he's sharp and suspicious. Has he been hiding like this all this time? A kid not even 20 fooling the whole world for a century. Impossible. Milsers glanced at Ashiro and acknowledged, he's quite handsome. Even the rumors about his looks making men swoon are true. He showed an expression full of admiration. Seeing that look, Ashiro felt disgusted and shivered. He shot to his feet, startling both Milsers and Kraut. Ashiro said sternly, I didn't come here to waste time. He looked straight at Milsers. You requested to meet me. If there's nothing important, I'm leaving. Realizing his blunder, Milsers bowed apologetically. I apologize. He knew if Ashiro left now, all his plans would collapse. So he resolved to keep him here at all costs. The merchant said, I was simply captivated by your appearance, my lord. Ashiro felt confused, unsure what was wrong with the man. He sat back down, still remembering that creepy expression earlier. That face was really gross. He said, enough beating around the bush, get to the point. Milsers immediately said, I came to discuss the massive debt tied to the late Count Korin. Ashiro wasn't too concerned and replied, massive debt. If you don't know, the finance officer is currently imprisoned on suspicion of illegal activity. With that, he flicked a booger, making Kraut stifle a laugh. In his mind, Ashiro reaffirmed, I knew it, but these tricks won't work on me. Milsers continued, it's been 5 years, so perhaps you don't know the details. But the moment I've been waiting for has finally arrived. He secretly imagined Ashiro's despairing face when learning about the huge debt. With a sly expression, Milsers laid out the terms. Per the contract, after 3 years from the borrowing date, I have the right to demand full repayment of principal and interest at any time. Milsers bowed low, telling himself not to show his glee. He said, unfortunately, in 2 weeks, before the end of Imperial Calendar Week 288 of the Drifting Moon, you must repay the full amount of 60,000 gold coins. Kraut heard that and shouted in shock, 60,000 gold. Milsers looked at Ashiro with sinister eyes, while the boy remained calm and silent. Kraut stammered in confusion. Can you grant an extension? He feigned regret and sighed. I apologize. After Count Korin's death, the territory's credit has severely declined. We wanted to demand repayment last year, but delayed it out of trust in our partnership. Ashiro kept an indifferent face and said nothing, while Milsers dragged out the conversation to emphasize that now the successor count must pay. Kraut's face turned green, unsure what to do. Ashiro realized the merchant's intent, pretending generosity, but actually refusing extension. With only 2 weeks until the debt deadline, Ashiro suddenly stood and said, You might not know, but the Count's territory earns over 6,000 gold annually. Finding someone to lend 60,000 gold isn't an issue. No need to worry. Kraut wondered blankly, really. Milsers gave a polite smile. How fortunate, we have nothing to worry about that. But in his heart he sneered, not believing Ashiro could easily raise that sum. Milsers continued, I will return with the loan contract bearing the Shiken territory seal. He was certain no one would lend 60,000 gold, and the Count's territory would soon be his. Before leaving, Milsers bowed politely. Then I shall take my leave. In his mind, he thought, soon I'll see this little noble brat kneeling and begging me. With a face that beautiful, he'd fetch a high price at the slave market. But first, I should play with him a bit. Before going, Milsers didn't forget to taunt. Good luck to you. He left and Ashiro remained very calm. Kraut started muttering calculations. So 60,000 gold, my weekly pay is 2 silver coins, 53 weeks in a year. Ashiro ordered, stop calculating, you're distracting me. sit down. Kraut anxiously grabbed Ashiro's hand. How are you so calm? Prince, the territory will be taken away. Ashiro opened the map and pondered. He said the secret vault is on the Gadra Highland. On the map, I think this ruin is the secret vault. Need to investigate further. The map image showed the vast land outside the castle, with the Gadra Highland as the most dangerous area, teeming with monsters like Risk, the kind he always wanted to avoid. Kraut followed along, confused. Prince, where are we going? Ashiro smiled and thought, I need someone who knows the Gadra Highland well. Maybe an assassin who values their life would be useful. He looked toward the dungeon, then said, I have business with a prisoner. I'll go in there with Kraut, don't mind us. Kraut pointed ahead. This room used to belong to Jus. Inside was a simple but cozy room. Ashiro commented, it's neater and warmer than I expected. A voice rang out. I cleaned it up a bit. Ashiro startled. It was Layla who said, this poor place doesn't have anything expensive or luxurious. Seeing Layla, Ashiro complimented, you look fine. Leela replied, I'm as fine as you see. Kraut drew his sword in warning. Watch your mouth, woman. Leela wasn't afraid and glared back. She observed Ashiro, then coldly accused, you tricked me. At that moment, Ashiro looked at Leela and said, I just poisoned you back, made you scared. Then he asked Leela seriously, you've heard of Seed's puppet poison before, haven't you? Leela immediately screamed in horror, impossible. You're lying. How could a little noble brat like you possibly have that? Ashiro glared, replying calmly, with money you can have anything. Let me give you a hint. Seed's puppet poison has over 3,000 possible antidotes. Depending on how it's prepared, you need the exact matching cure. Right here, I've prepared the best antidote for you. Hearing that, Leela grew even more terrified. He said gravely, you caught on faster than I expected. Leela trembled as she replied, so you've come all this way because you need me. But what can I even do? Ashiro showed no emotion, his face remaining completely calm. Leela gave a faint smile and said, I have no intention of following your orders anymore, Prince. But if we share an intimate moment together, who knows, I might start listening to you again. She kept provoking, of course, you'd better make it good. Kraut angrily reached for his sword, but Ashiro stopped him. Hold it. Ashiro said coldly, I'm here to give you a chance to survive. Leela looked confused. What do you mean? He explained clearly. Even if I let you go now, you'd be killed the moment you step outside this place. With that, Ashiro sighed and continued. You've already realized the Shikin family is in conflict with the Hashirin Viscount family, haven't you? Kraut had calmed down and sheathed his sword. Leela crossed her legs and answered. After turning the clan leader's daughter into a criminal and sealing Grand Bane's mana aperture, nothing surprises me anymore. Ashiro pressed on, and you were the one who witnessed it, who did everything. Don't you get it yet? Those words startled Layla. She trembled as she said, the Hashirin family will kill me. Shouldn't you save me and make me retract my testimony? That's the only way to get my name off their blacklist. Ashiro interrupted sharply. Even if we did that, would Grand Bane's mana aperture ever return to normal? Leela fell silent at that. Ashiro continued. The Hashirin family's plan to take over Shikin territory has been completely destroyed. Then he concluded, nobles don't let anyone who stands in their way lie. By now Leela's face had turned deathly pale, remembering how many people had died like dogs working for nobles, never imagining she'd end up in the same position one day. She ground her teeth in rage. Why me? Then Leela suddenly grabbed the nearby candlestick. Kraut became alert, noticing her movement. Leela lost control and screamed. Die. She twisted the candlestick into a sharp point and lunged. Ashiro was stunned. The moment Leela charged, Kraut was already moving. He kicked her hard, sending her flying back and crashing into the wall. He stood protectively in front of Ashiro, sword drawn and pointed at Leela, roaring furiously. Filthy assassin, how dare you threaten the young lord? Leela lay on the ground, in too much pain to move. Ashiro spoke up. Thank you for the protection, but don't humiliate her too much. Then he slowly approached, softening his tone. After all, thanks to her, I was able to become the successor count. Kraut sheathed his sword and said, my apologies, my lord. Ashiro wasn't upset, he just replied, it's fine. He came closer, stopping a few steps from Leela, and said calmly, people usually hate the one who reveals the truth more than the one who pushes them into despair. Do you know why? But Leela only glared at him with hatred. Ashiro didn't mind. He sat down near her, making Kraut anxious, but he remained composed and said, no matter who the opponent is, venting anger at them only gives temporary relief. At this point, he smiled at Leela and continued, with a will to survive like yours, you're not the type to give up easily, right? Leela buried her face, hiding her emotions, then suddenly sprang up, shouting with fierce determination, I won't die, I can't die. Ashiro also smiled gently and replied, then you'll be very useful. Leela froze in surprise. Ashiro stood up and said, if you help me with my work, I'll protect you from anyone hunting you. If you have family, I'll protect them too. Leela startled, her face filled with worry then fear as she screamed. My family has nothing to do with this. Are you going to take them hostage to threaten me? Don't mess with me. Ashiro burst out laughing, then stopped smiling. Looking at Leela calmly, don't misunderstand. Even if you die, I wouldn't care. Assassins like you are a dime a dozen. Leila suddenly realized, to a great noble like a count, she was nothing more than a disposable tool. But deep down she was still puzzled. Then why not find someone else? There must be a reason you went through all this trouble just to convince me, right? Ashiro only looked at her calmly. He slowly said, first, to save time finding another plan. Second, do you remember what I said to you before? Leela looked confused and didn't have time to answer. Before Ashiro cut in and walked slowly to another spot. He turned back, raising one finger, and said slowly, I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't accept in that time, I'll set you free. Leela was stunned, thinking back. Ashiro's words actually made sense. Her whole life had been carrying out missions to eliminate traitors. Now cornered with no escape, even if she hated Ashiro, she had no other choice. Besides, once she finished thinking, determination filled Leela's face. She silently vowed to survive at any cost. Raising her head with a serious expression, she said firmly, I understand. Leela stood up and continued, the Shikin and Hashirin families have gone too far. They'll disappear soon, and I'll benefit more if the Hashirin family vanishes. Seeing that, Ashiro couldn't help but smile, finally thinking clearly, Leela filled with resolve again, hands on her hips, and declared, you must treat me as a mercenary, under an equal contract, not as a subordinate. I don't want to run around doing irrelevant tasks. Kraut behind her trembled with rage, gripping his sword tightly. Ashiro, however, just shrugged helplessly, a bit of awkwardness on his face. Luckily, Kraut held back, but finally couldn't stand it. He angrily raised his sword, ready to charge at Leela, and shouted furiously, how dare you speak to the young lord like that, you insolent woman. But Leela wasn't scared. She calmly raised both hands and smiled lightly. I'll be polite to my client, of course. After all, he's the one paying me. So you're not planning to attack your new ally, right? I thought you valued knightly honor. The more he heard, the angrier Kraut got. Ally? What ally? Leela and Kraut faced off, sparks practically flying between their glares. Right in the middle of their argument, Ashiro spoke up. What did you say last time again? The question stunned both of them. They turned to him, faces full of confusion. Seeing their attention on him, Ashiro continued. The Shadow Legion's training ground for the Hashirin family is on the Gadra Highland, right? This was a reminder of what Leela had once said about the place gathering children for war, the special training camp on the Highland. Caught off guard, Leela didn't react in time. What? Before she could finish, Ashiro pointed at Kraut and ordered, Kraut, I need a detailed map of the entire kingdom and the areas around Hashirin territory. As he spoke, he thought to himself that only he could see the system map window. Hearing the order, Kraut responded promptly. There's a large map in the military council room, my lord. Hearing that, Ashiro's face lit up, eyes sparkling. Let's go. Kraut followed behind enthusiastically. Yes, my lord. Leela behind them just shook her head, thinking to herself, so full of energy. Kraut opened the door respectfully. After you, my lord. After waiting a moment without Ashiro stepping forward, he turned back in surprise. What's wrong, my lord? Why are you standing behind me? At this point, Ashiro stood frozen, sweating, not daring to look straight ahead, voice shaky. It's nothing, just go ahead. Seeing the strange behavior, Kraut suspected. You don't know the way, do you? Ashiro grew more anxious and replied, I know, just go. But Kraut stubbornly insisted. Isn't a knight supposed to walk behind his lord? Ashiro only urged, hurry up. Leela, watching from behind, had no idea what to do and stayed silent. The sun had risen high, piercing through the night. In the military council room of the castle, filled with weapons, armor, and strategic tools like swords, maps, and battle formation. Ashiro's face glowed as he looked around the room. Kraut led them to the large map at the far end. This was the kingdom's highest-level secret military map for the entire continent. He stared intently at the map as if searching for something. Gadra Highland. Gadra Highland. Suddenly he pointed to a spot labeled Gorda. There it is. He asked the two, do you know anything about this place? Kraut answered honestly, it's quite well known. There's a copper mine there, but operations stopped due to conflict. As Kraut spoke, Ashiro opened his system map window to cross-reference, still asking, Baron Arab is on our side, right? Kraut replied, yes, my lord. The more he examined the map, the more displeased Ashiro looked, face full of doubt. By the way, is this map accurate? When was it last surveyed? Kraut was confused. I'm not sure, my lord. After looking at the map for a long time, Leela spoke up. It seems a bit outdated, but probably no major errors. She thought to herself, so that's why he came to me, but aloud she said, it would be better to update it with some recent changes. Kraut was surprised that Leela could answer, turning to look at her in astonishment. Ashiro also stared at Leela in shock. You can read maps, she replied naturally, voice confident, of course. I grew up there, so I know the area well. With that, Leela curiously asked, what's in the Gadra Highland? Ashiro kept looking at the map and answered, there's an ancient ruin there. I want to explore it. Leela was stunned. A ruin? There's no such thing there. But Ashiro just bowed his head, hand on his chin in thought. When I was little, didn't the adults always say that place had never been explored? Leela startled, replying in surprise. Yes, the adults always told us never to go there. She began analyzing, confirming the existence of that land. Seeing that, Ashiro asked further, do you know when the Hashirin family started training their secret army? Leela answered, somewhat uncertain. I don't quite understand what you mean, but from when I graduated the 6th term and was dispatched for 5 years, I'd estimate around 15 years ago. Ashiro continued asking about the territorial dispute between the Hashirin and Arab families when it began. Kraut chimed in unexpectedly, around that same time 15 years ago. Hearing him, Leela turned to look at him, pushing his shoulder and saying, hey, did you just figure something out? Seeing Kraut still deep in thought and not getting it, she showed contempt, so that's it. Kraut got angry hearing that, rushing over to argue. What's with that arrogant attitude? Are you mocking me? Leela wasn't one to back down. She pinched his face and shot back loudly. I didn't do anything. So what if I'm arrogant? What do you think you are? Seeing the two getting louder, Ashiro finally spoke up. Training an army requires a huge amount of money. Without a specific reason, it's very hard to expand military scale. Both immediately stopped arguing. Leela asked curiously, so what do you mean? Kraut rubbed his red-pinched face while glaring resentfully at Leela. He immediately retorted, it means they got money from somewhere. Idiot, Leela shot back, I wasn't asking you. At this point, Ashiro ignored their bickering and said seriously, exactly as Kraut said, the Hashirin family must have found a new source of funds around that time. It seems they used it to secretly train their army, then carried out covert operations like yours. Leela was stunned hearing that, unsure how to respond when Kraut cut in mockingly. I wonder what those covert operations were. Though annoyed, Leela turned to Ashiro and asked, so what exactly is the source of the money, and how does it relate to the ruin? Ashiro calmly turned and said, copper mines are often found near silver mines. Usually, copper ore contains silver too. Kraut was shocked. You mean the Hashirin family is secretly mining silver? That's a serious crime. Ashiro nodded, sitting down on a chair and replying slowly, exactly. But think about it, if you discovered a silver mine on your land, whether gold or silver, it's all crown property no matter where it's found. Do you think any noble would honestly report it? Kraut asked further, then what about the ruins? Ashiro answered confidently, I know what kind of ruin it is. It's the perfect place to hide something. He pondered again, then continued, you might not believe me, but I've never left the Count's manor. Leela looked doubtful and asked back, but what does that have to do with us? Are you planning to start a war to seize the resources? I don't think Shikin territory has the strength for that. Kraut, though unconvinced, felt helpless and still held resentment inside. Leela spoke up, in any case not reporting a silver mine is illegal. Even if we seize it through war, if they report to the crown, it's over. What if we report it first? Ashiro immediately cut in. We wouldn't get anything. He stood up and calmly continued. Our territory is on the brink of bankruptcy. We need money. Kraut pondered, while Leela still didn't quite understand and asked again, so what do you mean? Ashiro replied, the accumulated money is definitely there. Hearing that, Kraut excitedly said, that's illegal money. Even if we steal it, they can't sue anyone. His words enlightened both of them. Kraut directly said, I get it now. That night, darkness fell, stars twinkling to create a grand and beautiful scene. In the castle courtyard, a group had gathered, including Ashiro and Kraut. Seeing Ashiro preparing to leave, Russell approached worried. My lords, the Gadra Highland isn't a place to joke around. Kraut felt hurt that he wasn't trusted. But Russell cut him off, voice stern. Rushing into danger and acting recklessly only leads to trouble. You should reconsider. Kraut, hearing that, felt happy, like an old man worrying for his grandson. Still, he insisted. If you came with us, things would be much easier. Ashiro calmly looked at Russell and said seriously, in such unstable times, both of us leaving the territory is too risky. Russell reluctantly accepted. Yes, my thinking was too shallow. Please be careful. He turned back and loudly instructed the soldiers. Protect the young lord well. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences, right? Kraut shouted at, wasn't scared. Instead he grinned. Don't worry, leave it to me. Seeing Kraut's attitude, Russell angrily smacked him on the head and said sternly, remember that. Kraut looked dejected. My apologies. Everyone began moving. When they reached the castle gate, they stopped. Russell gathered them and declared gravely, "The young lord is still injured, yet he endures for the territory." Obey him absolutely understood. All stood at attention, hands clasped, shouting in unison, "Yes." Ashiro calmly observed everyone's reaction. Looking at the soldiers who weren't fully serious when Russell spoke, he thought to himself, no warrior wants to serve a lord so weak he considered suicide. Then Ashiro looked toward a figure cloaked in black cloth not far away. That was Leela. He thought silently, raising their loyalty is also my responsibility. Everyone moved to an old well. Looking down, it was pitch black like an endless abyss. Kraut volunteered to go first, holding an oil lamp in his mouth to light the way. Seeing Ashiro next to descend, he worriedly reminded, "Be careful, young lord." Ashiro remained calm, climbing down for a long while until reaching the bottom. Looking ahead at the tunnel, Kraut said in surprise, "From here, this tunnel leads outside the castle. It's quite far." Ahead was a straight tunnel with no visible end. Ashiro showed no fear and simply said, "Let's go." Kraut replied seriously, "Yes." The group advanced cautiously, following in line for safety. Leela was last. After a long stretch, the group stopped. Kraut looked ahead and said, "Here we are, we've arrived." By now Ashiro was exhausted, his body still wounded yet forced to travel such a long distance. His face looked weary, body trembling like he might collapse, breathing heavily. From behind, he thought while tired, "Good thing I almost missed it." Kraut climbed up first, bending down to offer his hand. "Young lord, take my hand." Ashiro didn't hesitate and grabbed it. After emerging from the underground tunnel, the guard pulled Ashiro through a small hatch into a strange place. Everything around was desolate. He poked his head out the small door curiously. "Where are we?" Kraut led the way, opening the door and explaining, "This is an abandoned old water reservoir, no longer in use this way, my lord." Stepping out of the building, Ashiro was surprised to see pack horses already prepared and waiting to depart. He thought to himself, they prepared everything so thoroughly. While Kraut and Ashiro discussed the plan on a tree, Leela waited below at the trunk. Kraut said seriously, "Young lord, I apologize, but this is a life-or-death matter for your subordinates." Ashiro looked up at him with a frown. Kraut continued, "We can't risk an untested method." The two on the high branch discussed under the bright sun. Ashiro gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "On this continent, no one knows more about monsters than me, but I have no way to convince them." Kraut jumped down to the ground, landing and saying, "I'll stop that attack myself and come up with the plan." Ashiro was still deep in thought, face showing various emotions. Even if Kraut agreed, he wasn't sure the others would follow. Suddenly Kraut's voice rang out, "Knights of the Blue Lion Order, I will explain the plan." Despite the others discussing, Leela still stood quietly by the tree trunk observing. The soldiers gathered in front of the camp tent to discuss the plan. Ashiro looked askew, thinking to himself, "What is this? This isn't even a plan. It's just handling everything based on individual ability." His face gradually turned serious. Unless he proved his capability and built credibility, he'd still just be a burden. Leela still silently watched from the tree trunk. Kraut's voice rang out, "Now prepare." The warriors reorganized their gear and prepared weapons, ready to prove their worth. Ashiro sat alone in the carriage, still stuck in his thought, until he saw Leela approach, removing her hood. She spoke, "I have something to discuss with you." As she spoke, Leela lowered her eyes. "This plan will fail. They'll all be wiped out." She continued, looking toward Kraut commanding, "I believe you'll save them, even if it means risking your life." Ashiro gritted his teeth, face showing clear frustration. "I know that too." He spoke up, startling Leela. She asked, "Then why stay silent?" He replied, "I'm not silent." Ashiro sighed, face full of worry. "I'm trying to find a way to overcome this and take control of my subordinates." Leela looked at him, silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke, "I have an idea." Ashiro said, "Go ahead." Leela immediately explained, "The big-footed ones are very protective of the small ones. When battle starts, they'll prioritize protecting the young. Whether the situation is favorable or not, the females will carry the young and run first, while the males hold off the enemy. But once they've hidden the young, they'll come back for brutal revenge." Ashiro thought to himself he already knew that, so it wouldn't be easy. Then he asked, "So what's your idea?" Seeing Ashiro's reaction, Leela was slightly surprised. She replied, "First, I need to confirm one thing." She asked further, "Our goal isn't to wipe out the big-footed ones, but to pass through them as quietly as possible, right?" Ashiro still sat in the carriage, hand on his knee, eyes on her. "Yes, we just need to get through." Hearing the answer she wanted, Leela began proposing the plan. "There's a method. We just need to make them think their hiding place is no longer safe. Right now, there are 5 groups blocking the path we need to take. I imagine Kraut leading with 2 warriors to draw the attention of 3 big-footed ones. After that idiot attacks, the other three will strike their den. If we arrange another team to cause chaos at the hiding spot of the females, and young, even temporarily, then all the big-footed ones will immediately retreat to protect their nest. If we make good use of that time, the main force can pass through safe. After Leela finished speaking, Ashiro bowed his head and closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he had already considered this plan, but he still asked her in return, so that's the plan. Ashiro's expression turned serious. Then who will do it? Who will find their hiding spot to attack? He asked while looking at Leela, not waiting for her answer before continuing. The big-footed ones, especially the females who desperately protect their young, will go berserk chasing after us. That's no different from a suicide mission. A calm voice rang out, "I'll do it." Ashiro's mind filled with question marks, barely able to process it when Leela pointed at herself and said calmly, "I planned to do it from the start." Ashiro widened his eyes and asked back, "Do you have Siren's destroyer herb?" Leela was slightly startled. "How did you know?" He replied in a matter-of-fact tone that left her even more confused. "Simple. If you didn't have it, you wouldn't have accepted a mission that's basically guaranteed death. I need that herb to fool the big-footed ones. Their sense of smell is sharper than a dog's." Suddenly, Leela changed the subject. "I've been observing you for a while now, but my impression of you has really changed. You're like a completely different person." Caught off guard by the question, Ashiro coughed repeatedly, utterly embarrassed. Leela asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Why are you coughing so hard all of a sudden?" Ashiro covered his mouth, dodging the previous topic. If it succeeds, it's not a bad plan at all." Leela reassured him, "Don't worry." That caught Ashiro's attention and he looked toward her. Leela confidently patted her chest. "From the age of 8, I've treated this place like my playground." Ashiro responded somewhat indifferently, "Why are you helping me?" Leela explained, "If the Shiken family falls, I'll be in danger too." Ashiro thought this wasn't something he could overlook, but he also had no reason not to trust her. He smiled. "Earning trust from others is hard, yet you managed it." Hearing that, Leela just bowed her head silently, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Not letting the silence drag on, Ashiro stood up and said, "All right, before we begin, I have something to ask." Leela asked curiously, "What is it?" Ashiro pointed toward the distance. "Look over there." He continued explaining, "When facing the big-footed ones, you always have to assume there are at least 2 more ahead than what you see. There's a saying like this." Leela seemed to realize something and finished for him. "The ones behind will circle back to attack from the rear." Ashiro praised, "Exactly. That's how they hunt, over there and over there." He pointed into the distance and asked, "What do you think of that creature?" Leela answered confidently, "That's definitely one of them. That cave is their favorite spot." Ashiro smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Thanks for the info. Looks like we can get through this without too much trouble." Ashiro thought that simply hiding in the cave to stop the big-footed ones wouldn't work. He didn't have enough manpower, and convincing them would be hard. They also didn't want him to surrender. Leela bowed respectfully, silently guessing that Ashiro would have the knights guard those points. Suddenly Ashiro said, "And I have a few requests." Leela looked at him curiously. Kraut suddenly noticed something in the area near the young lord's carrot. Seeing Ashiro and Leela chatting very animated, the two kept talking non-stop, Leela smiling and occasionally laughing. "That sounds interesting." Ashiro looked at Leela, a bit dazed, then spoke up. "Wait." Leela looked up at where Ashiro was standing, suddenly reaching out to touch his cheek, startling him. Leela lightly brushed his cheek. Before Ashiro could react, his face flushed bright red. It seemed she whispered something that made Ashiro even more flustered, eyes spinning as he blurted, "What?" Ashiro closed his eyes, blushing in embarrassment, when a voice made him startle and open them. It was Leila holding up a leaf and smiling. "There was a leaf on your head." Ashiro's face burned red, his body trembling inexplicably. Dying of embarrassment, he compared the situation to an otaku risking everything just to get an idol's autograph. Suddenly, a call of Prince annoyed him for interrupting. Both turned back. It was Kraut, the one who ruined his mood. He asked, "Is something wrong?" Though irritated, Ashiro stammered, "Nothing." Kraut asked concerned, "Are you cold, my lord?" Ashiro regained composure and told him, "Oh right, go prepare weapons for Leila." Hearing that, Kraut silently nodded, while Leila stayed quiet as Ashiro continued instructing. "She'll be doing a task I assigned. If she suddenly disappears, don't be surprised." After hearing, Kraut wanted to ask Ashiro, "Can you tell me about that task? Honestly, I still don't trust her much." Ashiro advised, "Then trust my judgment. We're all in the same boat." Hearing Ashiro's words, Leela blushed slightly, while Kraut sighed and reluctantly agreed, but added a condition. "I understand, but just this once." Before he finished, Leela cut in, "I'll prepare myself, no need." Hearing that, both Kraut and Ashiro blushed, shouting in shock, "What?" The people preparing around them also started looking her way, then blushing. Leela stood up, took off her cloak, revealing her slender figure, then stood there tying her hair. Kraut asked in embarrassment, you're. Meanwhile, Ashiro was so embarrassed his head felt like it was steaming. Leela, paying no mind to those around her, began putting on arm guards, then leg guards. Once armored, the two young men standing near her had faces burning red hot, while others watched in astonishment, unable to look away. Leela took out a small vial containing thick black substance, starting to apply it to her face and then all over her body. Kraut watched and thought, she's planning to fool the big-footed ones by smearing that smell on herself. He had to cover his nose. The stench was horrific. Kraut also commented that his nose couldn't take it. She was truly brave, but this was a bit too much. Leela drew her dagger, eyes gleaming, seemingly oblivious to everyone around her, as she began twirling the blade, unleashing skillful slashes forward. Seeing that, Ashiro felt relieved, thinking his worries were unnecessary. Leela threw on her cloak and asked him, "It's time, shall we begin?" Ashiro agreed, yes. "If needed, you can take a few soldiers with you." Leela shook her head. "No need, they wouldn't listen to me anyway." Ashiro nodded, accepting her decision. "I understand. Then I'll leave everything to you." After receiving the order, Lila immediately leaped away. Kraut called to Ashiro, "We should go too." The troops began moving, with Kraut leading and the soldiers following behind. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through. He ordered the soldiers, "Finish it in one strike." The soldiers took positions, ready to attack. Ashiro observed the situation ahead and commented, "The wind is blowing toward the big-footed village." Leela went the opposite direction. Watching Leela, he still wasn't sure what would happen. Suddenly, a gorilla began sniffing, catching something and turning its head. In front of it was Kraut charging forward. Too late to dodge, so it was slashed by Kraut. But he wasn't happy. The cut was too shallow. Ashiro, standing behind, felt both angry and worried, wondering, "This idiot, if you want a surprise attack, aim for its weak point. Why slash so carelessly?" The gorilla wasn't seriously hurt and prepared to counterattack, confusing Kraut. Just as it was about to swing its fist, an explosion rang out, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Fortunately, Kraut blocked the punch, but its force pushed him back several meters. Seeing the situation, Ashiro's attitude shifted. His eyes lit up with excitement. "Awesome. They're actually fighting for real, completely different from what I saw in the game." The gorilla roared, pounding its chest loudly and stunning the soldier. It was calling its kin. Other gorillas began appearing, howling continuously. Seeing that, Ashiro's excitement turned to despair. "This is bad. Would a fire attack work better?" Kraut shouted heroically, commanding the soldiers. "Blue Lion Knights, charge." Ashiro hurriedly stopped them. "Wait a second." The soldiers were surprised, but they reassured him. "Lord Ashiro." A soldier named Thomas said, "Oh, it's Thomas's escort team. Please don't stand far from our position." Another soldier introduced himself. "I'm Inbu." Hearing their confidence, Ashiro reluctantly agreed. "Fine, fine." Then they charged into battle against the gorilla pack. Despite the fierce opponents, Kraut didn't back down, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. He began channeling electricity into his sword, then rushed at them, telling everyone to hold position. The gorilla was stunned. Kraut roared loudly and delivered a devastating slash downward, cracking the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. From where Ashiro stood far back, he only saw a massive electric field covering the front. He shouted worriedly, "Kraut." The electromagnetic field gradually faded, and a foot stepped down. It turned out Kraut was still safe. Meanwhile, one of the gorillas had already collapsed from that blow. Kraut turned back to Ashiro with a proud look in his eyes. "I got it." Ashiro, however, snapped angrily and shouted at him, "Why are you acting all cool for? Go help the others already." Kraut flinched when he heard the shout. At that moment, one of the soldiers had his weapon knocked away by a gorilla, and in a panic ran to pick up his sword. But before he could reach it, the gorilla had already closed in, scaring him so badly he was on the verge of tears. Luckily, Kraut rushed over just in time, kicking the gorilla in the head to save his comrade and shouting, "Hurry up, grab your sword." Luckily, Kraut rushed over just in time, kicking the gorilla in the head to save his comrade, and shouted, "Hurry up, grab your sword." The soldier calmed down and thanked his captain. "Thank you, Captain." Kraut kept fighting, thinking to himself, "We can't take our time killing them one by one." On the other side, a gorilla holding a spear prepared to stab a soldier. Kraut shouted a warning, then in a flash sliced off the gorilla's arm. It howled as blood gushed everywhere. Kraut panted heavily and cursed, "Damn it, they're endless." Looking toward another gorilla, Kraut remarked, "Even the old ones are stronger than I expected." As his eyes suddenly lit up, Kraut slid across the ground, closing in on the gorilla's leg, and swung his sword hard at its leg. The gorilla screamed and crashed to the ground, and the soldiers cheered loud. "Now's our chance." Kraut breathed heavily, thinking, something's not right. During reconnaissance, there were only 8 of them, so where did the last one go? Just then, Kraut froze in shock as he realized a gigantic white gorilla, even larger than all the others before, had appeared. The moment he saw it, Kraut panicked. Damn it, it's that one. The white gorilla charged forward like a mad beast, making Kraut realize immediately. It's targeting the prince. Ashiro jerked his head toward the direction Kraut was looking. Even though Kraut was exhausted and panting heavily, he still forced himself to run toward Ashiro while shouting, "Stop it, hurry." A soldier holding a spear stepped forward and stood in front of Ashiro, pleading urgently, "Your Highness, please fall back." Kraut arrived just in time and immediately unleashed a powerful lightning sword strike against the white gorilla, shouting loudly as he attacked. "You damned brute." The attack was so powerful that even Ashiro and the spear-wielding soldier standing far away could feel the shockwave. When the strike ended, Ashiro quickly asked the soldier, "Did we stop it?" The smoke slowly cleared, and the gorilla's enormous hand had already risen, ready to smash the soldier. When the blow landed, the soldier was sent flying far away, skimming past Ashiro before crashing heavily into the ground and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. It was unclear what had happened to the soldier after that. Kraut stopped breathing hard as he stood in front of Ashiro. "Your Highness, this is dangerous. You must not separate from me." He threw his sword toward the white gorilla's legs, but it dodged. Kraut cursed angrily, "Damn bastard." He gathered his inner strength again and charged forward, using his lightning sword skill to attack. Meanwhile, Thomas still stood beside Ashiro to protect him. Ashiro called out, "Thomas." He ordered, "Go deal with that monster. If we keep standing here like this, all of us will die." Thomas refused. "I can't. We just need to hold on a little longer." Ashiro angrily demanded, "Hold on. If we keep holding on, who exactly is going to come help us?" Thomas stammered, "Well, about that." Ashiro grabbed Thomas's hand and spoke sternly. "Thomas, think carefully. If the soldiers fall, you'll have to face 2 monsters alone. That would put me in even more danger, wouldn't it?" Thomas hesitated and explained, "Because Senior Knight Kraut told me not to take my eyes off the prince." Ashiro growled and used his authority to command, "Thomas, are you planning to disobey your master's order?" Thomas wavered, reminding himself that he was a knight and must obey his master's command. Finally, he nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord, I will fight for you." Seeing that Thomas had agreed, Ashiro said, "Good." He immediately began running, thinking to himself, "This should be the place." After running for a while, Ashiro spotted a pair of legs lying on the ground. He gasped for breath but exclaimed with relief, "Over there, I found him." As he rushed closer, Ashiro saw someone lying motionless on the grass beside a large pool of blood. He shouted, and boo. When he saw the scene clearly, Ashiro froze in shock, his eyes wide as his breath caught in his throat while he stammered the name, and boo. And boo's white armor was soaked in blood, and his left arm had been completely destroyed. Flesh and blood mixed together across the grass. And Boo lay there motionless, his body covered with injuries big and small, and the armor on his abdomen was deeply caved in, a horrifying sight. Ashiro trembled with worry and hurriedly knelt beside him, shaking his friend anxiously. "And Boo, wake up." He quickly pulled a red potion from his pouch and gently lifted in Boo's head, making him drink it all. Ashiro's face was tense as he anxiously waited for the potion to take effect. And Boo remained unconscious, and only when his breathing gradually stabilized did Ashiro gently lay his head down and remove the heavy armor. Ashiro thought to himself, he's out of immediate danger for now. But in Boo's abdomen was still swollen with severe internal bleeding, and his entire body was covered with wounds with hardly an uninjured spot. Ashiro clenched the now empty vial tightly, furious. This low-grade potion isn't doing anything. He stood up straight with determination. "I need to find a healing mage as soon as possible, or at least get a mid-grade potion." Picking up the sword from the ground, Ashiro told Nbu, "You have to live, Nbu." Then he immediately turned and ran in the opposite direction, shouting loudly as he ran, "Wait here, I'll be right back." Nbu lay there with a pale face covered in cold sweat, barely managing to open his eyes to watch Ashiro's departing figure. Ashiro ran through the dense forest, and from deep within it came a savage roar that seemed to tear through the entire woods. A blood-red monster was devouring the spoils in its hand. Ashiro quietly hid behind a tree near the group of monsters, so tense he barely dared to breathe as he thought, "Just as I expected. Leela was right." Peeking out, he was delighted to find the goblin's nest, the hunting ground of the Sasquatch. At that moment, the bright red goblin suddenly let out a roar. The shockwave so powerful that even the surrounding scenery trembled. Ashiro pressed himself tightly against the tree trunk as the force of the roar swept over him, making his body shake violently, and he nearly vomited as its drool splattered across his face and body. Disgusted, he muttered, "That's disgusting," slowly wiping the drool from his face, while his other hand clenched tightly to suppress his fear. Ashiro told himself, "The plan is perfect. Leela must have already set the trap, so I won't get hurt at the start." But the horrifying image of the monster's sharp teeth, massive fangs, and eerily glowing eyes still haunted his mind. Fully aware of his current situation, Ashiro thought, "This isn't a world where I can sit behind a screen and type on a keyboard, and because of that, the fear inside me is surging even more violently." He leaned against the tree trunk, breathing heavily in exhaustion. But the moment he remembered Nbu's face, unsure whether he would live or die, the fear inside him faded, leaving only determination. Ashiro made up his mind and muttered firmly, "It's fine, I won't die." He decisively stepped out from behind the massive tree, determined to make this work, and charged forward boldly. From behind the monsters, Ashiro shouted loudly to draw their attention, "Hey!" The monster immediately turned toward the sound. Ashiro glared at it with wide eyes and threatened loudly, "Today is your last day." Without hesitating for even a second, the red monster immediately lunged straight at him. Ashiro quickly drew his bow and fired a rapid volley of sharp arrows at it. The arrows shot straight through the monster's body, blood spraying everywhere. The monster screamed in pain and instantly collapsed in front of him. At that moment, the brown monster behind it also stood up, grinding its teeth viciously. It gathered momentum and charged straight toward Ashiro. Before he could react, Ashiro's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly dodged to the side, barely managing to avoid the attack. He steadied himself against a nearby tree and shouted loudly, as both hands conjured a thick, sturdy vine, which he hurled straight toward the monster. The vines burst open into a net of dense, sharp thorns that wrapped around the monster's body, the spikes piercing deep into it as it groaned in pain, struggling for a moment before finally lying still. Ashiro thought to himself, "Arax vines." He felt a bit regretful. If I had coated the thorns with Siren's poison, catching most of these monsters would have been much easier. Suddenly, the monster coughed violently once, vomited, and died on the spot. Panting heavily, Ashiro cautiously approached it, recalling how Leela once used this potion to mask body odor, but Siren's poison carried an extremely powerful sedative effect. Looking at the monster lying there helplessly, he smiled. It worked. Facing the corpse, Ashiro drew his sword, swung both arms with force, and shouted loudly as if to encourage himself, then charged forward and delivered a fatal strike straight into the center of its skull. The sensation was terrifyingly real. The sword biting into bone made him tremble with both fear and shock. Fresh blood splattered all over his body. Ashiro gritted his teeth, suppressing the wave of disgust, lowered his head to look at his reflection in the blood-soaked body, and fell silent, questioning himself. "I never thought these hands would be stained with blood, yet just now I took the life of another living being." He sighed, disgusted with himself, then steadied his mind and thought, "I didn't expect it to be only about as strong as a fourth-ranked knight, weaker than I imagined." Above on a tree branch, a strange creature with an unclear form had been quietly observing him, and suddenly it leapt down, sensing danger. Ashiro turned his head, eyes widening as he froze at the shocking sight. Nbu had appeared out of nowhere and thrown himself forward, taking the full force of the monster's fatal strike with his back. Even though his body hadn't recovered yet, he only clenched his teeth in pain without making a single sound. Blood sprayed from his back like a fountain as his powerless body collapsed onto Ashiro, knocking him to the ground. The monster stood within the hazy cloud of dust, coldly wiping the human blood from its face, its eyes glowing with eerie light, while a dagger remained in its other hand as it stared down at the panicked Ashiro. Ashiro quickly sat up and slowly turned his head, trying to see clearly who had just saved. He saw Nbu lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood, one arm gone, and a horrifyingly deep gash across his back. Lowering his head, Ashiro suppressed his fury, his breath choking in his throat as his teeth ground together and he forced out the words, "You." Then Ashiro gripped his sword tightly and rushed straight at the monster, shouting, "Bastard." He slashed horizontally at his opponent, but the monster swiftly dodged, its eyes carefully tracking Ashiro, searching for an opening. Before knocking aside the attack, it stomped the ground, launching itself forward and slashing its dagger straight toward him. Ashiro panicked for a moment and hurriedly stepped back, barely avoiding it. As the blade brushed past his scarf, his heart nearly stopped. It had almost hit him. The sudden retreat caused Ashiro to stagger, forcing him to lower his center of gravity and brace both hands on the ground to regain balance. His heart pounded wildly, teeth clenched tight as his wary eyes locked onto the opponent, silently thankful that the creature's arms were shorter so he had escaped unharmed. Looking at his trembling hands, shaking from fear, he questioned himself. This body is so weak, it can barely even hold a sword. But as he looked at the monster again, he calculated quietly. My reach is longer, counting my arms and the sword. It's at least twice the opponent. As long as it doesn't get close, I still have a chance. Suddenly, the monster leapt high into the air and dove straight toward Ashiro. He immediately tracked its movement, and without hesitation, quickly grabbed the sword lying on the ground, preparing for the next clash. Waiting for the exact moment when the monster lunged within reach, Ashiro swung his sword fiercely, the strike just barely grazing one of its ears. But the monster didn't stop and continued thrusting its sharp dagger straight at him. Seeing the blade rushing closer, Ashiro's nerves tightened, his eyes filled with panic as his teeth clenched with a dull grinding sound. This is bad. Ashiro quickly flipped his body and dropped flat onto the ground to avoid the counterattack. The monster's strike missed and instead stabbed toward Enbu, who no longer had the strength to resist. He instantly sat up again, fear filling his eyes with tears as his breathing shook violently. He had thought the blade would come straight down on his shoulder. He had nearly died. The monster refused to give up and rushed at Ashiro again. By now he had regained his composure, his sword pointed straight at the creature's face, ready for the next assault. The shining blade tore through the air. Ashiro, his eyes cold and resolute, swung his sword fiercely toward his opponent, his crimson cloak billowing brilliantly across the battlefield. The monster widened its eyes, reflexively dodging before lowering its stance, then suddenly leapt up to stab Ashiro. Surprised by the move, Ashiro immediately lifted his leg and kicked the monster hard, causing the dagger to fly from its hand, spinning far away under the sunlight. Seizing the opportunity, he widened his eyes and roared, pouring all his strength into the final strike. Die. Before the monster could recover, Ashiro thrust his sword straight through its body, pinning the corpse to a tree trunk. The fatal blow made the monster tremble, violent, before it went limp, completely lifeless. He let the sword fall from his hand and collapsed weakly to the ground, gasping for breath as monster blood covered his entire body. Ashiro struggled to steady his breathing, his empty gaze fixed on the corpse of his opponent, then looked down at his own hands, which were still trembling. He covered his face with his hand, trying to suppress the wave of panic surging inside him, and his whole body collapsed as he burst into painful sobs. This isn't like a game at all. His heart felt hollow, tears blurring his vision, as he painfully realized that he had truly believed he was about to die. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, cutting through his emotions. The sound startled Ashiro as he looked toward the system interface. You have defeated a DX2 level monster. You defeated an overwhelmingly stronger opponent. Bonus rewards increased. You used poison traps, bonus rewards reduced. You have won your first battle, bonus rewards increased. Current level 8 right arrow 11, inventory storage unlocked. Ashiro laughed with excitement and shouted, "The inventory, that's it." A loud voice called out, "Your Highness." Startled, he turned toward the voice. Kraut was running over, asking anxiously, "Your Highness, are you all right?" When Kraut saw the chaotic battlefield, his face turned pale and he trembled, unable to speak. Looking at the scattered monster corpses lying in pools of blood, he asked with a shaky voice, "What happened here?" Ashiro lifted his head, still shaken, and let Kraut check him over anxiously while repeatedly asking, "Are you injured?" Ashiro quietly replied, "I'm fine." Regaining his composure, Ashiro asked seriously, "How did things go over there?" Kraut answered cheerfully, "Luckily, after I killed 2 of them, the rest retreated. We got lucky." Hearing that, Ashiro didn't respond and simply fell silent in thought, realizing that Leela's plan had succeeded. Suddenly remembering something, he jolted, hurried toward Kraut, grabbing his clothes with both hands and asking loudly, "Who is the soldier lying there?" Kraut looked slightly surprised and replied, "You mean Enbu?" Remembering the sight of his blood-covered comrade, Ashiro urgently asked, "Yes, where is Enbu?" Kraut pointed into the distance. "He's over there." Ashiro followed the direction in fear. After the battle with the monster, Enbu had not survived and had died unexpectedly. Ashiro stood frozen, painfully thinking, "No one was supposed to die, but I'm not naive enough to believe there would be no sacrifices." His voice trembled as he sobbed Enbu's name. Now Enbu lay still, no longer breathing, as Ashiro faced him with regretful apologies. "I'm sorry." Collapsing over the cold body, Ashiro kept muttering, "If only I hadn't been careless, if only." Kraut and the royal guard stood silently, sharing his grief but not daring to approach to comfort. After a long moment, Kraut finally said softly, "It wasn't your fault. Your Highness, he died with honor." Hearing that only made Ashiro angrier, as he shouted loud, "Don't say such nonsense. There's no such thing as dying with honor. Dying is just dying." Seeing Ashiro in such deep sorrow, Kraut said nothing more and only thought to himself, "This is the first time your Highness has lost a subordinate. Such emotion is understandable." Suddenly Ashiro's vision darkened, and he cried out uncontrollably. Ashiro was shocked to realize the bodies of the fallen soldiers lay before him, wrapped in white cloth. Witnessing so many deaths at once made him shudder, his lips trembling with both fear and sorrow. He forced himself to calm down before asking Kraut, "What about your side?" Kraut answered honestly, 3 dead, 1 injured. Given the situation, the casualties aren't too heavy. Hearing the report left Ashiro even more shaken, blaming himself as the cause of those losses. He silently reflected that if he had used his knowledge and tactics better, no one would have had to die. The image of Leela's trap helping him kill the monster flashed through his mind again, reminding him that he was still alive only because of her arrangements. Thinking of Nbu's reckless sacrifice, how he had thrown himself forward without hesitation to block a fatal blow for him. Ashiro's hands resting on his thighs suddenly clenched tight. Overwhelmed by pain he wanted to release, he shouted loudly into the air. Kraut and the royal guards were startled by the outburst, their faces filled with shock and sympathy. Afterward, Ashiro asked how the bodies of the fallen soldiers would be handled. Kraut replied, "If the situation isn't too urgent, we preserve the bodies and bring them home." Hearing that, Ashiro nodded gently, "I understand." Then he turned and gave the order, "Do it that way." At that moment, there were no tears left in Ashiro's eyes, only a determination stronger than ever before. He was resolved that everything must be done properly. Receiving the order, Kraut turned to command the men. While the guards behind them couldn't hold back their emotions, some covered their faces and sobbed as they wiped their tears, thinking to themselves, "My God, His Highness is too kind." They all cried out together, "Your Highness." Their eyes filled with determination as they looked ahead, silently swearing to themselves, "We will protect Prince Ashiro at all costs." Kraut was also surprised by the change in everyone's attitude. He turned back to look at Ashiro with warm eyes and thought, "Your Highness, you've finally earned their trust." After a while, everyone regained their spirits and busied themselves preparing to depart. Kraut approached and reported seriously, "Your Highness, the bodies have been secured and preparations for departure are complete. Everyone is awaiting your command." In the distance, the royal guard formation stood tall, waiting for order. Ashiro was surprised to realize that the looks in everyone's eyes had completely changed. Those gazes now carried unwavering determination and deep loyalty. Looking at his own guards, he realized it was time to push forward. Setting aside his guilt and determined to instill hope in the soldier, Ashiro spoke firmly, "My warriors, you've all done incredibly well in the battle against Sasquatch. From now on, I'll lead everyone toward our goal as quickly as possible." His bright blue eyes shone with hope and resolve. He continued with his instructions, "Anyone still in good shape, take care of the wounded. We will never abandon our comrades." Finishing his reminder, he asked loudly, "Understood." Everyone immediately placed their fists over their chests and shouted in unison. Time rewinds to 1 hour earlier, in the midst of the silent forest, when a pair of shiny black boots suddenly appeared. A familiar figure cloaked in black stepped out from the shadows. It was Leela. Right at that moment, a massive gorilla-like monster charged straight at her. Leela frowned in annoyance, thinking to herself, "Damn it, they've spotted me already." She quickly threw her dagger, tied to a rope anchored around a nearby tree, then deftly dodged the monster's attack. After that, Leela landed on a high branch, continuing to swing the rope and leap from branch to move at incredible speed. As soon as she touched the ground again, she glanced back, seeing the monster still charging ferociously toward her. Because it was closing in so fast, it didn't notice the thin rope right in front of it, and instantly the rope sliced into its neck, freezing it in place without a twitch. Leela watched coldly, thinking to herself, "They've taken the bait." But right after that, the monster suddenly tightened its grip around the tree trunk, snapping the massive tree in half and loosening the rope from its neck. Seeing this, Leela couldn't help but be shocked and shouted out loud, "What the hell?" She immediately focused intensely, swiftly wrapping the rope around the beast's body, then slipping through to avoid its wild, swinging arm. As the rope tightened around its neck, the monster roared in fury, while Leela calmly landed back on the ground, ready for the next phase of the fight. Leela glanced back, thinking to herself in surprise that she had actually pulled it off so well. She stood watching the monster thrash desperately to break free from the rope. The cord Leela had crafted herself from monster sinew was both incredibly strong and thin, making it far from easy to hold by hand, but she refused to give in. The beast's massive legs shook the entire tree violently. Even standing right in front of it, Leela remained confident because she knew that even if it saw her, it wouldn't do any good. Suddenly, the tree cracked under the force of its pull. Sensing the danger, Leela thought to herself, "It's trying to uproot the whole damn tree." She hurriedly pulled a syringe from her pouch, preparing to inject the siren drug straight into it. The monster kept toppling tree after tree, and time was running out. Leela charged in, determined to act fast. When the beast finally broke free from the bindings, its enormous hand swung down over her head, then slammed into the ground, shattering the earth and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Leela managed to leap up, appearing behind its back, gripping the syringe tightly, and decisively plunged it straight into the monster's body. Caught off guard by the attack, it let out a pained roar. Sweat beaded on Leela's forehead as she worried to herself, "I've injected the drug, but I don't know if it'll actually work." She pulled her cloak up to cover her mouth, held her dagger at the ready, and placed her faith in the drug's effect. Now all she could do was hope. The monster thrashed violently, flailing its arms wildly and sweeping its legs across the ground in a ferocious rage. It kept charging forward, causing the tree to finally snap in two under the unbearable weight. At that moment, Leela panicked, thinking everything was over. But suddenly, the massive beast froze in place, mouth gaping, its eyes lifeless, before it collapsed heavily to the ground. Leela let out a huge sigh of relief. "It's done. I can't believe this stuff actually worked." She walked over to the fallen monster, silently admitting to herself that when it came to poisons, Ashiro was always one step ahead. Doubt stirred in Leela's heart, because the idea that someone could change so completely overnight was truly strange. She pulled the syringe out of the beast's body, reflecting on the year she had spent shadowing Ashiro and realizing that the Ashiro now was a completely different person. Leela unexpectedly changed her mind, thinking to herself, maybe this is actually for the best. She wiped the blood off the syringe, sunlight falling across her face while her bangs shadowed her thoughtful eyes. Looking toward the sun, Leela felt for the first time that true revenge might really be possible, and she murmured softly, maybe. Elsewhere, Ashiro surveyed the situation around him, with all the warriors heavily injured, supporting each other as they pressed on. He turned to Kraut and ordered Kraut, "Find us somewhere to rest for a bit." He quickly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Under the shade of the trees, the exhausted warriors drifted off to sleep, their bodies covered in wounds. When a figure approached, everyone called out, "Your Highness." Ashiro, covered in dirt, carried several vials of medicine and handed them out one by one. "Here, drink this." Everyone was stunned, and one warrior spoke up, "But this is medicine that, you're really giving it to us." Ashiro tossed a vial to each person while saying, "Just drink it and get better." From a distance, Kraut shouted, "Your Highness," then ran over and asked, "What are you doing?" Facing Kraut's question, Ashiro thought to himself, "Trouble's here again." Kraut's face twisted in displeasure. "These are only low-grade potions, but they're extremely expensive. Viscount Russell specially prepared them just for you." The warriors behind them looked confused, while Kraut kept grumbling, "These 10 vials are worth half the Count's treasury, seriously." Ashiro, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up in anger. "Are you saying I should just stand there and watch? That I should close my eyes and ignore it while the wounded suffer in pain?" Kraut, put on the spot, stammered, "That's not what I meant." The atmosphere grew tense, with all the warriors turning their eyes toward the two of them. Kraut fell silent, saying nothing more. Ashiro reassured him, "Don't worry." He patted Kraut's shoulder and smiled. "After this expedition, I'll be able to chug these low-grade potions like water." Kraut replied, "Yes, I hope so too." He called out, "Your Highness," then joined him in looking ahead. Even though they were injured, the warriors stood respectfully before Ashiro, bowing their heads with hands over their chests. Ashiro was speechless. Kraut thought to himself that a person will give their very life to someone who truly values them. He was certain that everyone here felt they had found a master they genuinely wanted to serve. Ashiro spoke up, "It's time, let's move out." The warriors responded in unison. Seeing Kraut's smile, he awkwardly barked, "What's with that face? Get ready already." Ashiro sat on the edge of the carriage. "All right." Suddenly, the system panel appeared, catching his attention. Support rate has increased from 14% to 18%. Looking at the info, he smiled in satisfaction. Then Ashiro shouted, "Move out." The carriage procession continued rolling forward. A figure in black was taking notes, muttering, "There's not even a single bone left here, not a trace of any human body. The monsters must have eaten them clean, but someone definitely cleaned up the scene." He trembled as he realized that could only mean they had driven off the forest monsters, and only one family in this area had the power to do that. After finishing, he hurriedly folded the paper into an envelope and told himself he had to report this to Viscount Vio immediately. In a hidden corner, Leela was crouching behind some wooden beams, silently watching the actions of the black-clad group. The man carefully sealed the letter with wax. Leela recognized it as the special method scouts used to seal reports after hunts, a technique only professionals knew. She pressed her thumb to her mouth, tested the wind, then subtly shifted her position, pulling out the vial of blood from earlier. Slowly opening the cap, she swiftly flung the liquid hard against the trunk of a large tree to lure the monsters over. Right after, Leela leaped up onto a branch behind her, observing every movement below. The man in black was still focused on sealing the letter, making it easy to keep an eye on him. Flames erupted fiercely, causing the monsters to roar in terror all at once. Carried by the wind, one monster caught the fresh scent of its kin's blood, and it seemed to be the alpha. It stood upright, growling as if sending some kind of signal to the pack. Instantly, all the monsters exploded into shrieks and charged forward. The man in black, clutching the letter, hurriedly leaped from branch to escape the pursuing monsters. As he jumped, he thought that with an elite scout team completely wiped out, he absolutely had to report this right away. Reaching a large branch, he stopped, hiding behind the leaves and glancing back to make sure he had shaken off the chase. Suddenly, a long blade thrust straight through his chest from behind. Staring at the sword protruding from his chest, with blood pouring out in stream, he panicked and tried to ask who it was, but before he could finish, Leela yanked the sword free and shoved him hard off the branch to plummet to the ground. His head smashed against the earth, killing him instantly on impact. Leela jumped down, quickly searching his body for something. Pulling out a sheet of paper, she grinned in triumph. Ah, here it is. I need to report this to the young master right away. Should I just let the monsters take care of the body? With that, she immediately took off. Right after, a massive foot stomped down onto his corpse, then lowered its head to sniff around, before its eyes turned savage, and it let out a threatening roar. The scene shifts back to Ashiro, where the soldiers were carefully descending the stairs one step at a time in single file, everyone tense and on edge. Leading the way, Ashiro muttered under his breath as he went, "This makes no sense at all. This place was built by a retired mage who just wanted to live quietly and research until the day he died. Who the hell sets deadly traps inside their own home?" Kraut, walking behind him, could only sigh, but still reminded everyone to prioritize the group's safety. Ashiro lightly tapped the wall while explaining as they moved, "Look at this. The wall isn't carved from earth. It's stone melted and then solidified again, with absolutely no seams. This is extremely advanced magic." He concluded the owner here was at least an 8th-tier mage. If there really are traps, we'd be reduced to ashes in a single second. Ashiro's assessment only made Kraut even more nervous. Suddenly, a soldier reported, "Your Highness, there's a large open space ahead at the end of this passage." Kraut immediately gave orders, "Stick close to His Highness. The rest of you split into 2 groups and thoroughly search the surrounding areas." Everyone responded crisply, "Yes, sir." Ashiro called Kraut over and instructed, "If you find any mid or high-grade potions, prioritize bringing them to the wounded." Kraut replied right away, "Understood." Then curiously, he asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, how did the Viscount even discover these ruins? Was it pure chance, or did someone tip him off?" Thomas stroked his chin thoughtfully. "They even managed to get their hands on that magical crystal bridge." Ashiro frowned in contemplation. "This doesn't feel right at all. The protective magic here may have weakened over time, but it's not the kind that a Viscount's mage could easily break through." After that, he sat down on a chair and continued asking, "Who is Viscount Servio's lord?" Thomas answered, "Marquis Antonio." Hearing that, Ashiro thought to himself, "Antonio, I need to prepare." At that moment, Kraut carried over a crate filled with many vials of red potion and reported, "Your Highness, as you instructed, I've brought all the mid-grade potions we found." Ashiro immediately ordered, "Take them to the wounded right now." Everyone obeyed promptly, while Kraut still looked hesitant and deep in thought. Noticing it, Ashiro comforted him, "I get how you feel, but we can't just abandon the injured. We still have enough medicine." He added, "Anything else you found?" One soldier replied, "We discovered some gemstones, crystals for magical experiments, and a bit of herb." Kraut added, "There are a few support magical items, but nothing particularly special." Ashiro stood up, nodding, "Got it." As he turned, he thought to himself that there had to be one important item still hidden somewhere. While examining a wall, suddenly a hand waved in front of his face. Startled, he asked, "What is it?" Kraut reported, "We've finished checking, no dangers detected, but please don't go off on your own." Ashiro reluctantly agreed, "Understood." In his mind, he was still convinced that on this wall, there had to be a switch for a secret door. Kraut stood nearby watching Ashiro's odd behavior, feeling extremely puzzled. Just as he predicted, Ashiro found the hidden switch and gently pressed it. The door opened with a sharp crack, accompanied by a powerful beam of light shining straight inside. Both Ashiro and Kraut stood frozen in awe, and Kraut couldn't help exclaiming, "I've never imagined a place like this existed." Before them was the very staircase the group had just descended, but from here they could overlook every corner of the ruins. Ashiro thought to himself, "This is like a control room. It must have surveillance functions, like a camera system." Kraut spoke again, but it's really strange. Ashiro turned and asked, "What do you mean?" Kraut replied, "I've investigated every nook and cranny of these ruins thoroughly, but I've never seen this room before." Ashiro suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, this is a fake ruin." Kraut asked in surprise, "A fake ruin?" Ashiro explained, "Since ancient times, Mages often built decoy tombs or fake labs near their real residences to mislead and deter intruders like thieves. Most people get distracted by the valuable items outside and never find the true secret. Kraut suddenly understood. I see. So this is the secret vault of the Hashirin Viscount family. Ashiro nodded in confirmation. Exactly. This is the end point of this expedition. Kraut asked further, so you're saying we can take the secret funds from this vault? Ashiro answered, yes, to open the door to the hidden treasury. You need to clearly imagine the thing you desire most in your mind. As he spoke, Ashiro placed his hand on the crystal orb. Kraut watched intently and commented, you're really skilled with artifacts. You must have talent in magic. Ashiro cut him off, you're talking too much. Right then, Kraut heard a strange sound. Rushed over and discovered, there's a new door here. Ashiro approached, confirming it was indeed the entrance to the fake ruins. He said, we just need to bring the silver that Jeiru's hid over here, and we're done. But first, let's head outside. Ashiro used the control device to inspect the entire ancient ruins that Jeiru's had once used as his secret vault. Kraut was amazed. Whoa, I've never seen that door before. Ashiro explained, that's the door to the treasury. It's inside the fake ruin. Kraut covered his mouth in shock. So that's how they mined silver without the royal family ever noticing. Ashiro replied, there's no trace of human activity here. They must have only mined during specific periods. Kraut continued, if the miners had safely withdrawn, rumors would have spread by now. Ashiro sighed softly, how tragic. Kraut gritted his teeth, I won't forgive them. Ashiro emphasized, right now, the important thing is to make sure this never happens again. We need to disable the crystal stone's key. Just change the protection code and reset the connections. As long as no one breaks the stone gate, no one can get in here. We should also leave a little gift for them. Ashiro ordered to move all the silver crates to the expedition team members, not forgetting to instruct them to place the prepared scroll on top. Kraut hesitated a little. Ashiro asked, is there a problem? If you haven't finished checking, I can handle it alone. Kraut replied, understood, sir. I'll complete the task and be right back. After finishing with the orb, Ashiro stretched, finally done. He continued searching for hidden chambers, and as intuition told him, he discovered a familiar secret spot from his gaming days. He found a bracelet of the great alchemist, with the function of protecting the user from life-threatening injuries for 2 hours, but it can only be used 3 times, requiring a week to recharge after each use, and afterward, it becomes completely unusable. Ashiro thought to himself, this item is perfect for those weak in combat strength. He slipped it onto his wrist, observing it while murmuring to himself. Suddenly, on the bracelet appeared glowing black letters, inscribed with a message to Hitoria, the goddess who once taught humans the magic system. Though he couldn't read it all, Ashiro sensed part of its meaning. The moment he touched the inscription, Ashiro was abruptly pulled upward into the air. Everything around him pitch black, he couldn't see a thing. Everything turned bizarre, as if letters were flooding into his mind all at once. Strange voices echoed in his ears. Doing this isn't right, it's too inhumane. Another voice replied, there are no humans here, have you forgotten? You're also a Katoria. The conversation continued. This has already been agreed upon by the majority. You're not planning to break the pact, are you? That one responded, this is violence, I can't agree. The water veil said, if you want to become human so badly, I'll grant you one wish. The god's body gradually transformed into human form. Ashiro only heard screams and horrifying sounds echoing, feeling like he couldn't endure it much longer. As the gods collectively shouted the name Hekatoria, while the god writhed amid waves of mockery and laughter, the gods taunted, no, you've been demoted to demigod level. Calling you by that name doesn't fit anymore, does it? Hekatoria collapsed in agony as the gods' words continued. From now on, you will become the embodiment of hatred and contempt, even toward the humans you loved so much. Ashiro witnessed the entire scene, his heart twisting in pain. He clutched his head as the gods went on. You will be led to a pitiful end by those insects. The final image Ashiro saw was Hitoria's anguished face while the gods declared, we're really looking forward to what expression you'll make. The moment the visions ended, Ashiro jolted awake in full panic. Dazed, he wondered to himself, is it over? Suddenly, a notification panel appeared. Ashiro looked at it and startled. What? Authority skill. The panel displayed, you have obtained the first fragment of Hitoria's authority. You have obtained Penet Lum, Dagger of the Fallen God. Penet Lum, Dagger of the Fallen God type. Melee enhancement equipment effect. Temporarily unleashes hidden potential, dealing damage to surrounding enemies proportional to the user's maximum level. Attacks cannot be evaded. Limitation. Each attack reduces maximum level by 10%. Ashiro still couldn't believe his eyes. No way, an authority skill, he thought seriously. Skills are usually ranked from F to S, with the highest being unique class. But authority is completely different. It only belongs to those who reach job level 10 or higher, called demigods. Authority is the core of each person, and developing authority is the only path to reach job level 10. Another notification panel appeared. Absorbing authority fragment, soul level increase, 11 right arrow 18 maximum level, 37 right arrow 43. After reading it, Ashiro pondered deeply. Looks like I didn't come here by mistake. This world, and the goddess Hitoria. He recalled the scenes from earlier and wondered. To wound a god, only authority would work. Does that mean I have to take revenge on the other gods on behalf of Hitoria? Thinking about it made cold sweat break out on him. But then a strange sense of excitement surged up. Ashiro burst out laughing. So this is the real purpose of the game. He took a deep breath and made his decision. No matter what happens, I'll see it through. Suddenly a voice called out, "Your Highness," it was Kraut. Ashiro asked, "Kraut, have you transported everything yet?" He looked a bit awkward. "Your Highness, please don't surprise me like that." Ashiro was surprised, not understanding what he meant. When Kraut led him over to see, Ashiro's eyes lit up with shock. Before them was a countless amount of gold, silver, and treasures, so much that Ashiro exclaimed, "So many, too many to even count." Kraut started reporting. "There are 6 chests full of gold, totaling around 30,000 coins." Ashiro smiled lightly, "More than I expected. And there are 420 chests of silver, worth the equivalent of 1,000 gold coins." But Kraut sighed, transporting all this with just the expedition team won't be easy. Ashiro laughed again. "You mean, it's a problem because we have too much gold? For me, it's not an issue at all." He recalled the system notification after defeating the goblin. "You have won your first battle. Reward unlocked. Inventory bag." Ashiro cheered inwardly. "That's right, the inventory bag." He chuckled. "Let's test it with these chests first." Kraut called out, "Your Highness." Ashiro winked. "It's fine, just bring all the chests over here." Even though he was confused, Kraut still obeyed. Once everything was brought over, Kraut asked, "Your Highness, what are we going to do with all these chests?" Ashiro raised his wrist, revealing the spatial bracelet. "No problem. I obtained a spatial artifact here. It's enough to hold every single one of these chests." Kraut's jaw dropped, almost shouting, "What? A high-grade artifact like that?" Ashiro said softly, "I want to keep this a secret." Kraut nodded vigorously right away. "The fewer people who know, the better. I'll stand guard outside." Once he left, Ashiro murmured, "Thanks. All right, let's get started." He focused, and a status window appeared. When Ashiro thought of the inventory bag, the space opened up before his eyes. Perfect. He began storing everything, and the moment he touched the first chest, it vanished. Ashiro was thrilled, thinking and speaking at the same time. "One down, now stash all of them as fast as possible." After that, the silver chest. The gold chests all disappeared one after another into the inventory bag. Once he was done, Ashiro smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself, "No more worries now. With this bag, I won't lack anything." When the area was completely empty, he said, "Time to head back." Ashiro climbed the stairs and gradually left the place behind. Once outside, he heard the army calling out in welcome, "Your Highness." Kraut respectfully reported, "Everything is ready for departure." Noticing Ashiro looking around as if searching for someone, Kraut asked, "Your Highness, are you looking for Lila?" Hearing that, Kraut shook his head and answered, "Haven't seen her anywhere, sir. Do you think she betrayed us and ran off? I never trusted her in the first place." Ashiro got annoyed. "Come on, you still think the forest monsters retreating was just a coincidence?" At that question, Kraut froze. Ashiro patiently explained the whole situation again, leaving everyone stunned. Kraut couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Attacking the forest monster's nest alone, that's basically suicide." He added worriedly, "I don't have anything good to say about her, but I also don't want her to die like that." Ashiro just sighed. "I wanted to use a different method, but who was the one who dismissed my suggestion like it was some reckless adventure?" Hearing that, Kraut bowed his head, feeling deep regret as he thought that his judgment back then had been dangerously wrong when trying an unproven approach. But in the end, she was completely right. Ashiro continued, "Leela still hasn't returned. Something must have happened to her." He reminded everyone of Leela's contributions and called out, "Thanks to her, we avoided so many sacrifices. Now it's our turn to help." "Right, knights." The knights all responded to Ashiro's order at once, shouting together, "Let's help her." Kraut thought to himself, "I only slowed everyone down, how pathetic. As a knight, at the very least, I'll complete my duty." Seeing everyone's spirits soaring, Ashiro immediately assigned tasks. "All right, Kraut, pick out the members to form a separate team." Kraut accepted, yes. He continued giving orders. "The rest of you wait in the basement and don't leave your positions." Ashiro started assessing the situation. There are two possibilities. Either it's the previous boss monster, or pursuers from the organization Leela used to belong to. He pondered, but it's definitely the forest monsters. The pursuers don't know we're here. The basement door had just opened while he was still deep in thought. Ashiro recalled. Leela said she erased all traces. She wouldn't be careless enough to get caught. Ashiro recalled. Leela said she erased all traces. She wouldn't be careless enough to get caught. Looking at everyone discussing, he worried. The problem is, how do we even find? Right then, a voice called out. Young master, what will you do now? He turned and answered. Is everyone assembled yet? We're heading to the boss monster. We're going to get revenge. The man asked in shock. Are you serious? Ashiro handed him something and said firmly. Boil these herbs in oil, then apply it to your weapons and cloaks. He asked curiously, what's this for? Ashiro frowned. Just do as I say. What's with all the complaining? Kraut said fearfully, no, I'll do it right away. After assigning everything, Ashiro looked up toward the distance and prayed silently. Wait for us, Leela. The whole army hid in the bushes, observing the monster den. One warrior reported, only the females and young are inside. The males must be busy chasing Leela or hunting. Ashiro ordered, start by taking care of the ones inside, then the others will notice and rush back. Kraut repeated, you said we should follow the tracks of the males chasing Leela. But is that really okay? As you know, they're not easy opponents. Ashiro just smiled. See for yourself how strong this poison really is. Kraut looked at the sword coated thick with poison, feeling uneasy. After one powerful stomp, full of momentum, the knights charged forward, Kraut leading and shouting, let's go. Right at that moment, loud noises erupted from the bushes. Ashiro quickly spotted them and yelled, they're coming, hide. All we need is to follow the male's footprints. The monsters all charged in one direction at once, making everything around them shake. Ashiro directed, everyone's inside now, move out. Thomas responded crisply, yes. Looking at the massive footprints on the ground, Ashiro marveled, good thing we got here in time. We have really clear tracks. Thomas nodded in agreement. Ashiro climbed onto Thomas's back and ordered, no way Leela would be taken down by ordinary ones. We'll follow the biggest footprints. Thomas immediately agreed. Yes. Sitting steadily on the knight's back, Ashiro pointed ahead with full spirit. All right, let's go. He matched the energy and answered loudly. Yes, young master. The two of them ran deeper into the forest, following the huge footprints. While moving, Thomas suddenly asked, is it possible you like her? Ashiro was caught off guard. What? He smiled. I mean Leela. She's pretty good looking, right? Ashiro pretended to be angry, lightly tapped Thomas on the head and scolded. It's not like that. Focus on the chase. Thomas laughed again. Got it. He suddenly turned serious. Anyway, I never imagined Leela would voluntarily take on such a dangerous mission. Ashiro replied. She realized we needed her. This is the only place we can take shelter from tonight's rain. He thought about Leela to himself. That's right. She could be as famous as a star back on Earth, but she doesn't care at all. Resting his chin on Thomas's shoulder, Ashiro pondered. Maybe it's because of the urgency of survival. He recalled an event. The first continent-wide event in this game was the invasion of the Jebiru Kingdom, and the faction that played a big role back then was the Mountain Rangers. I used to think they were just volunteer soldiers, but maybe a faction like Viscount Servio's deliberately trained. After the final slash that took down the monster, Kraut was still stunned, hardly believing it as he thought, we won. The other soldiers celebrated and exclaimed, they've been wiped out. Sir Kraut, just like the young master said, we didn't get a single scrap. Not wasting any time, Ashiro quickly rallied them. No time to rest, we're going to meet the Lord. The soldiers all responded together, yes. Then Kraut led everyone charging forward at full speed, thinking to himself about Ashiro as he ran. My young master, I respect you from the bottom of my heart. Please stay safe. The scene shifts to a hand appearing on the grass, and a bloodied, injured face collapsed on the ground. The scent of blood drew a pack of wolves, rushing toward the fallen girl. Right at that moment, Thomas and Ashiro arrived just in time to protect. Thomas swung his sword at the wolves and shouted, get back. Meanwhile, Ashiro rushed to Leela's side. He saw the massive wound on her body and called out worriedly, Leela, wake up. He quickly pulled out a vial of potion. He assessed the injury tensely. It was deeper than he'd thought. If her skin could recover with a mid-grade potion. He didn't hesitate and poured it straight into the wound. Leela let out a faint groan. Hearing the sound, Ashiro sighed in relief, relieved that she was still alive. He puffed out his cheeks, struggling to turn her over while thinking to himself that the wound should start healing gradually, but right now she needed to drink the potion to kickstart recovery. A voice called out from behind, young master. Seeing Thomas, he quickly asked for help. The monsters had been driven back. Thanks, he said, help me turn her over. Ashiro immediately supported her head and poured the potion down her throat. Watching her body start to recover, he exclaimed joyfully. Her skin is healing. She looks stronger already. Thomas beside him also let out a relieved breath. Just then Kraut came running up, calling loudly, "Young master." Ashiro turned, saw everyone, and smiled brightly. Perfect timing. Time jumps forward 1 week at the Shikin Count's castle. Ashiro's face was beaded with sweat as he ran while panting heavily. While running, he calculated. Current level is 18. The average combat level for a healthy adult male is 20. So for a 15-year-old kid, this isn't bad at all. Russell was standing nearby, observing with Kraut. He commented, even with such short training time, His Highness's endurance has improved dramatically. He must have been blessed with a naturally strong physique. Kraut chuckled in agreement. Exactly, he's completely different from before the Ruins expedition. Maybe he's been secretly using something good. Hearing that, Russell smacked his own head and evaluated. You're such a sly one, while you're still lounging around. Ashiro, lost in thought on his side, reminded himself to stay focused, then broke into a determined smile. My leveling journey has only just begun. Kraut asked curiously, when should we continue sword training for the young master? Vel replied, not yet. Top priority is letting his body fully recover first. Seeing the young master stop, Kraut hurried to ask, are you done already? Ashiro answered calmly, I have business at the magic tower today. Hearing that, he repeated curiously, the magic tower. Ashiro confirmed, yes. Then he announced, I'm going to wash up, prepare for the visit to the branch tower. He immediately responded, understood. Russell spoke up unexpectedly from the side. Looks like you really trust the young master now. Kraut replied, honestly, I still don't fully understand him. But one thing's certain, he's so talented that someone like me can barely grasp the extent of his ability. And another thing, he genuinely cares about his subordinates and the people in the territory. He explained, that's why I can't let unnecessary doubts get in his way. Russell crossed his arms thoughtfully. At first I only came here to look after the young master, but now I can hardly keep up with his thoughts and actions. Kraut remarked, even so, he still needs a mentor to guide him. His external authority is still lacking in many ways. Russell said worriedly, no choice, he's only 15 and doesn't have an official title yet. He has to complete the coming-of-age ceremony and advance to 4th rank as soon as possible. Kraut reassured him, with his steady progress, it probably won't take long. Russell pondered, then continued, Count Korin has passed away. I used to worry a lot about the dark clouds hanging over the territory, but I never expected someone suitable to take over would appear so soon. The lion is still a lion after all. The scene shifts to a small but quite tall tower, the Shikin territory branch of the Magic Tower. Inside were thousands of neatly arranged books surrounding the tower, with a massive spiral staircase. A voice rang out from within. Well, Ashiro and Kraut arrived at the door and received the invitation. Please come in. A blonde girl with blue eyes and round glasses opened the door. Seeing the two, she exclaimed in surprise, oh my. Then she immediately rushed over, grabbing their hands excitedly and praising. A handsome boy and a muscular, charming man. I don't know who you are, but beautiful men are always welcome. She pulled them both inside warmly. Come in. The two felt a bit awkward at her enthusiasm. Ashiro responded politely. Ah, thank you. Both of them couldn't help but marvel at the girl's cheerful, hospitable demeanor. This was straightforward enthusiasm from a mage who didn't care about ranks. She asked, are you thirsty? Would you like some tea? Then she lightly waved her hand to cast a spell, and immediately the teapot and cups on the table floated up, 2 cups flying right in front of Ashiro and Kraut. Both were stunned, mouths agape. Whoa. She approached, picked up the teapot, and touched it with one hand. Instantly, steam rose vigorously from the spout. Ashiro marveled inwardly, steam still billowing thickly. In his mind, he wondered how a level 5 mage could be in such a small branch outpost. At that moment, the system character info panel appeared. Details displayed. Rosen Dreamwalker, age 32, mage rank, low affinity white magic, branch manager position, dreamy personality. Normal status, combat power level 5, level 5661, administrative reputation D, financial B, military E, diplomatic. After brewing the tea, she asked, right. Rosen wondered when she saw their surprised expression. Ashiro answered honestly, I didn't expect someone like you to be in the countryside like this, and he didn't forget to compliment, your gestures are truly elegant. Kraut blushed at that, thinking curiously, oh, maybe she's the type the young master likes. Rosen laughed and complimented back, you're quite charming yourself. Ashiro continued, if you can heat the teapot instantly like that, your skill must be at least level 5. He winked, adding subtly, almost no one reaches that level in their 20s unless they're a disciple of the tower master. Hearing the praise about looking young, Rosen was delighted and shy. Oh no, that's too embarrassing. Kraut, hearing his master butter her up, just gaped awkward. Ashiro reached behind and pinched Kraut hard, making him jump in pain. Flattered, Rosen smiled brightly and answered happily, Even though I look young, thinking I'm a Tower Master's disciple in my 20s isn't right. Actually, I'm over 30. Ashiro got even more excited. You don't look 30 at all. What's your secret? Kraut clutched his pinch butt, sitting obediently sipping tea while listening to their conversation. Rosen replied, nothing special. I just always get enough sleep and wash my face with pure water. Ashiro praised again. Must be naturally beautiful skin then. After a pleasant chat, Rosen suddenly realized, cupped her cheeks, and asked, oh dear, what am I even saying? By the way, what brings you two here today? Kraut's face darkened, thinking inwardly finally getting to the point. Ashiro got straight to it. Actually, I'm here to buy a scroll of explosion charm. Hearing that, Rosen exclaimed, oh my, and gushed, you're an honored guest. Rosen happily quoted 600 gold for 30 scrolls, but specially reduced it to 500 gold for Ashiro, because he was a handsome customer. He asked worriedly, won't that be troublesome for you? Thinking to himself that a good-looking face really does bring benefits. Kraut secretly rejoiced at saving 100 gold. Rosen laughed, no worries, even if the magic tower looks rundown, a branch manager's authority is the same everywhere. The two broke into a sweat, pondering the deeper implications. Ashiro wanted to add, by the way, I actually have one more request. Rosen cheerfully, go ahead, tell me. He hesitated slightly. This is a bit hard to say, but I want to borrow from the reserve fund. The cheerfulness vanished from Rosen's face. The reserve fund. She picked up her teacup and asked again, may I ask how much? 60,000 gold. The answer made Rosen spit out her tea. He explained, I can't just touch that amount freely. She nodded, I understand. Ashiro assured her, in exchange, I'll leave gold and silver as collateral. While I'm borrowing, I'll still pay interest. Hearing that, she asked seriously, interest too? He confirmed, of course, even if it's short term, this is still a proper loan. The reason is that if I repay J-Ruse with the gold and silver stolen from his secret vault, it'd basically be admitting I'm the thief. Ashiro promised to pay appropriate interest. He made the proposal because there was nowhere else he could borrow 60,000 gold except here. I have to get the loan from here, no matter what. Rosen bowed her head. I'm sorry, but that seems a bit difficult. Ashiro felt helpless. Damn, my favorability with her isn't high enough yet. I was too hasty. She said regretfully, I think the overseer would definitely refuse. But then Rosen suddenly delivered good news. There's only one way. Ashiro's expression relaxed. She smiled and suggested, as you can see, the central office doesn't monitor here too closely. Why don't the three of us keep it a secret? Ashiro asked back, a secret between the three of us. Rosen explained, as long as you repay within 6 months, it'll be fine. If after 6 months, we'll sell all the gold and silver held as collateral. Ashiro was thrilled. It fit his plan perfectly. He assessed that with a mage always craving research funds, Rosen must really need the interest on 60,000 gold. Rosen said innocently, this tea is really delicious. Both bowed their heads in thanks to Rosen. Ashiro said, it would be a huge relief for us if you could help like that, miss. Kraut said nothing, just watched the two anxiously. Rosen smiled and replied, thank goodness, we seem to get along really well, young master. Ashiro grinned slyly, thinking to himself, thanks to this, the debt with you has been settled. At that moment, Gerard Milsers angrily shouted at his soldiers, the map, bring the map here. The soldier hurried, understood. While waiting, Myras grumbled and cursed, irritable. He was worried because an entire patrol team around the secret vault had gone missing. When the soldier brought the map, he immediately pointed to the positions of the patrol's remaining traces, according to the normal route. But if they take the shortcut, it'll only take 1 day. Just thinking about that made Milser so furious that sweat poured down his face. His fists clenched tight, his face flushed red with rage. As he bellowed, head to the Gorda Highlands immediately. Prepare. The soldiers could only shout their obedience in unison and quickly set off. On the way, they encountered a massive stone golem. One soldier panicked and yelled, that's a golem. The troops screamed in terror, golem, golem. How the hell are we supposed to beat something like that? K-1EBFP tried to calm them. Stay calm. Stone golems are huge, but they move slowly, attack from a safe distance. But right then, the golem casually swung its arm in a sweeping motion, and the soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were crushed, blood splattering everywhere, their eyes wide in sheer horror. Another soldier tried to rally them, hang in there. But the words barely left his mouth before another punch from the golem sent one soldier flying, his body drenched in blood. The remaining troops screamed in panic. Damn it, another one down. They were truly being wiped out. Milser stood there without a flicker of emotion, while K-1EBFP muttered angrily under his breath. A mage in the group said, there must be a level 5 mage nearby controlling the golem. K-1EBFP immediately turned and asked, Lord J-Ruse, casualties are spreading. We should retreat and regroup. Milsers exploded in fury. What are you saying? His cold-bloodedness sent chills through everyone. He commanded, no matter what happens, the tribute to the Marquis must be delivered in 3 days. Clear the path within 24 hours. And anyone who can't do it had better prepare to die here. In another castle, Ashiro wondered to himself, I wonder if they've received my little gift yet. Rosen smiled and teased, the gift you mentioned, is it your lover? He reached out as if to hand her something, but then slumped back into his chair in disappointment. Rosen laughed. I'd like to receive a gift from you too. Outside, Leela overheard and didn't quite understand, so she decided to peek in. She flared up with jealousy, thinking to herself, is that vixen trying to seduce him? Kraut opened the door and stepped in, with Leela quietly slipping in behind. He reported to Ashiro, all the luggage has been placed in the magic tower. Meanwhile, Leela sneaked a peek with a face as sour as if she'd bitten into a chili pepper. She puffed out her cheeks in clear jealousy. Ashiro turned and thanked Kraut. Thanks for all your hard work. Kraut handed him a box. This is a gift for you. Ashiro took it gratefully. Thank you. Wait for me outside for a bit. The two, Lilo and Kraut, headed out to the carriage ahead. Leela asked Kraut irritably, why is the young master dealing with that magic tower? Kraut played dumb. I don't know. Deep down, he just hoped she wouldn't press further. Hearing that, Lila only glared at him. When Rosen opened the gift box, she squealed in delight. Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. Are you really giving this to me? Inside was a sparkling necklace. Ashiro said, this is thanks for helping with the funds all this time. But in his mind he thought, I found this while hunting. Never imagined I'd use it this way. She reminded him, you promised not to mention this, right? You know, if we did it officially there'd be tons of paperwork, and it might not even get approved. Ashiro smiled. I know, I'll keep relying on you. Rosen replied cheerfully, I'm very grateful too. Transactions like this are always welcome. You've boosted our scroll revenue quite a bit. Suddenly she asked seriously, by the way, where did you use up all those explosion scrolls? Are you in some kind of battle? Ashiro's eyes turned serious too, quietly impressed by her information-gathering skill. He just smiled. No, nothing dangerous, just restocking what I used for mining. Rosen pressed, using such expensive scrolls just for mining. Did you discover a gold vein, knowing it was time to leave? Ashiro only smiled. Let's save the rest for next time. We'll be seeing each other more often. Hearing that, Rosen just smiled and replied, I'm really looking forward to it. Ashiro left and joined Kraut and Layla at the carriage. In his inventory, he now held bonds worth 100 gold, 600. As he walked toward the two with a sly grin that made them both a little nervous, Ashiro thought to himself, with this, the massive debt of the Count's territory will be resolved, and the only thing left is waiting for Milsurce's reaction when he discovers the secret vault has been robbed. He imagined the furious look on the man's face, then thought about how Milsurce would react when everything came to light. With Sven, back then I was no different from roadside weeds, ordered to be assassinated, and nearly lost my life. Ashiro vowed to himself that he would repay everything he'd endured. As he stepped into the carriage, he thought, even though they could never imagine something like this happening. He knew full well that it wasn't over yet. The revenge was still ongoing. On the other side, Milsurce's army was struggling in battle against the stone golem. The soldiers threw chains to bind its arms tightly and anchored the ropes to a large pillar, trying to pull so it couldn't move freely. The stretched chains exposed the golem's core. One soldier spotted it and shouted, I see the core. Instantly, he charged forward, yelling, die, and leaped to stab his sword into the golem's core. The moment the blade touched the core, a violent explosion erupted, and the golem shattered. When the smoke cleared, the scene was utterly brutal. Soldiers' bodies and stone fragments scattered everywhere, weapons strewn about. K-Letter 1 EBFP reported regretfully, we defeated all the monsters, but at least 60% of the team has been wiped out. Milsurce didn't care at all and immediately ordered, open the stone gate now. The soldiers quickly moved toward his secret vault. Milsurce shouted, get in there. A mage took out a magic orb. Here it is. Milsurce snapped, you're late. He shoved the orb into the door. Immediately a notification panel appeared. Not a valid user. Unauthorized access detected. Activating countermeasure protocol. Stay clear of the entrance. Countdown, 180, 179. Milsurce panicked, what's happening? He frantically tried to reinsert the orb, but the countdown continued. 140, 139, not a valid user. Repeated unauthorized access detect. Furious, he kicked the door and cursed. The countdown kept going, 95, 94. Milsurce grew more frantic and yelled at the mage. The mage tried to calm him. Lord Jeruz, prioritize your safety first. We'll check again later. By now the time was down to 60, 59. The mage shouted, ordering the soldiers, quick, get Lord Jeruz out of here. When the timer hit 0, a message appeared. Counterattack program activating. all monsters within range will be summoned. The soldiers paled as they saw countless monsters appearing before them. At that moment, Ashiro, Kraut, and Leela were on the carriage heading back. Inside the carriage, Ashiro asked Leela, "Where did you hear about this?" Leela replied, "It all started when the young master confessed his feelings to that maid." She pouted sulkily, cheeks puffed out. Ashiro sighed softly. "My heart feels like it's breaking. I wonder if I became the heir just to do things like this." He suddenly asked, "I want to ask you something. If I betray Selvio, what would happen?" The question made the whole carriage fall silent. Leela asked in surprise, "Why would you betray Count Selvio?" Ashiro answered, "He's the type who never accepts defeat." He continued, "So would Jairus just obediently die if the Count ordered it?" Leela replied, "Like you said, if Jairus discovers the secret fund has been stolen, he'll do anything to survive. I don't think he'd hesitate to betray the Count if necessary." Hearing that, Kraut was stunned. Ashiro mused, he won't let himself be dragged down easily. Looking at Leela, he realized Jairus must be plotting something right now. A sense of unease rose up, and Ashiro felt frustrated, sensing he was missing something important. At the Goza Highlands, K-Letter-1 EBFP and Jairus stood on a rocky outcrop, both gazing into the distance. K-Letter-1 EBFP knelt and reported, "Thanks to your support, we eliminated the monsters, but..." He hesitated. "The Viscount's shadow army has been almost completely wiped out." Jairus couldn't accept this defeat at all and roared, "Form a new army right now. What are you waiting for? Open that door." The soldiers obeyed crisp. Gerard clutched the magic scroll, desperately searching for a way to open the door. There was no choice left but to use an explosive magic scroll. The scroll detonated, shaking the entire area with a massive blast as dust and dirt filled the air. When the smoke cleared, a large hole had appeared in the rock face, leading into the cave. A soldier reported, "It's open, Lord Gerard." He shouted, "Get in there." But deep down, he had a very bad feeling. Just as his instinct warned when everyone entered, there was nothing inside. A soldier yelled back, "There's nothing here." Jairus raged, eyes bulging, shouting, "Search again, find the silver." He furiously berated the soldiers, who scattered in a panic to search. One knight in the group picked up a few fallen scrolls from the ground, curiously unrolling one to find a magic circle diagram inside. Suddenly, the paper glowed brightly, the light flooding the entire cave, blinding everyone so they couldn't see clearly. Gerard also saw the strange light, his pupils contracting in shock. That light turned out to be magical flames, erupting violently throughout the cave, causing rock fragments to rain down from the ceiling. The force of the explosion knocked everyone to the ground. Gerard sprawled on the floor, glaring around in fury, not understanding what had happened this time. The massive blast caused the entire mine to collapse, burying the soldiers he'd sent to search for silver under tons of rock. Realizing the mine had caved in, everyone suspected a magic trap had been triggered. Someone panicked and reported, "Everyone still inside has been buried alive." Gerard's face darkened at the news, filled with confusion and fear. He thought to himself, "It's over. This time Viscount Selvio will surely punish me." He tried to stay calm, but his face remained twisted in worry. Suddenly, Gerard sprang to his feet, his eyes savage as he decided it was time to activate the emergency plan. A soldier who witnessed that expression trembled. When Gerard turned to the one who'd just reported, he spoke softly, "I've always been grateful to you." The soldier thought he was about to be rewarded and looked proud. But before he could process it, Gerard drew his sword, stepped closer, and leaned down to whisper, "It's okay, this isn't your fault, you were just unlucky. To keep the secret, there's no other way." With that, he swiftly stabbed, blood spraying everywhere as the man died on the spot. Afterward, the one who'd triggered the trap scroll approached, whispering to Gerard, "K-Letter-1 EBFP definitely won't let this slide. He's already noticed something off and might be heading straight to investigate the ruins himself." Gerard replied seriously, "Maybe he's already gone in on his own. Right now, all we can do is follow the emergency plan and give it everything we've got." The scene shifts to Viscount Selvio's villa on a rainy night. Rain pattered steadily, making the surroundings even quieter, with only the villa still lit up. Gerard had escaped the cave and come here to report. He knelt with his head bowed, not daring to look up at Viscount Selvio. The Viscount stood with his back turned, silently gazing at the sky through the window, then slowly spoke, "I've heard everything." Hearing that, Gerard hurriedly prostrated himself further, trembling as he apologized. "I'm sorry, my lord." Viscount Selvio didn't look at him, only sat down in his chair with a cold voice. "I don't want to hear cheap apologies like that. Results are everything. Speak, where is the silver meant for this grand endeavor?" Gerard raised his head respectfully. "I believe grave robbers did it. They dug an entry, but it must have been an ordinary ruin, and they accidentally triggered the security system. Most of the silver is still there. The passage was too narrow to carry much out. Viscount Selvio asked again. Most of the silver is still there. Gerard paled, sweat pouring, but still answered, yes, only a few small crates could be taken. He continued explaining his prepared plan. I've secretly posted bounties on precious metal merchants and set up ambush contingency. Those silver coins won't be easy to move. They'll definitely come back. Selvio gripped the armrest tightly, showing satisfaction with the plan. He stood up, turned to face Gerard, and said, when they return, we'll capture them. Hearing that, Gerard looked relieved. But suddenly Selvio drew a whip, his voice vicious. You will be punished. Gerard's face went white as he thought in panic. Please spare me, my lord. Selvio raised the whip and lashed it hard across Gerard's back. He groaned in agony. The more he cried out, the harder the whip struck. Selvio snarled, are you mocking me? Gerard could only clutch his head, tears falling as he endured, unable to escape this hell. Viscount Selvio roared, I know you've always seen K-letter 1 EBFP, the commander of the Shadow Army, as your enemy. But this time, the Shadow Army you trained has become useless because of you. More than half can no longer be you. He swung the whip so fiercely that blood splattered onto his own face and hand. His hand shaking with rage as he held the whip. He gritted his teeth. Your petty squabbles mean nothing to me, but if they affect this grand plan, then that's another matter. Gerard screamed in pain until Selvio felt satisfied and threw the whip to the ground. He said sternly, you are to withdraw from the shadow forces. If you need to act, you may only do so after my approval. Understood, Gerard replied respectfully, I understand. As Viscount Selvio left, his mind was filled with worry about the tribute payment due to Marquis Antonio. He thought silently about Oshiro, who had recently informed the sickened territory of the official seizure process. Selvio bowed his head in thought. If they can pay even a portion, we'll use it to cover the shortfall in tribute. If it's still not enough, there's no choice but to sell off the assets of the merchant groups under your control. Hearing the Viscount say that, Jurat's face darkened. He kowtowed respectfully, his torn clothes and bleeding wounds exposed on his back. I understand, my Viscount, he replied, but inside he seethed with resentment. Damn it, that's the fortune I sacrificed so much for. Selvio walked toward his chair and ordered, you may go. But remember, I haven't forgiven you yet. You must recover my silver. He sat down and warned coldly. Otherwise, you know the consequences, don't you? Gerard kept his head bowed, sweat dripping, gritting his teeth as he answered, I will follow your order. Leaving Viscount Selvio's villa, Gerard returned home in a battered state. As soon as he entered, a servant saw him and asked worriedly, Lord Gerard, are you all right? He groaned in pain. You. The servant quickly handed him a vial of medicine, urging him to drink for the pain. His hands shook so badly from the agony that the medicine spilled as he took it, some dribbling out as he drank. The servant used a cloak to cover the wounds on his back. I'll hide the injuries for you. Gerard groaned. I also need healing salve for my back. Where's Jacob? The servant replied respectfully. I apologize for the late report. He was no longer useful, so I disposed of him last night. Gerard just grunted in approval, murmuring, I drank too much that day. Has anyone replaced him yet? Gerard walked to the window, opened it, and looked down at the courtyard where a carriage was still waiting. The servant continued, we've just found a boy from the desert. He has emerald green eyes and brown hair, looks very much like Prince Oshiro. Gerard painfully leaned out, letting the rain pour over him, then reluctantly accepted. From the desert, huh? I don't like dark-skinned types, but I'll have to make do. He turned back inside, rainwater trailing down onto the carpet. How far along are the preparations? The servant answered, everything will be ready in 3 more days. However, the execution squad won't let things go smoothly. We're not sure if we can escape safe. Gerard's face filled with scheming. More than half the Shadow Army is dead or wounded, and the rest are scattered searching for non-existent grave robbers. This is the perfect chance for us to act. At that moment, he and the servant boarded the carriage, which rolled off into the rain. Despite the pain, Gerard looked excited. No, perhaps this is actually a great opportunity. He instructed, head to the Shikin Count's estate. Take everything of value. The more money for rebuilding our lives later, the better. The servant stayed silent, but in his mind, he thought further about the Shikin family's succession chaos that Oshiro had already appended. He worried whether things would really go that easily. A few days later, the sun had risen over Oshiro's castle. Kraut burst into the young master's study in a panic. Master, Gerlas has come to visit us. It seems related to the debt issue. Russell confirmed it was just as the young master had predicted. At that moment, Oshiro was sprawled across his desk, but jolted upright at the mention of his name. Russell quickly instructed Kraut and Kraut, you two should go meet him with the young master. Kraut was a bit surprised. You're not coming with us, sir. Russell replied calmly, the young master is now fully capable of leading this territory on his own. I can't let that old man's bragging undermine his authority. My role is to support. Kraut understood and accepted the order seriously. The scene shifts to the reception room, where Gerard sat eyeing Ashiro appraisingly. He extended his hand in mock friendliness, sneering, "Your physique has improved quite a bit, young master." Ashiro replied coldly, "I don't need unnecessary greetings. Your rude attitude is testing my patience. Get to the point." Hearing that, Gerard just smirked without beating around the bush. "I'll be direct, the official debt collection has begun. It's been determined that the Sane territory cannot repay the 60,000 gold debt. Therefore, we intend to seize all valuable collateral items." Kraut glared at him with fury, while Ashiro remained calm. "And if I refuse?" He smirked arrogantly. "I'll appoint a high-ranking official to ensure that doesn't happen." He pointed at everyone, emphasizing, "I will demand oversight." Kraut couldn't hold back his anger anymore and stepped forward, ready to confront him. Gerard lounged back in his chair with his arms crossed behind his head, taunting, "Come on now, no need for violence. My judgment carries a lot of weight, you know. Threats will only make things worse." Expecting Ashiro to get angry too, but the boy just smiled back calmly. "If your judgment really is as important as you say, there must be some way to delay repayment in special circumstances, right?" Gerard, as if he'd been waiting for that exact question, grinned slyly. "If you show a little goodwill, things could change. Everyone could see he was blatantly asking for a bribe." Ashiro pondered it, feeling that paying this debt would be a huge loss, then wondered to himself, why is he demanding early repayment? Does he need money that badly? And when he realized the key point, Ashiro's eyes suddenly lit up. He'd figured out the real reason the man had come here. Money. He kept guessing why Gerard needed cash so urgently. Their secret black fund must have been stolen, so they're hopping our territory can't pay on time. To lure him into the trap, Ashiro kept a cheerful smile, hands propped under his chin as he pretended to stay calm and said, "I've already gathered the full amount, so there's no need to show you any goodwill." Hearing that, Gerard shot to his feet in shock, completely unprepared for this turn. He asked in disbelief, "What? How the hell did you scrape together that much money?" Ashiro felt satisfied seeing his opponent's panic and teased cheerfully, "Why so surprised? Isn't this good news?" In his heart, he grew even more certain his plan had worked perfectly. With that, Ashiro slammed a stack of bond papers onto the table, showing him the reason for having so much money. "These are anonymous bonds issued by the Royal Chamber of Commerce, genuine ones." Gerard's face froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stared at the pile of bonds, knowing they were real, and silently calculated, where did he get 60,000 gold worth of these? A greedy thought flashed through Gerard's mind. If I steal these bonds and run, unlike gold or silver, they're light and easy to carry. I could escape execution and live abroad. With that much, everything would be so simple. Ashiro noticed the man's intentions and slowly continued speaking to push him further into a corner, then placed a large, gleaming silver ingot on the table, leaving Gerard stunned. "Would you like to inspect it? I still have 32 more just like this out of the total 420 crates of silver." Confusion and fury were playing on Gerard's face as he clenched his teeth and sat silent. He knew full well Ashiro was implying he was the one who'd stolen the silver. Inside he panicked. Have I been found out? He also feared what would happen if Viscount Selvio learned the truth. Ashiro watched the man's expression, then broke the long silence. He asked, "When rumors spread that Viscount Selvio fled with the Black Fund, guess what would happen to you?" Gerard could only hang his head, sweat pouring like rain. Ashiro cheerfully held up 2 fingers. "You only have 2 choices left. One is to admit the Black Fund was stolen and face punishment. The other is to betray the Viscount and run." Gerard bit his lip hard, finally bowing his head in defeat. Seeing his opponent backed into a corner, Ashiro proactively offered a way out. "I'll help you survive if you flee. This is a rare chance. What are you going to do?" Kraut, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel uneasy about Ashiro's action. Gerard knew he had no way out but still set conditions. "Just helping me escape the territory isn't enough." Ashiro had anticipated that and emphasized, "Prepare solid backing so no one can touch you." When Gerard expressed wanting stronger guarantees, Ashiro asked, "Are you willing to serve under me? You used to be the most powerful man in this region, while I'm not sure I'm worthy yet." Gerard shifted his attitude, respectfully calling him my lord and saying, "I need an even stronger guarantee. That's the anonymous royal bonds." Seeing the man had accepted, Ashiro placed a receipt on the table and demanded he sign. "There's a price for this choice. Sign here first, then we'll talk more." Gerard read the receipt and was horrified. It was confirmation that the Second Territory had fully repaid its debt to the MAS company, secured by anonymous royal bonds. He burst out laughing, eyes filled with admiration. "You're truly terrifying. You fooled the whole world this whole time. Fine, I'll sign." Gerard signed the receipt, inwardly regretting ever underestimating Ashiro. Seeing the man had signed, Ashiro felt very satisfied. he just gained a valuable ally. But at that moment, Jairuz's eyes were full of wariness and anxiety. He asked, "So from now on, what should we do?" Meanwhile, Kraut gripped the scroll tightly, his face full of contemplation. Ashiro held firm in his resolve. "I will go to the capital." Then they quickly prepared to set out. Gerard escorted Ashiro and Kraut to the city gate, bowing deeply in farewell. Kraut asked doubtfully, "You've already anticipated this and prepared countermeasures, haven't you?" Ashiro replied calmly, "There's no way that's the case. The important thing is that we now have the support we need." At that moment, an image flashed in Ashiro's mind of the crown prince seated on the throne, the most influential figure in the kingdom, and the king's eldest son. Kraut still hesitated. "Is this really okay? We've given up the shield we once relied on." Ashiro answered steadily, "What are you saying? Our support hasn't diminished at all. In fact, I think this agreement with 6,000 gold is worth far more than the money itself." Kraut finally nodded in agreement. "You're right, I think so too." The two advanced forward with confidence, even though Kraut still had many unanswered questions in his mind. But Ashiro knew he would figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, in the room, the chief of staff burst in with a panicked expression to report urgently. "Your Excellency, I have pressing news to report." While flipping through a page, Viscount Selvio's hand suddenly froze, his brows furrowing. "What is it?" The chief of staff immediately knelt respectfully and reported, "All of Milsur's key figures have vanished. The main assets of Milsur's trading company are still listed in the books, but they've all been sold off." Suddenly the door burst open again as another person rushed in with a look of panic. "Report, the Milsur's headquarters has been stormed and occupied by creditors, causing massive chaos." Selvio's hand continued calmly turning pages, showing no reaction to the urgent news. Another subordinate quickly added, "Your Excellency, many from the shadow forces have deserted, and that's not even all of it." The second person stepped forward and continued, "Some instructors at the Highland Fortress have also disappeared. This morning, the remaining ones were found dead." The room suddenly fell into dead silence, and Selvio, who had been reading, finally stopped. Under the invisible pressure radiating from him, the two ministers outside the room broke into cold sweats, inwardly thinking they couldn't withstand this tension. Abruptly, the captain burst in, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. "Forgive the intrusion. Even the usual malcontents have jumped ship and fled." Selvio's hand clenched the book hard enough to crumple the pages. "Where did they stop?" The captain replied, "The Shikin Count's territory. A week ago, the Count's security forces raided Jairuz and his accomplices." Selvio listened intently. "All of them have been imprisoned in the underground dungeon. But when I checked again, Gerard wasn't among them." Hearing this, Selvio gritted his teeth, his face growing even colder. The captain continued, "I tried to track his trail, but the tense relations with the Shikin territory have restricted our agents' movements." Selvio slammed the book shut in fury. The Shikin territory. In his mind, he wondered why Gerard would flee there. Did the man really think he could escape? He wasn't that foolish. A heavy pressure weighed down the room as Selvio let out a helpless laugh. "I've been outplayed." The three others could only bow their heads and tremble, not daring to breathe loudly. Suddenly Selvio spoke, "Chief of Staff." The man jolted, heart pounding, and immediately responded, "Yes, Your Excellency." Selvio slammed the book onto the table. "Send men to the Highland Fortress and have them confirm the secret is still secure." The chief of staff hesitated. "What exactly should we check, my lord?" Selvio turned to face him directly. "The silver chest, of course." The chief of staff broke into a sweat at that, eyes widening in shock. "But according to the reports I received, the mine collapsed and everything was buried under the rubble." Selvio pointed straight at his face. "That's exactly why you must go and check yourself. Dig it up or do whatever it takes. Make sure the silver is intact. Verify it by any means necessary, understood?" A stammered reply came, "Why, yes, yes." Selvio turned to the captain and continued ordering. "Recall the surveillance agents from the Shikin territory. If their spy identities are exposed, the consequences will be severe. He may have already left the territory long ago." The captain obeyed, understood. Then he asked, "So we're stopping surveillance?" Selvio slowly stood up. "I believe so, but send a boat to monitor along the Aran River. If no one appears after 2 weeks, return. If they remain in the kingdom and don't flee, I'll still have a chance to recover the debt someday." The captain replied, "Clear, Your Excellency." After assigning everything, Selvio prepared to leave the study. He calmly instructed, "We will go meet Marquis Antonio." The scene shifts to a grand, majestic castle where voices echoed in conversation. In the meeting room, Viscount Selvio sat facing Marquis Antonio. Selvio spoke calmly, "It's not a matter of failure. It's that the foundation I've built over so long has suddenly crumbled." Marquis Antonio leaned on his hand with a sigh. "Perhaps we were too hasty. After that incident, nothing has gone smoothly." Selvio explained, but this is a great opportunity to eliminate Count Colin Exkin, who's advancing towards 7th rank. If he sides with the king, the balance of power will be broken. Antonio tapped his finger hard on the table. Regret won't turn back time. The execution squad will surely catch the money thief. His gaze turned toward a mysterious silhouette. It was none other than Oshiro. He shifted the discussion. And what about that arrogant Count Shikin who helped him escape? Should we create a reason to declare war? Selvio's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Declare war? Why not try diplomatic pressure instead? Marquis Antonio repeated in surprise. Diplomacy. Selvio continued. I've already checked. The Zin family hasn't appointed a replacement in the Noble Council yet. Orem is my man. We can make use of him before they appoint a new representative. Antonio grew interested. Tell me more details. In his heart, he thought that he actually wanted to avoid war since it was far too costly. The Zine shift to a hand organizing the chaotic documents on the desk. Oshiro lay exhausted across the table, eyes half closed in thought. I think Viscount Selvio will likely choose diplomatic measures. By now, he must know Jairus has betrayed him and can probably guess we helped Jairus. Kraut responded, I understand. To get revenge, they'll opt for diplomacy over war. Oshiro agreed, picking up his pen with certainty. Exactly, war is always extremely expensive. Kraut suddenly realized and exclaimed, I get it now, so how will they approach diplomacy? Oshiro explained calmly, lords rarely leave their castles except when absolutely necessary or at war. Even from afar, they must be present in the capital to protect their territory's interests. Kraut added, that's why the Noble Council exists, so we should send a representative there, right? Oshiro still sprawled on the table, his eyes sparkling with interest. Yes, and by the way, who is our representative? Naturally, it's Ostrine. Hearing that, Kraut panicked. Young master, isn't he Lady Stella's close aide? He couldn't believe it and hesitated. This is huge, but you're so calm. Have you already planned this out? Oshiro just smiled. Remember, always leave a few gaps for the enemy. If we make everything too perfect, they'll desperately search for weaknesses and might land an unexpected blow. Kraut grew even more stunned at Oshiro's composure. The next morning in the royal capital Elsni, the largest city in the Rock Kingdom, with 500 years of history and over 250,000 residents. Inside the royal palace, King Clivio sat on the throne and began the session. Very well, let's start this morning's meeting. King Cliv kept an expressionless face. What is the first topic today? A high minister spoke up. Yes, your majesty, first is the matter of succession for the Shikin Count. King Clivio loudly moved to the next topic. The steward held the announcement board with a trembling voice. The next topic concerns the engagement of the 5th prince. The statement immediately caused an uproar in the grand hall. A noble below couldn't hide his unease. It was Duke Otamua. King Clivio turned to a marquis. As I understand, the marquis's daughter is not only intelligent, but also very beautiful. What do you think of arranging her engagement to Prince Cell, the 5th? Seizing the opportunity, Marquis Antonio stood up cheerfully. Oh, your majesty, if that were to happen, my family would be immensely honored. The other nobles secretly thought the king and marquis had arranged this in advance. Duke Otamua immediately stood to object. Your majesty, by tradition, royal family members choose brides only from women already serving your majesty or the queen, those trained for years by noble families. Marquis Antonio gazed into the distance, full of schemes in his heart. They surely never expected this to come so suddenly. King Clivio looked down. Are you implying the marquis's daughter is inadequate? Otamua replied tensely. We only wish to follow procedure. The king said sternly, royal marriages are decided by the king and queen. This is final, not something for the nobility to interfere in. The atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly grew quiet, while Otamua could only grit his teeth and ponder, unable to argue back. However, that matter wasn't related to the current issue. The steward glanced at old Duke Otamua, thinking to himself, what do you mean by that? Old Otamua remained silent, calculating about the two princes, his mind sinking deeper into schemes. We are the royal supporters, always on the side of the crown prince. But the 5th prince is the queen's own son. It seems the king wants to choose the 5th as heir. In his mind appeared the image of King Clivio treating the marquises and viscounts like pieces on a chessboard of power. The royal factions seemed to have been abandoned by the king, and the foundations of the factions were beginning to shake. Just then, suddenly from outside, someone pushed the door open and called, Your Majesty. The person who appeared exuded a special aura. It was none other than the crown prince. He addressed his father, King Clivio, seriously. I have something I must present to you. King Clivio replied coldly, I don't recall summoning you. He lowered his voice and ordered, Leave immediately. The crown prince bowed his head, eyes resolute. That won't happen unless you hear what I have to say first. Clivio grew even more stern. Are you challenging my authority?" The crown prince answered calmly, "I have no intention of opposing you." Hearing that, the king shouted, "Now you're refusing my order to leave. I will not allow you to interfere in the prince's marriage." Garu replied calmly, "You've misunderstood. I have no intention of meddling in the marriage, not even a little." He closed his eyes and continued, "I've received important information regarding a completely different matter." The nobles listening grew curious about what would be revealed. Garu said, "I believe your majesty and the noble council here need to be informed. If this causes any inconvenience, I apologize in advance." After speaking, the crown prince opened his eyes and waited for King Clivio's reaction. King Clivio frowned. "What exactly do you mean by that?" The crown prince held up a scroll. "The representative managing the Shikin Duchy has sent a letter from Baron Russell." Hearing that, Marquis Sovinia immediately paid close attention. King Clivio asked suspiciously, "Shikin, why bring that up at a time like this?" Old Atamua spoke up, "In any case, your majesty, there are still many questions surrounding the Shikin territory. The fact that no envoy has responded to the royal summons is truly concerning. On top of that, Marquis Antonio, who was assigned to investigate, is the Lord of Viscount Selvio." On the other side, the two opposing nobles also raised their heads to look. Antonio recalled Ashiro, the one he'd once shouted at. He remembered who had sealed the energy core of Ashiro Shik. Marquis Antonio stood up angrily and shouted, "So now you no longer trust?" Atamua immediately countered, "In this situation, it's impossible to appoint an involved party as arbitrator. That would be extremely unfair." Antonio retorted, "Then how can we trust Baron Russell? What if he's colluded with young Master Ashiro, the one suspected of being a criminal?" Hearing that, Atamua secretly rejoiced at successfully baiting Antonio. Atamua continued, "Your Majesty, regarding Russell, he was once the leader of the Blue Leons, an honorable swordsman famous for his knightly spirit that never compromises with injustice, and he received the Royal Honor Medal. I can't imagine a report from such a hero would be unreliable." After hearing that, the crown prince bowed his head with a smile. After all, this country is called the Nation of Knights. Antonio could only grit his teeth in anger and helplessness, inwardly thinking he'd fallen into the trap. Atamua pressed the advantage. "Does this mean you don't trust the entire government of the kingdom?" King Clivio interrupted, "Don't read too much into it. Marquis Antonio surely doesn't mean that." Antonio hurriedly explained, "It's not that I don't trust Russell." But the old man bowed his head with clear displeasure, inwardly regretting mentioning Russell at all. The crown prince interjected, "In that case, we should review the letter's contents first. It's not too late to object afterward." King Clivio rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Crown Prince read the letter aloud. Garu unrolled the scroll and read solemnly, "It is true there was an assassination attempt at the Count's residence. Young Master Granvin was hanged, and Dax sealed his own energy." Marquis Antonio could only lower his face in frustration. The Crown Prince continued, "All punishments have been carried out in my name. I, Vel Nigel, as the representative of the duchy, along with the consensus of the knights, submit this report to the royal family and noble council." A noble stood up, approached behind the Crown Prince, and called to Garu. He turned around and the man asked, "May I verify the signature?" It was Marquis Sovinia. He continued, "I once served alongside Lord Russell in the Royal Guard and am very familiar with his handwriting." The Crown Prince handed over the letter. "Here, please." Sovinia took it, read through, and confirmed, "This letter cannot be denied as Russell's." Marquis Sovinia was the kingdom's military representative, known as the Sword of the Kingdom, and immensely proud of knightly honor. He grew furious, thinking Antonio had done something unforgivable by dragging him into this. The balance of power had completely shifted. Meanwhile, old Antonio fumed inwardly. "Oh God, this isn't the main issue. The purpose of this plan was to shatter the royal faction, which had just lost its leader." However, the Crown Prince appeared at the perfect moment and became the new center. This completely altered the power map, opening a succession battle between the Crown Prince and the Fifth Prince. Old Antonio looked around, calculating, "No matter what, we need to deal with that damned Shikin territory immediately." Marquis Antonio clenched his fist and said loudly, "Questioning a knight like Russell, I had no such intention, I only meant." The old man raised his head and concluded, "Convicting young Master Gen Vine of an assassination plot based solely on the unreliable testimony of a lowly assassin. Don't you think further investigation is needed for clearer physical evidence?" Atamua sneered disdainfully and didn't bother commenting. He continued, "However, leaving the Count title vacant indefinitely is impossible." Osgrim stood nearby, glancing worriedly at Antonio. Antonio thought of Ashiro, the young master who was only 15. He'd heard the boy wasn't even capable of becoming a knight, the bare minimum for a high-ranking noble in a kingdom famous for its knights. I think at the very least he should be a swordmaster. Atamua heard that and smirked mockingly. Ah, a swordmaster at 15. Marquis Antonio, if I recall correctly, it took you quite a few years to reach that rank yourself, didn't it? Antonio sighed. It's unreasonable to impose such demands on a young master. However, to inherit a high noble title, he must at least reach user level. He pictured Ashiro using magic and told himself the boy needed to prove his potential in the future. Right now, Ashiro was only 15. To reach 4th rank user would take at least another 3 or 4 years. Duke Atamua frowned, thinking, that's a long time. Currently, they had no intention of starting a war, especially with the wedding preparations underway. They'd probably delay further, and wouldn't that be even better? King Clivio concluded sternly, very well. The Noble Council will form a special investigation team to continue looking into the failed assassination. If convincing evidence is found, a disciplinary decision will be announced at the morning session. However, this arrangement will only last until Count Ashiro becomes a user. If Ashiro Shikin reaches 4th rank, the investigation team will immediately disband and succession proceedings will begin. The king asked, does anyone object? Marquis Antonio bowed his head with a light smile. A wise decision. Duke Atamua whispered to himself, you don't know much about Ashiro. To you, he's just the son of a famous swordsman who died early. But I know Ashiro is an idiot. There's no way he can reach 4th rank. This decision sounds fair, but in reality it's extremely advantageous for us. The old man smiled inwardly. You'll be furious when you realize you've been tricked, Duke Atamua. The Shikin lineage has always been a thorn in my side. We must find a way to punish. That evening in the castle, a voice called out, is anyone there? The servant replied, it's me. Marquis Antonio immediately ordered, not Selvio summon Lanciano. The servant bowed, understood my marquis. After giving the order, Antonio stood by the window, calculating. It's better to let the Varita intelligence agency handle this. A stranger appeared in the room and turned at the marquis's voice. Forgive me, my marquis. It was Lanciano, who smiled and placed his hand over his chest in respectful salute. Marquis Antonio narrowed his eyes. I have a task for you. Make sure Viscount Servio doesn't notice. Lanciano replied, he's very sharp. Hiding it won't be easy. But we can slip it into the file stack. He won't pay attention. The old man grinned slyly, stroking his chin with satisfaction. Marquis Antonio pulled up a chair and sat, speaking gravely. I'll leave it to you, just make him suffer. Lanciano chuckled. You seem to be in a very bad mood. Let's use a shadow knight like last time. I really liked the one we used before. Antonio was pleased. It would be great to deal with the nuisance without getting my own hands dirty. Lanciano bowed, I'll arrange it. Marquis Antonio continued, I'm entrusting this task to you. At the same time, in Crown Prince Geru's castle, a mysterious figure crossed his arms respectfully and said, everything is thanks to you. Gerard Messays knelt cautiously. Your praise is truly valuable. In the dimly lit room, Crown Prince Geru grinned wickedly. No, the timing is perfect. When the king abandons the loyal royal faction, I'll step in to unify them. No one else could come up with such a plan. Gerard smiled outwardly but was full of doubt inwardly, thinking, even I can hardly believe it. Normally, it would take over a week to learn about this. How did young Master Ashiro know the situation? The old man bowed his head, his mind thick with sinister thoughts. Anyway, I must ensure the prince doesn't care about Ashiro. I have to prove my value immediately. Thinking that, he said, I guessed it because I know their methods. Crown Prince Geru laughed heartily upon hearing. I see. Servio has always been Marquis Antonio's advisor, and he was once the Viscount's advisor too. They're probably tearing their hair out right now. But Gerard still warned, don't underestimate those two, your highness. Even though we struck hard, they still achieved their goal. The 5th prince's engagement hasn't been cancelled. Crown Prince Geru asked, is there no way to stop it? Gerard worried, sweating as he glanced away. Royal marriage is the king's decree. We can hardly do anything about it. Messays bowed apologetically. I apologize for only being able to say that. Crown Prince Geru laughed loudly and looked at him. I just needed to say it, don't worry. Gerard Milsers continued. Next, the enemy will likely target you. From now on, things won't be as simple as today. Crown Prince Geru's eyes gradually turned colder. Indeed. Gerard Milsers saw that and felt smug. But there's nothing to worry about, my lord. Your highness, you've emerged from the shadows and become the sun. From now on, you must strengthen ties with the nobles supporting the royal family. Bring them trust so they follow you. Hearing that, Geru gritted his teeth, his smile growing even stranger. The crown prince asked further, by the way, I want to bring the Shikin territory into our faction. What do you think? Messays raised his head to look at Geru. I don't think that's a bad idea. Lord Russell is a symbol, and you personally sent his letter to the royalist noble. But we shouldn't give them too many favors. No need to feed the fish once it's already in the net. Garu found that reasonable. Garu then said, "You've delivered Baron Russell's letter. I think you have a deeper connection with him." Gerard shook his head. "That's a misunderstanding. I only helped deliver the letter to have my debt erased. It was purely a transaction." Crown Prince Garu's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, and Misaes, seeing that, felt terrified, sensing a powerful pressure as if his very soul was being seen through. The Crown Prince said, "Is that so? Good." Garu stood up, staring fixedly at Gerard Misaes. The old man grew more anxious, feeling as though all his secrets were exposed. Garu passed by while saying, "I will go to the Shikin territory. I need you to prepare a declaration of support for me." Gerard asked worriedly, "You're going personally, Your Highness?" Garu turned back, smiling cheerfully and giving a thumbs up in approval. "I don't mind if they reject me. Just my appearance there will be enough to make the supporters think twice." Gerard was displeased because the plan wasn't going as hoped. He'd wanted to increase his influence to pull the prince to his side, but outwardly he still pretended to support. "As you wish, my lord." He left the room smugly. A few days later in the castle, a voice rang out, "Have you heard the news?" Ashiro was writing something, chin propped on his hand, and asked back, "Heard what?" Russell stood formally before him and reported, "The information states that you must become a 4th rank user as soon as possible." Ashiro kept a calm face on the outside and replied, "Don't worry, I have an idea." But in his mind he was still thinking, "I'm searching for a suitable hell dungeon or ruin on the map." Russell didn't like that answer, his eyes flashing with fire. "You don't need to overthink ways to get stronger, just take it step by step. I guarantee you'll become a 4th rank user as soon as possible." Ashiro looked a bit bewildered, staring blankly at Russell, before the man suddenly grabbed him under the arm and hoisted him up. "No, wait." Ashiro struggled and protested, but Russell spoke softly to reassure him. "Come on, let's go. Young master, aren't you going to train?" Meanwhile, on Kraut's side, everyone around him was urging, "Too slow, move faster." Their faces were all pale and drained. Ashiro was the same, eyes wide as he stared at the staff about to slam into his head. Someone shouted loudly, "Above you, sir." Another person instructed, "Please breathe deeply. No more talking from now on." Ashiro collapsed flat on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his mind full of resentment. "At this pace, I'm going to die. I can't die like this in this world, no, give me a reason." Early the next morning in the castle, the cheerful chirping of birds on the branches was suddenly drowned out by a scream that shook the entire building. The flock of birds startled and flew away. The furious young master yanked off the blanket. "It's time to wake up. Hurry up, please." Ashiro jolted upright, his face swollen from fear. "Wait, I don't have enough talent yet. I'm serious, I'll die if this keeps up." With an imposing demeanor and a stern voice he said, "What do you mean you don't have enough talent? Mastering the sword doesn't require talent." He reminded him, "Anyone can reach 5th rank with diligent training. I'm living proof, trust me." Ashiro sat on the bed, face full of reluctance. "Do you think training too much will damage the body?" He pulled up his shirt to reveal bruises covering his entire body, panicking. "Look at this, my body can't handle this insane training." The man stayed calm. "These injuries will heal with low-grade recovery potion." Ashiro reluctantly replied, I need to save money." The man said again, "The territory's finances are improving thanks to you, young master." Ashiro felt aggrieved, but couldn't say anything more. The atmosphere turning terrifying again, making him break out in a cold sweat. "You've rested enough now. It's time to train." The man's hand reached out. Ashiro panicked. "I hate this, but I can't do anything about it." He had no choice but to train, gripping the wooden sword tightly with both hands. In a defensive stance, Russell swung his sword forward, and Ashiro reacted quickly, thinking to himself, "I can see it. I can't believe this." But in the end, the wooden sword still struck true, knocking Ashiro unconscious. Several hours later, Ashiro slowly came to. He lay sprawled on the ground, covered in injuries with a lump on his head, but strangely he didn't seem too bothered. "The sky today is really beautiful," he thought absently, then snapped back to reality. "No, this isn't the time to daydream. I have to get out of this situation right now." Ashiro squeezed his eyes shut, focusing hard. There has to be a way, think. Suddenly, an image of a girl flashed in his mind, Celestina Urin. The moment he thought of her, Ashiro jolted awake and exclaimed, "That's right, her. The Crown Prince's strongest ally. Celestina is the absolute best at money matters in the game. But right now she and the Crown Prince haven't met yet. That means I still have a chance to approach her first." While he was deep in thought, Russell appeared, scolding, "Slacking off again, young master." He pulled Ashiro up. "All right, let's do it again." Ashiro quickly reacted. "Wait a second, I have something important to say." Russell said sternly, If this is another excuse to be lazy, training time increases by 10 minutes. Ashiro hurriedly explained, "You know we have silver ingots worth 100,000 gold that we can't use yet." Russell replied, "They're basically stolen goods and there's way too much, we don't know what to do with them." Ashiro continued, "We can't melt them down without drawing attention, so we need someone to help launder the money." Hearing that, Russell's face turned thoughtful and suspicious. He thought the young master was making another excuse to slack off, but he also acknowledged they really did need to handle that silver. "So we need someone to help launder the money." Russell's face was a mix of contemplation and suspicion. He thought the young master was making another excuse to slack off, but he also acknowledged they really did need to handle that silver. Russell asked again, "Do we really have to do this right now?" Ashiro replied, "If we lend the silver ingots out, the interest could reach 200,000 gold. Every day that passes is wasted. Don't you know the magic of compound interest?" Russell put his hand to his chin thoughtfully. "Is there some spell called fucuri? First time I've heard of it." Ashiro got annoyed. "Be serious, we need to fix the territory's financial situation." Russell answered seriously, "I understand. How long will it take?" Ashiro hesitated. "Not too short, not too long. Since we have to go to the capital, it'll take 3 months. It definitely can't be done in less than a day." Russell thought to himself that he was being dragged all over the place, but finally agreed. "I'll let Kraut know you have daily tasks to complete." Ashiro startled. No need to go that far. But the man was firm. It has to be done. The next day, a voice called out, "Young master." Ashiro turned in surprise, and Kraut reported, "It seems the crown prince is about to arrive here." Ashiro jolted. "Why is he coming so suddenly?" Kraut answered honestly, "I heard in this morning's meeting that a full-scale succession war between the crown prince and the fifth prince has begun. He seems to be coming to claim our territory." Ashiro's face grew tense, and he hurriedly stuffed things into his suitcase. While Kraut watched in confusion, "What's going on?" Ashiro kept packing as he said, "Kraut, we haven't heard anything about the crown prince coming here. Prepare the horses, no carriage, we're leaving in 2 hours." Kraut panicked, "But you don't even know how to ride a horse yet." Ashiro replied firmly, "I'll learn on the way, get ready. I'll lead, everyone follow." Kraut was still shocked. "You don't want to meet the crown prince, you've never met him before." Ashiro didn't answer, just grabbed his luggage and walked off, thinking to himself, "Of course I've never met him in the flesh, but anyone who's played Heroes, Fate knows the crown prince. Gios Laklevio Grakov, one of the very few hero-class characters in the game." The info panel appeared. Gelrach Laklevid Krakow, 29 years old, royal family, position crown prince, personality flexible conqueror, strength rank 6, high prestige, support 39%, administrative skill E, financial C, military SSS, diplomatic A, development A. Ashiro thought to himself, "The crown prince is famous for recruiting talented people. He'll force me to become his subordinate. 2 choices, submit or die in an accident, assassination, or work myself to death. But I have no intention of dying." Ashiro shouted, "Kraut, hurry up, I'll leave you behind if you're late." Then he rushed off, leaving Kraut stunned. As he remembered Russell appearing in full fury, "You let the young master go alone." Kraut clutched his head, face pale. "Master, this is bad, young master, please wait for me." Kraut's shout echoed under the clear blue sky. 2 hours later, at the castle gate, Ashiro paced back and forth, full of impatience. He grumbled, "I told him to hurry, but he's still too slow." Turning around, Ashiro suddenly spotted Layla. He asked, "What are you doing here?" Layla was a bit startled. "Thanks to your efforts, my pursuers no longer have time to bother with me. The shadow forces have collapsed. Many like me have deserted too." Ashiro said coldly, "Where are you planning to go?" Layla replied, "I haven't decided yet. I used to dream of freedom, but now that I have it, it feels empty. I'll go wherever I want for a while." Ashiro stayed silent, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke, "Layla, if I get the chance, I'll go to the Holy Empire of Granada." Layla stood quietly in front of Ashiro, listening intently as he shared his plan. She felt puzzled and asked, "Does that place really have ancient artifacts and techniques for shaping inner energy specifically for women?" Ashiro pondered, looking down before answering. "If you don't believe it, that's fine. Boil it, fry it, do whatever. I don't need to hit the mark." Layla felt grateful, gave a small smile, and hesitantly continued, "Anyway, thank you so much. If there's a chance, let's meet again." Her eyes held a trace of sadness as she looked at Ashiro. A gentle breeze passed by, and Ashiro smiled back, "Sure." In his heart he felt regret, but he understood there was nothing more he could do and no real reason to hold her back. Layla mounted her horse and turned in the opposite direction. Ashiro watched her go, inwardly evaluating. Layla isn't the most talented, nor the most outstanding. Layla adjusted her cloak hood, turned back with a radiant smile. "Goodbye." Ashiro kept the same smile, his eyes brightening as he replied, okay. He watched Leela's figure on horseback fade into the distance ahead. Ashiro turned away, thinking to himself, like she said, if fate allows, we'll meet again. He walked on, footsteps echoing along the path leading to the cemetery, where dense tree canopies cast deep shadow. Ashiro stopped in front of the gravestone engraved with the name Alb, the one who had died more gloriously than anyone. He pondered quietly, Alb, am I being too cruel? Recalling the moment Alb stepped in to block the blade for him. Ashiro unconsciously glanced back toward Leela's fading figure. That young soldier sacrificed his life for me, but I didn't hold on to Leela, just because her status window showed low-level limits. Ashiro bowed his head, eyes dim. Perhaps deep down he still saw people as game characters. Next time, suddenly a voice called from behind, young master. Ashiro turned, left the cemetery, and headed toward the voice, silently vowing to himself, next time, if we meet again, I'll act more like a human. Behind him, at Alb's grave, a small flower had been placed in front of the stone. Ashiro left the cemetery and approached the gate where the soldiers were waiting. He smiled and said, sorry to keep everyone waiting. His expression turned serious as Ashiro raised his voice in command. Let's move out. 3 days later at the Shikin territory border, Russell stood rigidly, face tense, as he looked into the distance where a voice announced, Prince Gale and his entourage have been spotted. He looked down and saw carriages and a group of people advancing forward. The sun had begun to set, and night was falling. That evening in the lavish dining hall, food was laid out across the table while servants bustled about arranging everything. Crown Prince Gale smiled and said, this is really enjoyable. Russell, seated beside him, explained, the food in this remote region might seem a bit bland to you, Your Highness. Thank you for your gracious understanding. The Crown Prince gave a slight bow, closed his eyes with a smile, and raised his wine glass. Food isn't what matters. I'm drinking fine wine in a wonderful place with wonderful people. Russell bowed his head gratefully. Thank you very much, Your Highness. The Crown Prince opened his eyes and glanced over, his gaze probing. It seems the new heir isn't present in the territory, is he? Russell replied, the young master has left. We had no other choice. Not getting the answer he expected, Crown Prince Gale's expression darkened as he pondered. I asked indirectly about why Ashiro left the territory, but that's all I got. He quietly assessed Russell, thinking that pressing further would make his intentions too obvious. The prince furrowed his brow. With regret, what a pity, I really wanted to meet him. Then he waved his hand lightly, his tone gentle. Ah, forgive me, don't misunderstand. I genuinely look forward to meeting you as well, Lord Russell. Russell replied humbly, it is my honor. He glanced at the prince and gave a slight smile. Your Highness. The Crown Prince seemed to sense something, furrowed his brow, and lowered his head without speaking. The sky grew darker, and the room fell into silence. In a small room lit by candlelight, the Crown Prince spoke up. Let me be direct. Will you support me? The two sat before the fireplace. Russell placed his hands on his thighs, looked intently at the Crown Prince, and answered seriously. After all, you can't reconcile with Viscount Kalin, can you? They're certain to see us as allies. The Crown Prince smirked confidently, clenched his fist against his chest. Because I personally sent a letter to His Majesty. Russell sat curled up on the sofa, bowed his head gratefully. Thank you for your sincere assistance, Your Highness. The Crown Prince sighed softly, leaned back, and asked, by the way, how did you meet Jira? Russell looked puzzled. He hasn't told you. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, raised a hand to fake a cough. I'd like to hear it from you. He inwardly assessed, what a dull viscount, then thought angrily. How dare he treat me as though he hasn't received reports from his subordinates? What frustrates me most is that I can't grasp his true intention. Russell looked at Crown Prince Gale with an expressionless, serious face and explained, our young master fell ill when he received the royal summons. I sent a reply requesting a postponement, but the letter wasn't handled properly. Crown Prince Gale's eyes darkened as he said coldly, that's quite strange, isn't it? Does that mean there was a problem with the messenger on the main road? Russell closed his eyes and answered calmly, I saw the messenger mount his horse, but then the horse tripped on a rock and he broke his ankle. In his mind, the image remained of the messenger and horse falling to the ground. Crown Prince Gale closed his eyes, interlaced his fingers on his lap, and said softly, go on. Russell continued, I was at a loss for how to explain when Jira came to me with a proposal. The scene shifted to the past. Jas Milsers knelt before Russell, pleading, please help me escape from Servio. If you do, I'll erase all of House Shikin's debts. I'll also handle the message that couldn't reach the capital. At that moment, Russell stayed silent, simply watching the man kneeling before him. Back in the present, he closed his eyes and continued thoughtfully. At the time Jira asked me to write a letter, I never thought things would go this far. Crown Prince Gale sighed, his eyes darkening. After Russell finished, silence fell over the room. Crown Prince Gale thought to himself, so far nothing suspicious. And inwardly he felt disappointed. He glanced at Russell, his gaze evaluative. I know you're a respected knight, but beyond that there's nothing remarkable. He also recalled Gerard Milcers's panicked face, then pondered Ashiro. From what I've heard, that Ashiro is physically frail, nothing worth worrying about. In any case, all I need is to achieve my goal. Suddenly Crown Prince Gale smirked, bowed his head and asked, so please give me your answer, Viscount Russell. Russell pondered for a moment, then placed his hand over his chest, voice solemn. Our family, the Shekin Count House, officially declares its support for your highness. Gale Roch la Clevid Kraka. Crown Prince Gale looked up, smiling with satisfaction, eyes narrowed in thought. Exactly as I expect. Unexpectedly, Russell spoke again. However, if I may be so bold, we have one request to present to your highness. Gale tilted his head slightly, repeating, a request. Russell recalled 3 days earlier when Ashiro had summoned him. Lord Russell. Yes, young master. Ashiro stepped forward. Crown Prince Gale will likely ask for our support. Russell pondered and replied, that could happen. Ashiro turned to look at him decisively. We cannot support the prince. I mean the fifth prince, do you understand? Russell understood. Marquis Antonio was the stepfather and guardian of the fifth prince, so he nodded in confirmation. Ashiro walked to his desk, sat down and said, even if we support the crown prince, we gain little benefit, but we have no other choice. Russell thought carefully and asked, do you have any specific demands? Ashiro furrowed his brow and stated clearly, I want you to propose exempting royal merchant guilds from transit taxes while operating in the territory. Russell asked puzzled, but currently there are no royal merchant guilds in our territory. Ashiro replied calmly, I know, they disbanded due to financial difficulties, but we can't let that continue. With the country divided into two factions, even the crown prince can't interfere in the fifth prince's faction. Applying it only in the areas he controls is enough. He added, if we limit it to one magical artifact per year, he might act arrogant, but he'll certainly agree. Russell hesitated. Isn't that a bit too little? He still wasn't sure. Each territory had its own customs duties, and the effectiveness wasn't clear. Ashiro only smiled faint. Just do as I say. Russell nodded, thinking to himself that this eccentric young master surely had his own plan in mind. Back in the present, Crown Prince Gale softened his voice. Lord Russell, just speak plainly. If it's something I can do, I will. Russell smiled inwardly. Everything was going exactly as Ashiro had predicted. The next morning in another place, Ashiro, utterly exhausted, groaned. Ah, I'm going to die. Kraut smiled encouragingly. Hang in there a little longer. We'll reach Pose in about an hour. Ashiro sat in the saddle, drenched in sweat, complaining, my butt, I can't feel anything anymore. Is my butt still there? He pouted and grumbled. That's because you refused to practice riding. Ashiro furrowed his brow irritably, teeth chattering as he replied, don't blame me. Kraut looked at him in confusion and asked back, then who am I supposed to blame? Ashiro snapped angrily. Shut up, as long as it's not me, I don't care. Even so, Kraut smiled sympathetically, thinking the young master was only 15, such a sensitive age. Deep down Ashiro was still furious, inwardly resenting. If I ever meet the original owner of this body, I'll punch him right in the face. Kraut, still puzzled, asked further, but why are we going to Pasul? Weren't we originally heading to the capital? Ashiro explained, because we might run into the crown prince on the way. Hearing that, Kraut asked in surprise, causing Ashiro to freeze. Why are you so afraid of him? Kraut asked while Ashiro turned furiously, veins bulging on his forehead. Afraid? Do you avoid poop because you're scared of it? Kraut was flustered. No, but comparing the prince to poop is a bit. Ashiro closed his eyes, brow furrowed as he explained. Actually, we were originally planning to stop by Posny on the way back from the capital. It's just the order that changed. He forced a furious smile. Running away, of course not, he wants it, and there's no denying that. Kraut watched and thought inwardly, I never expected the young master to be this cute. He smiled, finding Ashiro both small and endearing. Meanwhile, Ashiro's face remained dark, unwilling and resentful. As he recalled the days of Russell's training, thinking that if this continued, he'd forever be seen as a child, even by those younger than him. He vowed to himself to reach 4th rank sooner. However, with J-Letter 1ED3's training style, who knew when that would happen? With determination, Ashiro opened his system and thought, the real reason I'm going to pose is this. The system map appeared before him. If he could conquer the dungeon near Posnu, he'd obtain an S-rank skill. Ashiro assessed the situation while thinking. High-reward dungeons are extremely rare, and with this frail body, conquering one would require a large-scale expedition team. Thinking about the soreness in his butt made it even more uncomfortable. He continued considering the nobles in various territories, knowing that recklessly entering their dungeons would cause trouble. Are you trying to steal our share? However, Bosny was different. Ashiro smirked, calculating. Bosny is a free city, no noble interference, and it's easy to hire mercenaries. It's the ideal place to form an expedition team. At that moment, Kraut pointed ahead and announced, "Young master, that's Posny's city over there." In the direction Kraut indicated, a thriving city appeared, surrounded by a rushing river, the free city of Posny. At the city gate, a guard called out, "Please line up one by one." A guard handed Ashiro a sheet of paper and instructed him to fill out the visitor registration log. Ashiro was utterly exhausted, but inwardly relieved that they'd finally arrived. As dusk fell, in a large inn named PNW, the horses had been stabled to rest. Ashiro spoke up, "Everyone, you've all worked hard these past few days on the road." In the room where the soldiers were gathered, he said, "Before we continue our journey, I want everyone to shake off all the fatigue from this trip." He smirked, "Does anyone know a fun place?" The atmosphere instantly became lively, everyone energized and beaming with bright smiles. One soldier asked back, "What do you mean, sir?" Ashiro chuckled, making Kraut sense something was off and tried to intervene, but the whole group cheerfully pushed the two of them out. "Let's go, young master." Kraut was a bit tired but got swept along. Ashiro joined in. "All right, let's hurry." The soldiers responded in unison. "Yes, young master." Night fell and the city buzzed with festival energy. As everyone ate, drank, and chatted happily, one soldier exclaimed, "I wish our territory had a place like this too." Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing attention. "Good evening, everyone." Ashiro looked up and spotted Yurin smiling with her hands behind her back. "Welcome, please come in." He pulled Kraut along, leaving him flustered, while Celestina Yurin Agra smiled warmly. "If you want to drink, this is the best spot." Kraut still looked a little embarrassed, but Ashiro stepped in comfortably. "It's fine, let's go in." Everyone was surprised by his boldness, and Yurin let out an excited cheer. Inside the lively tavern, packed with customers and full of energy, "Give us some wine." Thomas sat next to Kraut, face flushed red, arms slung over his shoulder. "Sir Kraut, not drinking." Another laughed. "The young master already said so. Drink up today, just this once." Kraut smiled but replied sternly, "If something happens to the young master, it won't be good. I need to stay sober." The person beside him shook his head. "You're too serious." Ashiro gazed thoughtfully toward Yurin, then suddenly called out to someone else. "Hey, you." The pink-haired boy walking by froze at Ashiro's call. He turned toward Ashiro and saw him approaching. Yurin gave an awkward smile. "Yes." Ashiro smiled and waved her over, making her ask in confusion, "What's up?" Ashiro leaned in close and whispered to Yurin, "Isn't there anywhere quieter around here? Another bar would be fine too." Yurin looked a bit flustered, crossed her arms and replied, "There actually is, but if I take you somewhere else, I'll get in trouble." Ashiro glanced at the soldiers still chatting happily, then said, "They're having fun, just lead me there with one more person, that should be okay." With that, Ashiro pulled out a gold coin, flicked it up in front of Yurin. The gleaming gold made her eyes widen in shock, but then she happily snatched it and grinned brightly. Yurin looked at Ashiro, clutching the coin tightly, and giggled. "All right, but in exchange, let those guys stay here and drink." Ashiro nodded in agreement. Then he called for Kraut. Hearing the call, Kraut stood up and walked over. Yurin said excitedly, "Then follow me." The three of them left the tavern together, with Yurin leading the way. On the dimly lit street, with only faint lamplight, Ashiro walked side by side with Yurin and asked, "Have you lived in Posnu long?" Yurin answered proudly, "I've lived here for over 10 years. Ashiro was surprised. "You don't even look 10 years old." Hearing that, Yurin spun around angrily and shouted, "What? I'll have you know I'm 14. Kraut, walking beside them, just smiled in amusement. Ashiro apologized sheepishly. "All right, sorry about that." Suddenly Ashiro gave a mysterious smile and asked, "Hey, who's the strongest person in PN?" Yurin looked at him in surprise. Her face fell sadly. "The strongest fighter around here is said to be Lord Ocircumflex Ma, leader of the Steel Shield mercenary group. But honestly, he's never directly fought the other three big mercenary leaders, so it's mostly just rumor." Ashiro pondered, "Lord Ocircumflex Ma, huh? And what are those three big mercenary groups?" Yurin answered irritably, "You don't even know about this." Then she explained about the three mercenary groups with symbols of Red Wolf, Black Wing, and Steel Shield, named Red Wolf, Breakwing, and Stettin Soon, collectively known as the city's three great mercenary corps. Listening to Yurin, Ashiro understood. He continued asking, "So how's the monster attack situation this autumn?" Yurin replied proudly, "No matter how crowded the tavern gets, it's never dangerous." Kraut smiled, amused by how childlike the conversation between the two sounded. Yurin continued, "Adults are always worrying about the supermoon coming early." Ashiro laughed in agreement. "Adults always worry too much." The three kept chatting, Yurin looked at Ashiro and commented, "You're not much older either." Kraut chimed in, "You're really mature like me. My foster mother used to say that too." Yurin laughed happily, "I see." Suddenly Yurin stopped, glanced to the left, and let out a small exclamation. Before them stood a large building, simply decorated but exuding elegance. "We're here." A black-haired woman with golden eyes and a tired face stepped out. "Oh dear. You didn't make a reservation, did you?" Yurin quickly hid behind Kraut upon seeing the woman. The woman continued, "What brings you here?" Kraut raised his hand, face full of surprise. Ashiro tilted his head slightly. "This kid led me here." The woman asked sternly, "Yurin, causing trouble again?" Yurin just gave an awkward laugh and didn't reply. So the woman politely bowed and tried to send them away. "Sorry, the place is closed today. Please leave." She lifted her head and noticed Ashiro's gaze. A moment of confusion crossed her face as she followed his line of sight. Down to the ring on her hand, a warning bell ringing in her mind. "No way." Ashiro observed, then looked at Yurin and smiled, making her flinch. "Hey kid, leading the way like this isn't cool. Give me back the tip." Yurin clasped her hands together and refused. "No way, I led you correct. You wanted information, not women, right? I can't give it back." Right then, the woman shouted sternly, "Yurin." The voice made Yurin freeze, her face paling. The air around the woman turned menacing. Yurin trembled, tears welling up but still trying to argue, while Ashiro just smiled meaningfully at her. Yurin rubbed her hands together nervously, and a system panel appeared displaying clear character info. Celestina Yurin Agradatna, 14 years old, distant royal lineage. Member of Iridona's Children's Organization, high-ranking member of the association. Personality: money hunting trickster, normal status, combat power level 1, level 6/Earn level 81, 5-star reputation, trust level 7%. Administration A, finance SS, military D, diplomacy S, development. Ashiro saw the system panel, his eyes narrowing slightly as he thought, "Found her." He glanced at Yurin, recalling her future image, the dark sorceress operating behind the scenes as Celestina Yurin. In his mind, Ashiro clenched his fists in joy, nearly tearing up. The entire reason he came to the capital was to meet this future top merchant. He'd planned to invest the stolen secret fund with her, and now he'd stumbled upon her by chance. Ashiro slightly bowed his head, closed his eyes with a smile and said, "So this is where I can get information. Then my goal's already accomplished. You don't need to return the money." Yurin beamed happily upon hearing that. Right then, Lisa's voice grew even sterner as she called for Yurin. Beside Lisa, several more women appeared out of nowhere, bows drawn and arrows aimed straight at them. She ordered Yurin, "Come here." Yurin hurried over to Lisa's side. Kraut, seeing the tension, assumed a combat stance, killing intent showing on his face as he spoke. "Do you know who you're pointing those arrows at?" Lisa said calmly, "In a high-class salon like this, it's rare for uninvited guests to stubbornly refuse to leave. Some people here have combat abilities far beyond knights." Ashiro and Kraut maintained their defensive position. Lisa continued, "Of course, if you leave quietly right now, we won't do anything." Ashiro smirked, face calm. "Aren't you being a bit too rigid? If you keep rejecting everyone who comes here without even trying to talk properly, how do you expect to gain allies?" Yurin, standing behind Lisa, quickly defended, "See, I told you this was going too far." Lisa ignored her and only warned, "Yurin." Ashiro's eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered inwardly. She may have eternal beauty regardless of age, but she's not necessarily wiser than this young lord. Lisa heard that and quietly furrowed her brow, but deep down she knew Ashiro was no ordinary person. She glanced at the small Yurin behind her, eyes sad, but if their true identities were exposed. Lisa's face suddenly darkened, brows furrowed in thought. After a moment, Lisa spoke, "Fine." Ashiro tugged at Kraut's sleeve, looking toward the woman shielding Yurin. She warned sternly, "If you don't want a hole in your head, answer my question. Who are you? State your names." Ashiro looked bored and said, "You must have known that for a while already. Why not take off that ring and hand it to the girl beside you?" Yurin glanced at the ring on Lisa's hand and fell silent in thought. Lisa was stunned and asked hesitantly, "Do you understand what this ring means?" Ashiro replied calmly, "With the Agrapna royal symbol engraved so clearly, what else could I think?" He winked playfully, "Don't you want to be acknowledged?" The women holding bows grew even more wary of Ashiro. Lisa cautioned, "You're pushing yourself into a more dangerous position." Her face hardened, brows furrowed in anger. "Young Master Ashiro." Kraut also prepared for battle. Ashiro said nonchalantly, "What? If you knew my name, you should have said so earlier." He smiled mysteriously. "How do you think I found this place?" Lisa watched the two warily. Kalen continued, "What information do I want, and what do you think you can offer in exchange?" The woman's back stood firm as she shielded Yurin behind her, hands behind her back, assessing the situation. The woman was thrown off by Ashiro's question, clenching her hands tightly as she thought. I can't answer that. I thought only royalty or assassins would recognize us from the emblem on the ring, but a foreign count's heir notices it immediately. Ashiro thought to himself that she must be really thrown off. He spoke up, can't answer, huh? Turning to ask, Yurin, what do you think? Yurin was caught off guard by her name being called, but she boldly stepped out from behind the woman, praising Ashiro. The young master is really smart. He never forgets what he sees. The royal emblem appears a lot in history books. He must have seen it somewhere. Ashiro smirked as he listened to Yurin continue. It's just the emblem of a long-extinct royal family, nothing special. The woman beside her scolded softly, Lady Yurin. She turned away, ignoring it, making Ashiro chuckle. Ashiro exclaimed, you're really smart. Yurin shot back, the young master isn't ordinary either. Lisa helplessly pressed her forehead. Lady Yurin, honestly. Then she ordered the two women holding bows. You two can stand down. She turned toward the house. This place is too exposed. The woman stepped toward the door, glanced back and gestured, come inside to talk. Ashiro looked seriously at Liza. They entered a luxurious room, where Liza pointed to the sofa. Please sit. Ashiro surveyed the room, thinking to himself, this place is set up for eating, playing, and then heading straight to bed, so it's that kind of spot. He walked toward the sofa to sit, looked at Liza who was already seated, and said, sitting in a salon with a woman, doesn't it feel a bit tense? She closed her eyes and reminded him, I still haven't decided to let the young master leave here safe. Ashiro looked bored, seemingly unbothered by Liza's warning. She spoke up, the young master isn't planning to persuade me. Liza's sharp eyes fixed on Ashiro, as if trying to guess what he was scheming. Ashiro furrowed his brow, showing irritation as he replied, your hospitality is pretty poor. At the very least you should offer tea normally. Kraut, it's fine, sit down. Kraut responded right away, yes. Liza closed her eyes without speaking and simply clapped her hands to signal. The women dressed strikingly heard the command and brought out tea to serve the guests. Ashiro pondered inwardly about the game. Celestina Yurin is a member of the Children of Iridona, a shadowy organization, and at the same time, the strongest financial ally of the Black Prince Gale. No one can surpass her money-making ability. The blonde woman set the tea tray down and poured tea for everyone. Ashiro calculated. That's why he decided to invest the entire stolen amount with her. She understood well that trust is a merchant's most valuable asset. He still remembered the image of Yurin disguised as a boy in the future, but right now she was still very young. Ashiro took the teacup, admired it, then thought to himself, I'll wait until Yurin matures more, or I'll train her myself. While sipping the tea, he pondered again, or maybe I'll train her personally. At that moment, Yurin spoke hesitantly. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Ashiro let out a short laugh, his expression unchanged, and replied nonchalantly, don't worry, if there's poison, I'll know right away. Lisa didn't respond to that, just rubbed her hands and said seriously, let's get back to the main issue. We can't continue negotiations unless we're sure you'll keep our secret. Suddenly Ashiro spoke, 100,000 yen. Lisa's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Ashiro in disbelief. What are you saying? Ashiro remained calm. I'm just responding to what you said. His voice grew serious. Can you guarantee you won't take the money and run? Lisa was at a loss for words. When Yurin's voice rang out, that's too much money to refuse. Lisa panicked at hearing Yurin speak and immediately raised her voice to warn. Young lady, you're not allowed in here. Yurin had now changed into a red dress that showed her seriousness, ignoring Lisa's warning and introducing herself. Let me introduce myself properly. Formerly a member of the Arapna royal family in the Japara alliance, I am Celestina Yurin. She lifted her head with a gentle smile. Of course, right now I'm just a fugitive. Feel free to call me Yurin. Ashiro was surprised by Yurin's rapid change, and the woman beside her looked worried. Princess Yurin, just a moment ago she was acting like a child. Ashiro watched as Yurin sat down opposite him. He assessed her. Now she seemed like a completely different person. Yurin sat down, her face radiating the seriousness of a princess. Ashiro smiled inwardly. Thinking about it, she's only 1 year older than this body. Maybe I don't need to hold back anymore. Kraut, sitting beside him, was also surprised, eyes fixed on Yurin as he whispered, I thought she was just an adorable boy. Ashiro smiled and said, being a princess doesn't mean you know how to make money, right? If you want my investment, you need to explain clearly. Yurin pointed with her hand, eyes resolute. First, we have a network of exiles, meaning we can gather information extremely quickly. The basic principle of business is buy low, sell high. Ashiro furrowed his brow, crossed his legs, and said, you're planning to make money from distribution in the kingdom, but competition is extremely fierce. And there's no guarantee your competitors, the royal merchants, will play fair. They have backing and can make things difficult at customs or find reasons to confiscate goods. He added, or find excuses to seize your cargo. Yurin puffed out her cheeks angrily and retorted, "Business always has risks. Don't underestimate my organization." She grinned slyly and pointed, "We can even handle smuggling." Ashiro shook his head. "No, it has to be legal, otherwise it's pointless. The money I have is very hard to prove the source. The goal of this deal is to bring it into the light." Yurin heard that and looked sharply at Ashiro, then suddenly spoke, startling everyone. "Stolen goods, huh?" Ashiro pretended to stay calm, trying to cover his awkwardness. "Not stolen, it's compensation for emotional damages from seizure." Kraut, sitting beside him, bowed his head in fear. Yurin didn't buy it and said bluntly, "So that means stolen goods." The statement made Ashiro jump up in anger and shoot back. "More importantly, how can you guarantee you won't take my money and run?" Kraut looked worriedly at Ashiro, while Lisa and Yurin stayed silent, thinking that question hit the key point. Yurin suddenly spoke, "That's simple. I'll be the hostage." Lisa cried out in fear, "Yurin-sama, a hostage." Yurin said softly, "Godmother, it's been a full 10 years. Her eyes welled up, since our people began wandering in foreign lands. If this continues, the organization will collapse or degenerate into criminals. You understand that, don't you?" Lisa lowered her face sadly and let out a sound. But Yurin continued to persuade her. "We're talking about 100,000 gold. That's an enormous sum. I'm no longer concerned much about reclaiming status. What I worry about is how to keep our people from suffering." Hearing that, Lisa's eyes reddened, her voice trembling as she called the princess. Right then, a cold voice cut through. "Enough with the acting." Lisa shouted angrily, "You insolent fool." Ashiro scratched his head in frustration and replied, "I don't care about your past. If you want to be treated like a princess, you should go back to the Japlananian kingdom." Harry trembled with rage, but Yurin frankly admitted that the young master wasn't wrong. Immediately, she drew her dagger and declared firmly, "From this moment, I will discard the name Agra Anna." She used the dagger to cut off her hair, affirming that she would abandon it. Harry broke into a sweat and called out worriedly, "Princess Yurin." But Yurin gripped the dagger hilt tightly, her eyes resolute as she looked at Ashiro. "You already have an idea for the business I want to pursue, right?" Ashiro nodded in confirmation. "That's right. At first I planned to entrust everything to you, but you're still too young for me to fully trust. Until trust is built, I'll personally guide you." Yurin gritted her teeth and asked loudly, "By the way, how old are you? You don't look much older than me." Ashiro thought to himself that he did acknowledge she was more mature than he imagined. But in reality, he had no intention of treating Yurin like an adult. Compared to his real age on Earth, she was still just a child. He answered calmly, "I'm only providing the capital. You'll have to run this business with someone else's money. So I don't think the age difference matters that much." Yurin plopped down on the long sofa and said, "I understand. For now, please tell me your plan." Ashiro replied calmly, "First, we need to clarify the goal. I need information." Yurin agreed immediately. "All right." She instantly ordered her subordinates to provide the Lord with all the information, especially about the three forces currently controlling Posny and the current situation there. Harry stood up, bowed, and said, "Understood, Princess." Ashiro was slightly surprised to see that just moments ago Yurin had treated her like a mother. Yet now she immediately switched back to serious business, clearly separating public and private matter. Harry led the way, opened the door, and introduced, "Everything you need is in here. Please take your time to review it thoroughly." Ashiro observed the messy room, sighed, then boldly declared, "All right, let's get started." Night fell and the castle grew quiet. One night passed, and Ashiro lay sprawled on the chair with his legs crossed, yawning widely. "Is it morning already?" He complained that he wasn't worried about convincing Yurin to increase the budget. The real issue was how to conquer that dungeon. After some consideration, he came up with two options: lead an elite team into the dungeon or hire additional mercenaries. However, hearing too many strangers would easily expose secrets, so the best was to use the elite group. But in that case, they'd need an additional mage. Ashiro thought that having a mage in a team full of knights wouldn't just add tactics, but would elevate the entire group's power level. That's why mages are always so valuable. He never expected there to be a 6th-rank mage living in Posno. None other than the Hermit of Life, Edelun Bella. He needed more information about that person. After some thought, Ashiro rushed to the door and called for Yurin. But Harry clasped her hands and reported, "Forgive me, the young lady is studying right now." With that, she turned and closed the door. A maid approached and offered, "Please come to the garden, I'll prepare tea and snacks for you." Ashiro replied, "All right, thank you." While pouring the tea, the maid added, "When she finishes studying, I'll bring her to meet you." Ashiro responded politely. Sitting and gazing at his reflection in the teacup, Ashiro drifted into thought again. Edelun Bella, a 6th-rank mage, just like Russell from the Shikin territory. In his previous life, Count Colin, father of Cal Colin, had reached 7th rank at a very young age, but he died soon after and never managed to build a solid foundation for the territory. Ashiro took a small bite of a cookie, pondering the fact that he wasn't even the official heir of the Shikin family yet. Would a 6th-rank mage really side with him? He stretched, deciding to try his luck. Right at that moment, Yurin's voice came from behind, startling him. Exactly what are you trying? Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Why the rush? When do we start? And where's the capital coming from?" Ashiro quickly calmed her. Easy now. Starting a business requires thorough preparation. It could take at least 6 months, maybe even a year. Yurin was surprised and protested. No way. He reminded her, hey, don't rush things. Ashiro handed her the certificate of deposit from the Mage Tower. There's 30,000 gold deposited in here. Yurin took it and examined it, commenting, it looks real enough, but 30,000 gold. Ashiro asked suspiciously in return, you're not planning to make me hand over the full 100,000 gold right now, are you? Yurin replied, considering the value of the Shikin territory, this much is enough for the time being, Big Brother. Hearing himself called Big Brother, Ashiro blushed and was about to explain. Yurin asked again, any objections? Ashiro smiled. Why does it sound like you're saying I'm an easy mark? She wondered. Anyway, why did you call me here? Ashiro replied, all right, do you know someone named Edelun Belto? The moment she heard the name, Yurin gasped in shock. At that point, someone from a distance approached and said that Edelun Beltoa was often suspected of being a dark mage. Yurin turned and affirmed that he wasn't a dark mage. Just that warning Ashiro in advance would help everyone avoid unnecessary suspicions in this world. She emphasized that even if you help someone in need, you might not get thanks. In fact, you could face unreasonable demands in return. Ashiro pondered quietly, realizing he already knew quite a bit about Edelun. That the man had a difficult personality but wasn't a bad person. He spoke up, if anything happens, I'll take full responsibility myself. Can you tell me where he is? Harry's attitude turned serious at that moment. I won't forget those words. Ashiro paused for a few seconds, then listened as she shared. If you go from the north gate of Pasnu, you'll see a public cemetery facing the mountain range of the village, and right next to it is a small hut. That's where the person who also handles burials, Edelun Beltoa, lives. Ashiro asked, do you know him personally? Harry replied that everything she knew was already in the report. He drifted here a few years ago, and since then he's only immersed himself in experiments. He's extremely stubborn and hardly ever goes out. Ashiro asked curiously whether she had any recent information about his experiments, but Harry only expressed concern. Mages hate having their research information linked. Yurin exclaimed, her voice trembling, you're really going to that old geezer's place? Seeing her worried expression, Ashiro asked puzzled, what's wrong? Did he do something to you? You seem hesitant to badmouth him, so you probably don't actually hate him. Yurin bit her nails and said, but just being near that old geezer makes me feel like I'll end up broke. Be careful, don't get swept up no matter how tempting his offer is. Her face darkened, got it. Ashiro quickly agreed, yeah, got it. Yurin crossed her arms and warned further, and also, especially don't touch the money you're planning to invest with me. That's mine, maybe I shouldn't have told you. Ashiro thought to himself that there seemed to be something more behind this warning, and a big question mark appeared in his mind. Right then, a voice interrupted the conversation. Princess, break time is over. Please return to your room. Harry tightly grasped Yurin's hand and hurriedly pulled her away. Ashiro's heart filled with anxiety. He didn't know how to convince Edelun. In any case, he had to try meeting the man first. At the cemetery outside Pasnu's north gate, a small house appeared amid the wild mountains and forest. Kraut halted the horse. This has to be the place. Ashiro's eyes widened in surprise. He felt like the place was straight out of a fairy tale witch's house. Kraut stepped forward and knocked on the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? The response was an eerie silence. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. Come in. Kraut turned to ask Ashiro's opinion. He thought that few people could stay calm standing in front of a house like this, neither afraid of robbers nor monsters, so the person inside must be very confident. The door opened, revealing a figure stirring a pot of food, exuding the aura of a dark mage. Ashiro inwardly marveled, though he'd heard about him. Meeting him in person gave a completely different feeling. Edelun Beltoa. Ashiro instinctively raised a hand to cover his mouth, cleared his throat, and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Calyx Shikin. The man replied coldly. Sorry, I don't care about worldly affairs, so even if I heard the name, I wouldn't know how great you are. Ashiro smiled lightly. That's fine. I'm not from a prestigious family or carrying any special title. How could I compare to someone who's reached the realm of a grand mate. The corner of Edelon's mouth curved up. You're quite the smooth talker. He remained with his back turned to them and said, I'm very busy. I don't have time for games. If you don't get straight to the point, I'll throw you out. Ashiro spoke up. I have a request. I'm planning to conquer a nearby dungeon. Would you lend me your strength? Edelon confirmed. The dungeon in the Impen mountain range. Ashiro smiled. Yes, sir. The pot of food dropped to the ground, and Edelon turned around, leaving Ashiro puzzled. He exclaimed, It's been a long time since I saw such a crazy kid. Kraut's body trembled, rage flaring up, but he forced himself to stay calm. This was a 6th-rank Grand Mage. Attacking recklessly would only make things worse. Kraut inwardly urged, Young master, do something quick. Ashiro lowered his voice. I won't spare any price to compensate. The man laughed loudly. What could you possibly offer? Money. Edelon said coldly, money only matters while you're alive. Stop talking nonsense. If you value your life, obediently turn back now. Ashiro panicked, breaking into a cold sweat, and shouted, Then if you need anything for your recent research, just say it. I'll definitely get it for you. Edelon's eyes widened as he questioned, Are you from the Mage Tower, sent here to investigate my research? The pressure from his words filled both Ashiro and Kraut with dread, and the atmosphere inside the house grew heavier than ever. Edelon bluntly drove them out. As the sun began to set, the sky turned a beautiful reddish purple. Ashiro lay face down on the table in disappointment. Yurin approached worriedly and asked, You didn't get scammed out of your investment money, did you? He replied wearily, What are you talking about? But I saw he doesn't care much about money at all. She lowered her voice, her expression also turning serious. I thought he would use that as an excuse to meddle in all sorts of things. Ashiro lifted his face and asked, Did something happen? Yurin replied awkwardly, It's nothing major. She recounted that not long after the old Edelon settled here, she had invested a small amount of money. Ashiro's eyes widened in shock. And then what? Yurin's eyes welled up as she shouted, That old geezer swindled my money. It's unbelievable. Kraut was also startled. What? That's shocking. No matter how short on research funds he is, how could he scam pocket money from a kid? Ashiro immediately asked, Do you have a contract? Yurin replied right away, Of course I do. I'm not careless enough to skip that. I knew you, ask eventually, so I prepared it here. Ashiro eagerly opened the paper to look, then froze when he saw the figure of 30 gold on the contract. What? 30 gold? Kraut also broke into a cold sweat. Good heavens, that's 6 years of my salary. They were stunned. How could Yurin be so calm after being cheated out of such a large sum? A big question mark appeared in Ashiro's mind. Yurin fumed, ranting about the 30 gold. Exploding in anger, how can I accept that? It's my money, I can spend it however I want. That nosy old geezer dirt poor. Those words stabbed straight into Kraut's heart like arrow. Ashiro gently patted Yurin's head to comfort her. I can take over that contract for you. Yurin immediately replied, No way. There will come a day when I make that old Edelon pay back every single coin I lent him, of course, with interest too. Ashiro teased, You might be able to do that to an ordinary person, but do you really think you can collect a debt from a 6th-rank maid? Yurin puffed out her cheeks and retorted, So you're saying there's no way for me to get my money back from a mage? Ashiro said coldly. Yurin, you didn't lend it. You invested for profit sharing. Once you accept the risk, you have to accept the loss. If you were strong enough to collect debts, that would be different. But you're not right. Yurin argued back. Then are you stronger than old Edelon? I've seen you train. You don't look anything special. Ashiro shouted angrily. I'm a noble with my own territory. Money is no issue for me. She jabbed again. You're only 1 year older than me and acting so high and mighty. Ashiro grumbled. Let me tell you, I'm 13. Suddenly he paused, asking himself inwardly, What am I doing, getting mad at a kid? Even if she's a genius, she's still very immature. After thinking it through, Ashiro lowered his voice. Anyway, a real merchant has to accept losses when an investment fails, and know how to seize opportunities to recover what they can. But those words didn't seem to calm Yurin down at all. He continued analyzing. If you drafted a contract, at the very least you should have recorded the field he was researching, and exactly where all the sponsored money went. Forget it, this is beyond your ability. Let me handle it. I'll pay 50 gold. With 67% interest after a few years. That's not bad, right? Yurin slammed the table and stood up. Fine, but in exchange, let me monitor everything closely. Ashiro agreed immediately. All right, up to you. After Yurin left, Ashiro immediately turned to show off to Kraut. Not long after, Ashiro froze in front of the pile of books on the table. These are all the related materials. Why are there so many? Harry, passing by, was startled to see light coming from the room, and peeked inside, asking, Princess, what are you doing? The three people in the room turned around at once. Yurin stammered, you see. Harry looked confused, her eyes scanning around. Then she clenched her fists, voice full of anger. Princess, how many times have I told you not to make deals behind my back? Ashiro and Kraut froze in fear. Yurin shouted explanations, but Harry always came up with reasons to refuse. Ignoring it, she dragged the girl away like dragging a sack of rice. We're leaving. Today's supplementary lesson seems like it'll be longer than usual. Ashiro and Kraut's eyes went blank from fear. Ashiro turned to Kraut and clicked his tongue. Let's get started. With that, the two dove into studying the pile of books. But only a few minutes later, they already felt bored. Ashiro thought to himself that convincing Edelon wouldn't be easy. Maybe he should enter the dungeon first and ask him afterward. Kraut had already fallen sound asleep. Ashiro shook him awake. Wake up, Kraut, we're going. He jolted awake and asked, going where? Ashiro grimaced, to hire mercenary. In the quiet space, their footsteps echoed steadily. The two slipped past everyone's sight and finally stood in front of the mercenary brokerage office. Inside it was extremely lively, filled with the sound of people talking and laughing. Ashiro pressed his lips together lightly, his eyes scanning around as if searching for something. The young man at the reception counter looked up in surprise, thinking to himself, a high-ranking noble coming to a place like this. Ashiro smiled brightly. I'm here to hire mercenary. The young man turned inside, on the surface calm, but inwardly thinking, I can't handle this myself. Ashiro was surprised. What's with that guy? Kraut guessed. Looks like he's going to call the person in charge. A moment later, the person in charge stepped out, speaking as he walked. Welcome, thank you for visiting. Ashiro felt a bit nervous and hid slightly behind Kraut, thinking to himself, this person is no ordinary one. The man said politely, please come in, let me show you inside. Ashiro followed, his eyes full of caution. He asked, I heard mercenaries from elite rank and above are quite rare. The man smiled broadly. Once a warrior reaches elite rank, if they find a suitable territory, they can live like knights. But some choose a free life and stay. I'm honestly very surprised that you came here in person. You could have just sent a representative. Ashiro replied, if I've surprised you, then I apologize. I felt that sending a representative would make it hard to get a contract that meets my expectations. The person in charge inwardly assessed, he looks young like my grandson, yet he's as cunning as an old fox. After everyone sat down, the person in charge spoke first. Now, could you explain your requirements in more detail? Ashiro began presenting. Danger level A, compensation 2.5 times the average weekly wage, based on experience. Standard contract term is 1 month, extendable in 2-week increments, maximum 3 months. 50% payment upfront. If there's an S-rank mercenary as commander, that person will have full authority to arrange the expedition team. Maximum combat personnel, 120, maximum support personnel, 80. The person in charge frowned, thinking, I knew it. Just because the kid is young doesn't mean he can be underestimated. Sweat beaded on the brokerage office manager's face. He pondered. They completely hid the mission details, yet presented the conditions so clearly and perfectly balanced. He hesitated, agreeing too easily would seem careless, but rejecting outright would be a shame. Thinking that, he spoke. Finding a mercenary group willing to accept these conditions will take considerable effort. Could you reveal more details? Ashiro immediately agreed. I can, but only if you accept a lower fee. He thought to himself, no matter how much negotiation experience you have, it's useless. Everything I've gone through in the game, hundreds, thousands of times, you're nothing but an amateur. The person in charge sighed. Understood, I'll accept the current condition. He raised his hand slightly and said to Ashiro, I've never met a noble like you before. As Ashiro reached out, the man lowered his voice. Please do your best to make sure as many mercenaries return alive as possible. Ashiro nodded. I'll do my best. The person in charge suggested, if you tell me which inn you're staying at, the mercenary captain who accepts the mission will come find you. After that, you can discuss the details with him. Ashiro politely agreed. I understand, thank you. The three of them bowed to each other in unison. As they left the office, Ashiro suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Kraut noticed and asked, is something wrong? He rubbed his chest. No, actually I thought they'd refuse, so now I feel relieved. Kraut asked curiously, that was an extremely skillful negotiation. Where did you learn that? Ashiro furrowed his brow, thinking he couldn't exactly say. He learned it from the old business department head at his former company. He laughed and changed the subject. How about we grab a drink? Kraut said awkwardly. You're still underage. If you want to drink, it'll have to be fruit juice. He sighed seriously. Not far away, a figure in a black cloak appeared. He stood in front of the mercenary brokerage office. In Pasni, that wasn't unusual, but a noble personally appearing with an escort was different. He turned and left in the opposite direction from Ashiro and Kraut, thinking to himself, do I need to investigate this? This is the only free city in the Ruck Kingdom, not under noble rule, famous as the holy land of mercenary. When someone joins the Pasnu Mercenary Corps, their entire record disappears, no matter if they were a criminal, an escaped slave, or a noble from another country. In exchange, any mercenary affiliated with Pasnu is obligated to fight against the monster waves from the Impalan mountain range. Every year in autumn, hordes of monsters surge forth, either slaughtered by the mercenaries or gorging themselves on corpses before retreating deep into the mountains. Initially, that burden didn't fall solely on the mercenary, but also on the prisoner battalion, entirely criminals, because their deaths required no compensation to family. The current system in Pasnu was built on that foundation, gradually transforming into the Blackwing Mercenary Corps, which now controls both the entertainment district and the city's underworld. At this moment, inside the Blackwing Mercenary Corps headquarters, light illuminated the face of Vanter, the godfather of Pasna's underworld, making his expression even more contemplative. His voice trembled as he said, "You've got some nerve." Vanter questioned, "You dare show your face here?" The other party replied, "Don't joke with me. Considering our past, I should be the one taking your head. But as a Dark Knight, I've discarded that past. Why don't you try keeping a cool head for once?" Vanter's face darkened, thinking, daring to insult me like that, but this guy dares to accept a high-level mission as a Dark Knight. His eyes brimmed with wariness and caution. He wondered how someone like him could reach 6th rank. Vanter spoke up, "What do you want from me?" The other asked back, "A group of nobles arrived in the city a few days ago. Do you know anything about that?" Vanter answered irritably, "How the hell would I know?" The other ordered, "I heard they just submitted a request. Investigate everything. Why they're here and what the request entails. Dig deep." Vanter asked, "What about the reward?" The other replied, "I'll pay you the initial intelligence costs up front. Anything beyond that depends on your investigation results." He pulled up his hood and warned, "Best to act quickly. Miss this opportunity, and you'll lose a huge windfall." Vanter gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it. He immediately ordered, "Bring me everything we have on this." The subordinate replied instantly, "Yes, sir." When the documents arrived, the young subordinate politely reported they were ready. Vanter stood up and said, "Let's go." He gripped the stack of papers tightly, growling, "What the hell is this?" Vanter roared in anger. "Is he planning to start a war?" Kovut calmly analyzed. "Danger level A, maximum term 3 months, a force of about 200 people. It's not war. They haven't declared any territorial dispute, and they don't border any enemy nation." Vanter was surprised, yet it's an A-rank mission. Dungeons are meant for small elite teams, not overwhelming numbers. Is it just monster hunting? Kovut doubted. That would definitely lose money. You think anyone's stupid enough to do that? Vanter agreed, "I think so too." The corner of his mouth curled up in delight as he suggested, "Then why not wipe them out? They always pay anyway." Vanter wondered, "Why don't you just assassinate him yourself?" Kovut's eyes turned icy as he explained, "He always has someone with him. The one he mentioned is Kraut, a peak S-rank knight." Vanter snapped, "So what?" "Your 6th rank," Kovut replied cautiously. "If I act, it'll definitely leave traces. If he manages to use a return scroll in time, it'll be big trouble." Vanter sneered, "Do you know how much a return scroll costs?" "No way he has one, you're overthinking." Kovut nodded, "I'm just waiting for the perfect moment. For now, treat his target as the dungeon and act accordingly. Once he enters the dungeon, he won't be able to use a return scroll anymore. That's when we strike." Vanter grinned smugly, "So I just need to handle the mercenaries he hired, right?" Kovut took out a pouch of money. "If this gets exposed, it'll be a mess." Vanter demanded more. "I want an extra special fee for this. They hired at least 100 combat mercenaries. Even if they're just freelancers, you can't underestimate that number, especially in a dungeon with no escape route." Kovut replied, "I'll pay whatever it takes. The one who hired me for this has so much money, he doesn't know where to spend it." In Pasni, there are 3 major mercenary groups, known as the 3 Great Power: the Blackwing Mercenary Corps, Steel Shield, and Red Wolf. Among hundreds of mercenary groups, they hold overwhelming strength, not just because they were formed from like-minded mercenaries, but Blackwing originally consisted of prisoners thrown into monster waves as living bait. The Steel Shield Corps are jailers who suppress rebellions. These 2 groups have the worst possible relationship, yet they always avoid direct conflict, because both fear an ambush from the Red Wolf Corps. The 3 equal forces maintain a fragile balance in the city, outwardly peaceful, but inwardly always watching each other's moves. At the Steel Shield Mercenary Corps headquarters, a worried man asked, "Did something happen?" The other replied, "We received word that the Black Wing Mercenary Corps is secretly recalling scattered forces back to headquarters." The man felt like lightning struck. Impossible. The other cautioned, "We need to prepare too." In an elegant castle, someone shouted in refusal, "No, absolutely not." Yurin put her hands on her hips and questioned, "Why not? I'm the hostage, right? So shouldn't you take me wherever you go?" Ashiro crossed his arms and replied, "I haven't even invested in you yet. Stop saying ridiculous things, just stay here." She retorted sharply, "You really won't take me along. Don't blame me if you regret it later." Ashiro looked puzzled on the surface, but inwardly he wavered a little. Why is she so confident? As if she knows I'll give in. After thinking it over, Ashiro decided, "Fine, if you're that insistent, I'll allow you to come with us to the dungeon entrance and wait there. How about that?" Yurin agreed immediately. All right. Her easy acceptance made Ashiro even more suspicious. Does she really just want to go to the dungeon entrance, or does she already know she'll come inside with us? Harry suddenly appeared at the door and asked back, "Really?" She fumed, taking a young girl into a dangerous dungeon, even as a hostage is reckless. Ashiro denied immediately. No, she's not even a hostage yet. From the start, she insisted on coming along. Harry scolded. Even if she's a princess, she's still a child. It doesn't mean you indulge every whim. A responsible adult has to set boundaries. Ashiro felt helpless. I'm not old enough either. Harry stubbornly opposed. No matter what, I firmly object to this. She dragged Yurin away despite the girl's reluctance. Let's go, princess. Ashiro thought to himself. Hey, don't take it out on me. She's really panicked. He told himself that his initial impression must have been too bad, so she's always wary of. He also pondered if there was anyone around suitable for Harry. Clearly she cared deeply for Yurin. Maybe if she found someone to lean on, she'd calm down a bit. Sunlight streamed through the window, and outside a suspicious figure lurked behind some bushes, silently watching Ashiro. In a tavern, one person asked doubtfully, "Really?" Another affirmed firmly, "Yes, no doubt about it." Someone followed up, "So Lady Harry will go along too?" The man opposite replied, "Very likely, she cares a lot about the young lady." The other raised his beer mug and shouted, "I should have kicked that damn noble out last time." He recalled receiving money and instructions. "You did well, keep monitoring them." At the time, the man had replied, "Understood, thank you." He cursed inwardly, thinking that bastard must have seduced the young lady with sweet words about making money. "I hated him from the first sight," he muttered, "damn it." The man with a sour face asked, "What are your orders?" The cloaked figure shouted, "Orders, what do you think? If we're not careful, she might get dragged straight into the dungeon." What is he thinking? A dungeon isn't something you clear just by bringing number. The man commented, "Actually, this might not be so bad." He analyzed, lately the atmosphere's been strangely tense. Sooner or later Steel Shield and Black Wing will clash. The cloaked figure nodded. "Yeah, we should take a mission as an excuse to create distance and observe. Then I can return as if nothing happened. Whether to eliminate the winner or negotiate with them, that would be the smartest choice for us." On Ashiro's side, he and Kraut both turned toward the door at the sound of knock. Ashiro called out, "Come in." The person entered, apologized, and introduced himself. "I was sent by the brokerage office. My name is Chayas. Please leave everything related to the mercenary group to me. Additionally, this is an S-rank credit guarantee issued by the brokerage office. Would you like me to handle selecting the combat personnel and support staff as well?" Ashiro stared intently at Chaya, making the man flustered and sweating. Ashiro's eyes lit up inwardly, lucky to find the right person so quickly. Chaya's voice trembled. "Young master, is something wrong?" Ashiro snapped back. "No, just do as you see fit, but if we need 10 people, bring them for me to see first." The man asked surprised, "You want to personally inspect before selecting? However, fees paid for those not chosen won't be refunded. Do you accept that?" Ashiro agreed immediately. "Of course." Chayas replied politely. "Understood, I'll arrange everything necessary." Suddenly, Ashiro handed him a scroll. "Also, please prepare the items listed here." Upon receiving the scroll, Chayas asked, "This is?" Ashiro explained, "I made a list of essential items for dungeon exploration. Each person is responsible for preparing one item, only you know the full list." Chayas nodded. "To ensure confidentiality, I understand." Ashiro asked, "Any questions?" The man pondered, then boldly asked, "Do you already have a favorite female companion?" The question caught Ashiro off guard. He probably never considered that possibility. He smirked inwardly, thinking, "Looks like I don't need to introduce Harry anymore." He explained, "I was just looking around for a place where I could avoid prying eyes, and I happened to meet a girl who recommended this place to me. I hesitated at first since it is, after all, a salon, but it turned out to be much quieter and more comfortable than I expected, so I decided to rent it for a while. Chayez said it was nothing on the surface, but inside he let out a sigh of relief. Good, this guy has no interest in Madame Harry after all. He then asked, do you plan to hire more mercenaries? From my experience, A-rank dangerous missions usually fall into two categories: sending troops as cannon fodder for an unwinnable battle, or exploring a dungeon. Ashiro remained motionless as he listened to those words. He thought Chayez should know he wasn't preparing for a war, but he definitely shouldn't learn anything about the dungeon Ashiro intended to explore. The man had no idea about its scale or level, yet he was still advising him to hire more people. Chayez continued, another possibility is that the real concern isn't the monsters, but the scoundrels targeting the spoils. They absolutely must not be underestimated. Spending a little more money is worth it. Hiring extra men is still a good idea. If our forces are overwhelming, they won't dare make a move easily. Before he could even finish, Ashiro flatly refused. No, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of doing that. The enemy isn't one of the three great powers anyway. Chayez was momentarily surprised, realizing Ashiro had absolutely no intention of listening to his advice. If he kept pressing, the man might even terminate the contract. After thinking for a moment, he clarified, then let's review the contract details again. The new supplementary requirement clearly states, we must mobilize manpower equal to 1.3 times the original requirement and prepare all the listed items. In addition, to ensure confidentiality, each person will only be assigned a single task. Is that acceptable? Ashiro agreed. Just do it that way. He thought to himself, then let's see how things play out. 3 days later, on an open field near the outskirts of Pazuni Castle Town, Chayez reported as they walked. Following your instructions, we've gathered a total of 260 people. He secretly marveled that although Ashiro constantly spoke in worried warnings, he still managed to get things organized properly. Ashiro suddenly said, all right, then pointed at a mercenary and announced, you're dismissed. Everyone present was utterly stunned. Ashiro continued, you too. Next, you and you as well, you're dismissed. They were startled and immediately demanded an explanation. One man respectfully said, sir, catching Ashiro's attention. Chayez leaned close and whispered into Ashiro's ear, they're more resistant than I expected, if this keeps up. Ashiro spoke sternly, reminding him, you should keep an eye on those who keep resisting. Not all of them, but most are probably spies working double contracts. Chayez asked, why are you so certain? Ashiro reasoned. If they were real mercenaries, being dismissed from a dangerous mission like this should make them happy. After all, the advance payment alone is already 50% of the total reward. If they've taken money from another party but fail to follow the group, they'd have to return that money, which is why they're resisting so desperately. Chayez was stunned. The logic actually made perfect sense. Ashiro stated firmly that it wasn't just logical, it was the truth. He thought he might not have eliminated every spot, but the risk of information leaking had been significantly reduced. Now all that remained was for everything to go smooth. He mounted his horse and shouted loudly, all right. Ashiro led the cavalry forward at a rapid pace and gave the order to depart. Before they had gone far, Ashiro and Chayez both looked toward the same direction in surprise. And it turned out to be Yurin. She smiled and asked, did you like the gift I gave you? Ashiro was inwardly delighted. Without Yurin, he would never have realized that one of the three great powers had put a target on his head. He nodded, it was incredibly helpful. Yurin squinted with a grin. We're in the same line of work after all. I can't just let you die meaninglessly in a dungeon, right? Ashiro laughed happily. Thanks. He glanced back, thinking gratefully that Yurin had personally stepped in, and now he even had a massive shield named Chayez. You've been completely charmed by Madame Harry, he teased. Yurin asked worriedly, but more importantly, are you sure you'll be okay? He asked. About what? She nervously mentioned the monsters in the Impalan Mountains. They're just as ferocious as the ones in the Go Plateau. Hearing that, the corner of Ashiro's mouth curled into a sly grin, and he said smugly, honestly, this place is basically my backyard. Yurin looked confused and asked again, your backyard? Didn't you grow up in the territory? He bragged, I've wandered all across this region in my dreams. Ashiro thought to himself that the Impalan Mountains brought back quite a lot of memories. From behind him, Chayez spoke up and pulled him back to reality. Are you still not going to tell us the final destination? This area is a tangled network of territories belonging to all kinds of monsters. We can't just march straight ahead like this. It's not that simple. Ashiro sighed. I know. Chayez continued. Then at least let us send scouts ahead. When Ashiro refused, Chayez glanced toward Kraut. Sir Kraut, please say something. Kraut replied, I trust my master. If he's decided this, then he must have his reasons. You should follow his order. Inside, Kraut felt bitter. how many mercenaries had died because of stubborn nobles like this. If the losses become too great, we'll have no choice but to retreat. It's a shame for the mercenaries hired from outside for this mission. But at the very least, I must find a way to keep the core members of the mercenary group alive. Ashiro pointed, signaling Kraut to climb a tree and observe the surroundings. Kraut responded loudly, "Yes, sir." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off his horse, then shot upward like a rocket, concentrating as he observed and reported. "There's a goblin village about 500 meters away. What should we do?" Ashiro shouted back, "Do you even need to ask? Wipe them out." As Kraut landed, he expressed concern. The smell of blood might attract larger monsters. Ashiro tapped his own head sarcastically. "If killing a few goblins makes the stench of blood spread that badly, then you might as well quit being a knight. You'd be better off dead." Kraut replied shakily, "I'll do my best." The scene just now had shocked Chayas. Did he really detect goblins 500 meters away through scouting? It must be a coincidence. Ashiro continued asking, "Kraut, what about the other side?" Kraut hurried to check and reported, "About 400 meters to the northwest, there's an orc settlement, around 10 huts." Ashiro stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Not many. Wipe them out. Don't let a single one escape." Chayas broke out in cold sweat. It must still be coincidence. Ashiro showed no sign of stopping. "Grow, what about the north?" The man answered. "About 650 meters nor-northwest, there's a settlement of lawns, also about 10 huts." Ashiro ordered, "Crush." His words struck like thunder, leaving everyone staring in shock and thinking, how on earth is he able to do this? The mercenary captain could not believe his eyes. The weathered face of a battle-hardened veteran now held nothing but sheer astonishment. What could possibly make a seasoned warrior like him mutter, "This is unbelievable"? Before them stretched the imposing yet treacherous Impair Mountains. The place was infamous as a monster minefield, where any careless traveler could pay with their life. Towering cliffs concealed dangers lurking in every shadow. And yet their group moved forward with astonishing calm. No casualties, no chaos. They advanced as if strolling through their own backyard, merely cutting down the occasional minor monster that blocked the path. It was a strangely safe journey. The one responsible for that safety was Calyx, a young lord with golden hair and sharp blue eyes. Watching him sit calmly on horseback, one could sense a frightening competence hidden beneath that composed exterior. The mercenary captain approached him, still puzzled. He reminded Calyx that they hadn't even sent scouts ahead. To a man who valued tactics, that was practically suicide, yet reality was proving the opposite. Calyx simply smiled gently at the captain's bewilderment. He addressed him respectfully as captain, but his gaze carried absolute confidence, as though everything was already under his control. When asked about the secret behind his flawless navigation, Calyx responded with a cryptic question of his own. "Would you easily share your business secrets with a stranger?" The words left the captain speechless, realizing he had stepped over a line he shouldn't have crossed. Then Calyx revealed something even more shocking. He had gained this experience after dying and coming back dozens, hundreds of times. For 10 long years since his days as a rookie, he had traded his life again and again to discover routes as safe as this. The mercenary captain fell into deep thought. In a monster-infested range like the Impair Mountains, the ability to locate areas with only weak monsters was something money could never buy. It was priceless to any expedition. With the mindset of a soldier, the captain proposed marking this route on a map. He understood its strategic value and did not want such a treasure of information to be wasted, though his expression revealed hesitation as he made the request. Calyx refused without a moment's hesitation. He explained that mapping the route was useless now because he had deliberately shattered the monsters' territorial balance along the way. The path they had taken had already become a chaotic mess. The mercenary captain could only bow his head in acceptance. He realized Calyx was not just a brilliant guide, but also a formidable strategist who always calculated several steps ahead to eliminate any chance of pursuit. In truth, Calyx thought that even if he had other ways to guide them, he had no reason to teach it to anyone else. His calm demeanor sometimes carried the cold edge of someone who had endured far too much suffering in the past. He looked up at the deep blue sky, wondering if the people targeting his head were obediently following the path he had already laid out for them. A faint, knowing smile appeared on the young lord's lips. Suddenly, a thunderous roar tore through the quiet mountain air, a grim omen of a disastrous event unfolding behind them. At the Steel Shield Legion's camp, a horrifying scene unfolded. A massive troll rampaged through everything, its surprise attack leaving the soldiers unable to react. Blood and screams filled the camp once thought safe. Commander Blackwing stood among the ruins, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen men. His face showed exhaustion and fury as he witnessed such heavy losses just to kill a few monsters. Things were spiraling out of control. He roared at his subordinates, demanding to know why they still couldn't find Calyx's group, even though they were supposedly right ahead. Their military strength meant nothing now that they were completely lost in these mountains. Another guide spoke up nervously. He realized Calyx was deliberately disrupting monster territories to create traps. The intelligence of the enemy's guide was making them pay dearly. Commander Blackwing exploded with rage, grabbing the man by the collar and threatening to feed him to the wolves. His patience had run out as the pursuit turned into a cruel and ridiculous joke. Yet even in his fury, he had to admit a bitter truth. As long as they kept chasing Calyx, they had no choice but to walk straight into the traps laid ahead. Every step could mean the annihilation of the entire unit. Turning to another mysterious figure, Commander Blackwing ordered him to do something instead of just standing there. Their deadlock forced him to rely on more extreme measures. That man was Blackwing's guide, a cloaked figure with dark circles under his tired eyes. He asked the commander to treat him as if he didn't exist, a strangely indifferent attitude in the middle of chaos. The guide's dull eyes suddenly flashed with dangerous sharpness. He coldly declared he had no time to waste energy on such small fry, because a trump card should only reveal itself at the most crucial moment. Ignoring the commander's burning rage, he turned to leave, but not before offering a sinister suggestion. Instead of rushing to their deaths, why not pay attention to those who were following behind them? The Black Wing Guide pointed behind them with calculated calm. Rather than charging blindly into trouble themselves, why not let the pursuers handle it instead? A bait plan was beginning to take shape. With a mocking half-smile, he revealed the identity of those pursuers, the damn Steel Shield bastards. Apparently, they weren't the only mercenary legion hunting Calyx. Commander Blackwing erupted in anger, demanding to know why such crucial information hadn't been reported earlier. In a death trap like these mountains, lack of information was the same as suicide. The guide responded with irritating indifference. "Why would I have any reason to tell you?" he asked coldly, even threatening to walk away if the commander continued his uncooperative attitude. Tension simmered within the villain's ranks. Not stopping there, the guide tapped his own head, implying the commander should try using his brain instead of just his muscles. The public insult thickened the air with hostility. "So what exactly do you want me to do?" he challenged. The brutal plan was finally revealed. Let the Steel Shield Legion go first as cannon fodder. By driving medium and large monsters toward them, Blackwing would gain a much smoother path forward. It was a cunning plan of killing with a borrowed blade. Commander Blackwing crossed his arms, considering whether the plan would work. He doubted whether the enemy would fall into the trap so easily, but the guide insisted that chasing while maintaining distance was harder than it looked. That was when mistakes happened. At that moment, their other guide in a green cloak spoke up, analyzing Steel Shield's strength. According to him, the Steel Shield mercenaries, mostly former prison wardens, were somewhat superior in individual combat power, but brute strength was not everything here. He confidently stated that when it came to support skills like tracking, camouflage, and infiltration, he was far superior. Hearing that, the commander asked eagerly, "Hey, can you pull it off?" A new gamble had begun. "I'll try," replied the Black Wing Guide briefly, his eyes gleaming with determination mixed with cunning, ready to lure the enemy into a deadly trap. Commander Blackwing nodded with satisfaction and entrusted the mission to him. Around them lay the corpses of fallen soldiers, a cold reminder of the Impair Mountain's cruelty, yet it barely affected those obsessed with the chase. The scene shifted to the Steel Shield mercenary camp. The Steel Shield commander, with brown hair and his signature purple cloak, felt something was off. An eerie silence hung over the forest, prompting him to mutter, "Strange." Though they were closing the distance with their prey, the tracks left behind were too consistent. By now they should have become clearer. The irregularity made the commander and his men begin doubting the authenticity of the trail. Before they could finish analyzing, a loud crash startled everyone. The commander's face turned pale as a bad premonition struck him instantly. "What the hell is that?" From the bushes burst enormous dark shapes, trolls. The entire Steel Shield Legion was stunned to realize they had been ambushed by ferocious monsters right where they believed they had control. An unlucky soldier was seized in a troll's massive hand. His scream echoed across the forest as chaos erupted and Steel Shield faced a brutal, sudden assault. "Stop it, fire!" Desperate shouts rang out as the soldiers tried to fight back, but the trolls' strength far exceeded their hasty preparations. One after another, men fell under the monsters' savage blows. Horrifying scenes unfolded as soldiers were flung like toys. The monsters' overwhelming power rendered Steel Shield's defenses utterly hopeless, and screams of agony filled the air. The Steel Shield commander watched his men collapse in terror. He could not believe his elite legion was crumbling so quickly. The true nightmare had begun. His eyes burned with hatred toward the enemy, whether the trolls or whoever had lured them here. His face now showed only shock and fury at the tragic fate of his legion. Forcing himself to stay calm, he shouted at the remaining soldiers for freezing in fear. "Why are you standing there like idiots? This isn't the first time you've seen a troll." He tried to rally the shaken troop. "Forward, move!" Drawing his sword, the Steel Shield commander led a desperate counterattack. Behind him, the surviving soldiers roared, forcing themselves to face the towering monster. Yet the brutal reality struck again. The casualties were already overwhelming, bodies scattered beneath the troll's feet. A subordinate frantically reported the staggering losses suffered in mere moments, leaving the commander stunned. The Steel Shield commander tightened his grip on his sword, veins bulging in his trembling hand. Damn trolls! The curse carried the helpless fury of a leader watching his legion slaughtered senselessly. The massive troll growled, its red eyes locked onto the commander, as if mocking Steel Shield's defeat. The deadly trap set by Calyx and Black Wing had completely overturned the situation, dragging everyone toward a coming storm of madness. The battle reached its peak of frenzy. The giant troll roared with murderous intent and swung its enormous fist toward the commander. A cry of "Die!" tore through the air. It was unclear whether it came from monster or man. Surrounded by death, the Steel Shield commander's eyes remained sharp and resolute. He knew that a single lapse would erase his entire legion in these cursed mountains. The determination to protect what remained burned fiercely within him. The clash between man and monster erupted. The troll swept its arm sideways, but the commander narrowly dodged. The size difference did not intimidate him. Instead, it sharpened every strike of his blade. Blood sprayed into the air like a horrific painting of war. A decisive blow was delivered, marking the turning point of the brutal clash. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze with the falling drops of blood. Finally, the massive body of the monster collapsed, dust rising everywhere. One troll had fallen, but the price paid was far from small. An eerie silence began to blanket the battlefield. The surviving soldiers cheered with overwhelming relief. Meanwhile, the Steel Shield commander dropped to one knee, breathing heavily from exhaustion. He had used the last of his strength to kill the enemy and save his loyal subordinates. Yet the joy of victory did not last long. The commander rose with a grim expression and looked around at the devastation where his brothers lay scattered. This victory tasted bitterly like defeat. A cruel number echoed in his mind. More than 10 lives lost just to kill 3 trolls. For a mercenary legion, such losses were devastating. The brutality of the Empire Mountains far exceeded their expectation. Once calm enough to examine the scene, the commander realized a shocking truth. They had been wrong. The tracks they had followed all this time were not Black Wing at all. They had been chasing a ghost. A silver-haired subordinate approached and confirmed that someone had expertly forged the trail of the group ahead. "Damn it," the commander roared. That meant a third faction was manipulating them all. "Are you saying there's another group besides those criminals?" Suspicion quickly turned toward a familiar name. Could it be the Red Wolf Legion? The commander's face darkened at the thought of that longtime rival. If Red Wolf was involved, the situation would become far more complicated. He recalled an important detail. A few days earlier, a noble had issued a commission requiring as many as 200 men. The clues began connecting, revealing a far larger conspiracy. "I suspect it's that." The subordinate bowed apologetically for not reporting the information earlier. He had never imagined that a single commission could be directly tied to their current disaster. That delay had cost many lives. Further analysis revealed that the other group had no intention of entering the mountains to confront Steel Shield. Their goal lay elsewhere, and Steel Shield had merely been an obstacle or a sacrificial pawn. "So we misunderstood everything," the Steel Shield commander murmured thoughtfully. Every step they had taken had been predicted and manipulated like pieces on someone else's chessboard. The humiliation burned within him. The real target was likely the noble's expedition, the one led by Calyx. Someone intended to play the fisherman waiting for the catch, planning to seize everything the expedition obtained from the dungeon. He wondered whether a legion would truly mobilize all its members just to rob another group after their dungeon hunt. Is that even possible? The question reflected his doubt about the enemy's ruthlessness. If the chance of obtaining something extremely valuable was high, corrupted mercenaries would do anything. "They're no different from criminals," the silver-haired subordinate spat with contempt. Greed had blinded them all. Facing the legion's exhausted state, the subordinate asked the commander what to do. Should we turn back? A life-or-death decision had to be made. Retreat to preserve their forces or keep walking into the trap. The Steel Shield commander sank into deep thought. The trap was far deeper than he had imagined, and the one behind it, Calyx, was far more dangerous than he appeared. This game was no longer for the faint-hearted. The sky burned crimson at sunset over the Empire Mountains, yet the beauty could not hide the tension, suffocating the entire fort. Amid the oppressive atmosphere, the Steel Shield commander suggested retreating after sensing the looming danger, but all eyes turned toward the man who truly held the final decision. Calyx replied with a single word: "No." His silhouette radiated unshakable resolve. forcing even the mercenary captain into silent observation. Instead of fleeing, Calyx decided they would stop right here. He intended to wait until the pursuers lost patience and revealed themselves. It was a risky but calculated decision. The mercenary captain still harbored doubts. He could not understand why those who had deliberately yielded the path earlier were now secretly trailing them with ill intent. Calyx's gaze turned icy. He understood better than anyone that his goal and the enemy were completely different. One side sought survival, the other craved destruction. Gradually, the mercenary captain realized the young lord's farsighted vision. At this moment, Calyx's calmness was the only pillar supporting the entire force. Night fell and flames flickered deep in the forest. The group gathered around the fire, seeking warmth and a fragile illusion of peace before the coming storm. But in the darkness, the mercenaries of Black Wing silently watched every movement of Calyx's group. Like starving wolves, they patiently waited for the perfect moment to tear their prey apart, unaware that Calyx had already detected their presence. A scout's report stirred unease within Black Wing. Calyx's group had stopped moving entirely, which was completely outside their expectation. Black Wing's female strategist, dark circles under her eyes, began calculating a more sinister move. She knew that a direct attack now would cause heavy losses. The hot-headed man beside her immediately proposed wiping out Calyx's group to continue the pursuit, but his short-sightedness only made the strategist more irritated. She asked coldly whether they would still have enough strength to face Calyx and the dungeon monsters after wasting troops in such a battle. The answer was obviously no. "Don't forget our real objective," she reminded them. Their mission was not simply to kill, but to capture or eliminate Calyx in the most efficient way possible. A new plan was drawn up: avoid combat whenever possible. They had no intention of foolishly confronting mid-tier monsters alone and weakening their own forces. Seeing her teammates still not understand, the strategist raised her hand to stop him before he could do anything stupid. "Is the thing on your neck just for decoration?" she mocked, a vicious jab at someone who relied only on muscles instead of brain. The insult made the mercenary seethe with anger, but he suppressed it under the woman's authority. The tension inside the Black Wing camp was even thicker than on the battlefield. The strategist explained further. Calyx's group still did not know Black Wing's true objective, and that ignorance was their greatest advantage. A deception was devised. They would make Calyx believe their target was merely treasure, then propose a fake ceasefire agreement. The mercenary still disliked the idea of negotiating with people he considered lunatics, carrying grudges passed down through generations. But to her, old grudges or the loss of a few pawns meant nothing compared to the benefits at stake. This was a game for pragmatists. The strategist sighed softly, her patience with the hot-headed teammate finally exhausted. In this battle of wits, she had no time to argue with someone blinded by personal hate. "You people are always manipulated because you don't communicate." With a symbolic tap on his head, she ended the argument and turned her cold gaze toward the distant campfires flickering in the dark forest. The pitch-black night blanketed the mountain range, leaving only the sound of wind howling through the dense leaves. It was the perfect time for schemes to hide within the darkness. At Calyx's camp, the bonfires were still crackling. Soldiers took turns standing guard, struggling to stay alert against the unsettling silence of the deep forest. The flames danced across the dry firewood, producing steady crackling sounds. But this calm wouldn't last for long. Suddenly, strange noises rustled from the bushes. Two guards flinched and immediately took combat stances, their wary eyes staring into the dark. "Who goes there?" The shout tore through the still night air, as sweat began rolling down the soldiers' foreheads when they realized someone was approaching. A heavy step crushed a layer of dry leaves. The stranger slowly emerged from the darkness, making the atmosphere even more tense. It was the commander of the Black Wing mercenaries. He appeared with a falsely friendly expression, holding up a piece of white cloth, the symbol of a truce, and greeted them casually as if meeting old friends. The sudden appearance of the enemy leader threw the guards into panic. "Black Wing mercenaries! Ambush!" The alarm echoed throughout the camp. Hearing the commotion, the mercenary captain rushed out of his tent. His face was filled with concern as he realized the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Calyx also arrived quickly. He still maintained his usual calm, as his subordinate reported that the Black Wing forces had boldly walked straight into the center of the camp. "What did you just say?" Even he was surprised by their audacity. Standing before them was the commander of the Black Wing mercenaries and a group of his men, arrogantly positioned in the middle of dozens of spears aimed at them. He wore a smug smile, as if victory were already in his grasp. Each step the enemy commander took forward made the ground seem to tremble. Everyone held their breath, unsure what terrifying thing would happen next. He nodded with apparent satisfaction, as if praising the vigilance of Calyx's group. His confidence was downright irritating. The two sides stood facing each other, forming a scene of stark contrast. Calyx with his deep calculations, and the muscular, scheming commander of Black Wing. A long silence stretched between them as the two opponents stared into each other's eyes, trying to read the other's intentions. The mercenary captain clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment if things went wrong. Soldiers on both sides remained with weapons drawn, the tension as tight as a drawn bowstring. Any small movement now could trigger a massacre. Eventually, the campfires burned down, leaving only thin gray smoke rising from the ashes. A long, turbulent night had passed. The tension of the previous night was now nothing more than cold ash on the ground. A new beginning slowly emerged from behind dark schemes. Dawn appeared as sunlight filtered through the leaves, signaling the start of a new day. The plots of the night before had taken shape. Unexpectedly, a handshake occurred. Calyx and the Black Wing commander decided to establish a temporary alliance, one built entirely upon deception. The commander of the Black Wing mercenaries spoke in a bold voice. "After all, it seems we misunderstood each other, so let's call a truce here." He pretended he had merely been waiting for a chance to search for treasure with Calyx, a perfect act. "Very well, see you later." He waved goodbye with a meaningful smile, while Calyx responded only with a cold nod. The real game had just begun. The man turned his back toward his subordinates and ordered them to move out. "Let's go." The Black Wing mercenaries departed noisily, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with suspicion. Two groups that had once been enemies now marched along the same road, forming a formation filled with doubt and danger. In truth, this truce was merely the first move for Black Wing to use Calyx to clear the path deeper into the dungeon. Hidden among the leaves, the guide silently observed this deceitful cooperation. A sinister smile appeared on the strategist's lips as she realized the prey had completely taken the bait. Now it was only a matter of time before she delivered the final strike. The guide, the cunning female strategist of Black Wing, smiled with satisfaction as everything unfolded exactly according to the script she had carefully orchestrated. "Pitiful fools," she cursed quietly while gazing toward the hazy mountain range. To her, Calyx's group were nothing more than puppets being led straight to their deaths. Meanwhile, inside his tent, Calyx scratched his ear thoughtfully. He had the strange feeling that someone was talking behind his back, the instinct of someone who had experienced hundreds of deaths. Sitting alone in the quiet tent, his mind busily calculated the next steps. "We're about to reach the dungeon." That was the most important objective right now. Kraut, his close subordinate, entered to report. Seeing Calyx deep in thought, he reminded him about the upcoming summit meeting. Calyx sighed and gathered himself, preparing for the real work. Kraut quietly wondered why his master had spent hours staring at the wall, only to suddenly call for an urgent meeting. He still couldn't fully grasp the calculations inside Calyx's mind. "Gather everyone at the command tent. Prepare yourselves." Kraut accepted the order and left, leaving Calyx with a determined expression. The real journey was about to begin. Calyx's gaze turned sharper than ever. He knew that every decision he made now would determine the lives of everyone in the expedition. The meeting began. Standing before a map, Calyx ordered that the entire force would march into the dungeon at dawn tomorrow, a lightning-fast plan that allowed no delay. "Just before sunrise, we will conduct a forced march," Calyx declared. He wanted to maximize time to gain an advantage over those chasing them. The decision stunned everyone in the room. Amid doubtful gazes, the mercenary captain asked about the estimated time needed to reach the dungeon. Everyone was weighing the feasibility of this risky march. Calyx calmly replied, "If we reduce our equipment to the bare minimum, it will take about 1 day on foot." He then issued another shocking order. Only elite warriors would be allowed to join. The mercenary captain frowned with concern about logistics. "Then what about the food supply? We can't bring horses into the dungeon." It was a difficult problem for any expedition. "We'll use a subspace artifact," Calyx answered casually. This extremely rare family relic could store a massive amount of supplies without requiring anyone to carry the weight. The mercenary captain was secretly astonished. A spatial artifact capable of holding provisions for 60 people was incredibly rare. He realized Calyx truly carried the bearing of a noble heir from a prestigious count's family. As for the remaining forces, send them back. Calyx's order sounded cold but practical. He wanted to eliminate all burdens to maximize speed and combat efficiency. He explained that if the weaker members stayed, they would only become easy targets for those pursuing them. Splitting the group was the safest option for both sides. Calyx believed the enemy wouldn't bother chasing a small group heading down the mountain. He decided to send Urine and Madame Harry back to base immediately, a decision that earned the mercenary captain's admiration for his decisive. "What about me?" Urine spoke up, her voice trembling with worry. She didn't want to leave Calyx when he was about to enter such a dangerous place and felt as though she were being abandoned. "Playtime over. Join the group heading back," Calyx replied coldly. Madame Harry silently obeyed, knowing it was the only choice to keep them safe, while Yurin sulkily complained that he was treating her like bulky luggage. Calyx smiled confidently and pointed to his head, reminding her that his greatest weapon was his brain. He wasn't a burden, he was their greatest guide. Yurin could only snort helplessly. Yet deep sadness remained in her eyes. She thought to herself that she couldn't help him right now, but next time it would definitely be her turn to prove her abilities. Watching Calyx's back as he walked away, she prayed in her heart, "Please don't die." Her sincere concern was the only warmth amid these cold calculations. Calyx responded with a rare, gentle smile. The next dawn finally arrived, clearing away the thick fog. Calyx drew his sword and loudly ordered the elite squad to depart, ready to conquer the dungeon with burning determination. The formation split into two paths exactly as planned. Calyx advanced deeper into the dangerous region, while Yurin's group quietly began their journey back down the mountain. It was a reluctant farewell that marked the beginning of separate trials awaiting them ahead. Yurin and Madame Harry silently rode away on horseback. Though they wished to remain by Calyx's side, they knew they couldn't become burdens hindering him in the coming life-and-death battle. Yurin looked back, her eyes filled with unspoken feelings. The mercenary captain stood silently watching the departing group. His gaze carried the depth of a veteran warrior who had witnessed far too many farewells and sacrifices on the battle. "Please return safely." A quiet wish echoed through the forest. Calyx's group officially stepped into danger, leaving loved ones behind with hope for a future reunion. Chapter 52 closed with the resolve of true warrior. At the foot of the mountain, a scout reported that Calyx's trail had split into two. 1/3 headed north, while the rest appeared to be moving toward the mountain base. The Blackwing mercenary commander frowned, wondering why the distance between the two groups had suddenly widened so much. Based on the traces left behind, his men concluded the footprints heading north were shallow. The commander quickly reached a conclusion. He believed Calyx's main force had discarded heavy equipment to increase their escape speed. Without hesitation, he ordered them to pursue the main force and ignore the other group. One subordinate nervously suggested it might be a diversion, but the Black Wing commander only smirked confidently. He reasoned that if his side reached the dungeon gate first and set an ambush, Calyx would have no way to enter. Surely the man wasn't foolish enough to walk straight into a trap. With excessive confidence, the commander shouted for the entire force to double their speed toward the north. 1 hour later, a shout rang out as a hand discovered fresh tracks on the ground. Another group had arrived. A man in a purple cloak asked the white-haired boy accompanying him which direction the Black Wing group had gone. The white-haired boy smiled faintly, his sharp eyes pointing in one direction as he answered simply, "North." The boy pointed north again, and the man in the purple cloak nodded in confirmation. Immediately, the man shouted to his troops, "We're heading north as well." Both pursuing armies accelerated, racing through the dense forest. The thunderous footsteps of hundreds of people echoed throughout the woods. Meanwhile, ahead of them, Calyx and his men were also running at full speed, sweat already soaking their bodies. As he gasped for breath, Calyx realized something troubling. The ruins here were nothing like the places he had known before. He explained to his subordinates that once someone stepped inside this place, whether human or monster, their life force would slowly be drained until death. Calyx's expression grew grim. In the worst-case scenario, this place was nothing less than a death sentence. He added that the monsters trapped within this labyrinth would grow increasingly ferocious with each generation. And worst of all, once they died, they would immediately rise again as undead. Calyx murmured that this explained why the undead were usually found in deeper layers, yet something still felt wrong. At that moment, someone in the group shouted that they had spotted the dungeon entrance. The group stopped before an ancient stone gate emitting an icy aura, with the deep darkness inside seeming ready to swallow everything. They cautiously stepped inside, and even near the entrance the air already felt heavy. Calyx maintained a cold expression as the sword in his hand reflected the faint light, ready for any danger. Then the monsters appeared. An arrow shot forward and pierced straight into a goblin's chest. Calyx was slightly surprised when he realized they weren't ordinary goblins, but hobgoblins, a more advanced species. Looking at the corpses scattered around, he lowered his head in confirmation. The rumors were true. This dungeon truly devoured the dead. Calyx's gaze shifted to the torches on the walls, and a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be the dungeon was using the very monsters it consumed as fuel for these torches? The red-haired knight spoke up with a warning, telling everyone to ready their weapons since monsters could ambush them at any moment. The entire squad answered in unison. From Calyx's perspective, he slipped on his tactical gloves, confirming he was ready. He reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword a subordinate handed to him. But the moment he touched it, Calyx stiffened. Something wasn't right. At the same time, a hobgoblin leapt down from the wall, and swung its club straight toward his head. The mercenary captain shouted in alarm, "Young master, watch out." Seeing the captain about to rush forward, the red-haired knight quickly stopped him, unable to understand why he was acting that way. The captain simply gestured calmly and told him to watch closely. Without the slightest panic, Calyx raised his sword and effortlessly blocked the hobgoblin's crushing strike. Without hesitation, Calyx spun and delivered a powerful kick straight into the monster's rib. The creature shrieked with a piercing scream, yet Calyx paused. Something about that last strike felt strangely off. Determination flashed in Calyx's eyes. The sword in his hand burst with light. He would not lose here. After the counterattack, Calyx frowned slightly as he looked at the glowing sword in his hand. Having lost its balance, the hobgoblin roared in fury and charged at him again. Calyx didn't flinch. He swung his blade, releasing a streak of white light toward the monster. A clean slash. The goblin's arm holding the club was severed and sent flying. It let out a miserable scream as green blood splattered everywhere before collapsing to the ground. Not giving the enemy even a second to breathe, Calyx immediately rushed toward the second hobgoblin. He leapt into the air and delivered a decisive downward strike, stabbing straight into the monster's chest. The blade pierced through its body effortlessly, killing it on the spot. Calyx landed lightly on the ground as the goblin's corpse collapsed behind him. He panted heavily. Though quick, the fight had still drained a fair amount of stamina. But a second later, Calyx regained his usual confidence, even giving a mischievous wink. The red-haired knight beside him couldn't hide his astonishment, repeatedly praising how much the young master's swordsmanship had improved. Wiping away sweat, Calyx admitted it and ordered everyone to sprinkle some holy water so the undead wouldn't approach while they rested. The red-haired knight quickly reported that it had already been done. Suddenly, Calyx turned to the knight beside him and asked a question. Another soldier approached the red-haired knight nervously, asking if they were sure they were heading the right way. Hearing this, Calyx asked why he would think otherwise. The red-haired knight admitted he felt dizzy too. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like they were just walking in circles. Summoning his courage, he asked directly, "My lord, are we lost?" Calyx calmly replied, "What do you think?" The knight awkwardly said he believed the young master must have his reasons, but he truly couldn't understand. Calyx merely let out a faint scoff. Seeing the knight's confused expression, Calyx laughed and began explaining his plan. Looking into the dark corridor ahead, Calyx said that most likely, those chasing them were asking themselves the exact same question right now. Meanwhile, behind them, the Black-Wing mercenaries were following the trail. A scout reported that Calyx's group seemed to be running in circles, leaving another man baffled. The scout admitted he couldn't understand it either, why the enemy had suddenly changed tactics like this. The Black-Wing commander grew suspicious. He believed traces in this dungeon should disappear immediately, suggesting his men might have been mistaken. But the scout insisted, willing to stake his honor on it. The scout proposed two possibilities. Either they had been discovered and were being lured into a trap, or Calyx's group was searching for something. The Black-Wing commander still didn't understand. Searching for what? To him, there could only be one explanation. The black-robed mage grew impatient, declaring he didn't care about Calyx's secrets. He just wanted to complete the mission and eliminate the target. But a hand stopped. The Black-Wing commander rejected the idea. He argued that Calyx had spent a massive sum to hire 200 mercenaries, meaning the reward inside must be far greater. Greed stirred in his heart. He wanted to know what it was. The mage mocked him, surprised he believed the lie Calyx used to fool the steel shield. The mage suggested they should wait for Calyx to exit the dungeon, since he was surrounded by dozens of bodyguards anyway. But the Black-Wing commander had already decided they would attack now. The mage sighed and reluctantly accepted, though a warning glint flickered in his eyes. He warned that if they wanted to bring Calyx down, they would have to unleash their full strength against his bodyguards. "You'll regret this." But the Black-Wing commander merely sneered. He believed he was about to hit the jackpot, and even declared that all the loot inside would belong to him alone. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the Steel Shield group was also confused. One soldier insisted they had definitely passed this place before. Their commander also felt something was strange and refused to believe Black-Wing would make such a basic mistake. A subordinate suggested they should ambush the entrance since Calyx would eventually have to come out. But the Steel Shield commander shook his head, saying it wasn't a good idea. He explained that they currently had a truce agreement with Black-Wing. If they were caught lurking at the exit, it would expose their cover and make Black-Wing suspicious. The Steel Shield commander decided they would observe and wait for now. If their stamina reached its limit, they would retreat outside to rest and regroup. The vice captain smiled, praising the captain's foresight. The captain replied proudly That was why he was the captain, while the other was only the vice-captain. 1 week later, the Black Wing commander angrily stabbed his sword into the ground. The scout reported they had been running in circles for an entire week. The commander lost patience and ordered them to close the distance to 30 minutes. The scout worried they would be discovered if they did that, but the commander roared, "I don't care." Veins bulged across the commander's furious face as he decided he would personally capture Calyx and hold a blade to his throat. At that moment, Calyx suddenly stopped walking. The red-haired knight asked anxiously what was wrong. Calyx quietly replied, "No, it's nothing." Yet a cold smile had already formed on his lips. The enemy had arrived.